USA
That's
versus Canada, baby. We should have a recap for Friday.
What are they competing in?
You know what.
A few moments later.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
So I have a confession to make. I want to start with a confession, and then we're going to go from there. I think there's something very important that needs to be addressed here. That clip, the first clip, was from the podcast episode. And if you did watch the podcast episode, you would have listened and you would have heard that I stated very clearly that I had no intention whatsoever, to watch any of the Four Nations. And I didn't watch 1 second of it. I was true to my word. I was true to my word. I didn't watch 1 second of it because at the end of the day, I don't care. However, in that clip, the reason I played it, in addition to the hilarity that would follow, is that following that, Eric was trying to pitch for it, and he wanted to review it on Friday. Unfortunately, the result wasn't what he was looking for. And if you notice who's conspicuously absent right now from the screen, and my exact words in the text message thread we have are, "Face your fate, bougie." I was very clear on this.
Don't make me go down there, Eric.
He's hiding. He's hiding as we speak.
Somebody go find him.
So, Eric, I think the people saw it. I'm going to get to the comments first, and then I'm going to deal with you. I'm going to address you. And by the way, Bobby, so first the confession. I didn't watch it. And I had no intention of even discussing it because, as I said in my previous utterance, I don't care. However, someone wanted to review it, so now everything that happens after that belongs to him. He owns what's about to happen.
It's his own damn fault.
This could have all been avoided if the bougie one had been quiet. However, Bobby, it gets worse. It becomes scandalous because I received some information, and I found out that some people could have taken this with dignity and grace. However, they didn't. They followed it up with cowardice. Pathetic cowardice. And I have the proof. And I'm going to show you all in a few moments. But we're going to get to that. First, tonight, Josh says, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. Indeed it does.
That's right.
Big Scott says, hello. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Carlisle says, they're observing a moment of silence following the U.S.-Canada rivalry match. More like cackling, but yes. Same idea. See? Scott's got the right idea. Cackling's right. Rick, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. You've got no one to blame but Eric. I would blame Eric, honestly, if I were you. What's up, fellas? Canada hockey's alive and well, so I hear. Hopefully this won't derail their efforts to be the 51st state. It will not derail your opportunities to become the 11th province.
That's right.
You're ever closer. Good evening, Orlando. Do I have to pay a tariff to be in the chat? Only the like button, and Eric will pay for it. Hit the like button, and Eric will pay. Evening all, and Salty Eric, correct. It's not a show without Eric. Oh, Eric's going to get his. But here's the thing, guys. Like I said earlier, it was one thing. The only reason that video even became a thing was because Eric opened his big fat trap and brought it upon himself. So now, unfortunately, the Burrell is perfectly, the Burrell has made perfectly clear that this must be addressed. And Yannick is dressed appropriately for the occasion. As you notice, I'm dressing neutrally.
Like you, Carlos, I did not watch 1 second.
Not 1 second.
Not 1 second. But this is how I dress every day. This is how much I love my country.
That's
interesting. All right. Well, listen, it's one of those things. But so I'm glad you brought that up, Yannick, because now I want to talk about countries. Bobby, I've always enjoyed the whole thing. As I've often said, I wasn't born in Canada. I'm a Canadian citizen. And my Panamanian evil comes through regularly. That's kind of a thing that I do. However, when in comparison to Eric's sad, pathetic attempt to claim to be American, is really where I take offense to it. That's really the part that bothers me, Bobby. The rest of it, I don't really care about. However, I got to tell you the truth. There was something deeply concerning that I received. I received an email from a Derek Waddell. And I'm like, well, I'm not falling for this obvious alias. Like, this is a pathetic attempt. And what was weird about it was that this specific individual was trying to convince me, was trying to sell me on the idea that everything I said pertaining to Eric not being a real American was true. And I was like, interesting and convenient that all of a sudden, right after the Four Nations final, is when I received this, and I received this evidence that seems to be planted. I think it's a fake, but I got to be honest, it's a pretty good one. Because it's claiming that Eric is not in fact American, but that he is a Brit in hiding. Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
How convenient that after the United States loses this match, all of a sudden Eric wants nothing to do with America. All of a sudden it's like, no, he was English all along. Although he is passionately following. Like, look, I didn't realize he was a soccer hooligan. He seems pretty happy about it. So I got to say, Eric, as your nickname implies, Benedict Arnold, can you tell us a little bit about why you would, instead of just taking your loss like a man, you would try to rejoin the Commonwealth instead? Do you want to explain, like as a Boston Bruins fan, aren't you used to losing and pathetic defeat and shame? Couldn't you just absorb it like you do all the other things? You don't have to hide in England, Eric. You don't have to send this evidence, Derek. Everybody knows who it was. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric? And also, if you still want to claim this American facade that you've been telling us all along, can you explain why you once again cost America? Why you personally are responsible for America's defeat?
And it was in Boston.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You can't.
This is like the Detroit thing, except you screwed a whole country. What do you have to say for yourself, man?
Kachuk Brothers helped.
Awful. Just awful.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yep.
Say
it with me, McDavid.
Meg Jesus.
Yes.
I can't quite wrap my head around how the best player on the entire planet Earth is left completely wide open in front of the American net. I have watched the replay over and over and over, and he's just standing there all by himself
Alone.
on an island. He was on McDavid Island. Population 1.
Living large.
And I don't understand how that happens. It wasn't their third line center or, their fourth line center, who to be on that team is still going to be really, really good. This is the best hockey player on the planet Earth. And you just left him there. Alone.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. And I've been having a really hard time today.
Good evening, Jeff.
Because if he did something spectacular, you'd go, that's McDavid.
Interesting.
But
The game was really
that's
lacking a lot.
Mr. McDavid for you.
Anybody who's ever picked up a hockey stick could have scored that goal last night.
Would you have scored the goal with like a broken Bobby Orr stick that you slammed into a wall or a shelf?
It looked like you're flying through the air, but you really tripped over the stick.
By the way, we can talk about that another night. It was just funny though that one of the things that Eric talks about is the NBA players and the flopping, and the most famous Bobby Orr goal of all time was him flopping shamelessly. Like it was pathetic, truly. Quite the performance.
We don't need to bring Bobby into this. He did not do anything to deserve your wrath.
There he is. Look at that. 70-71 flashback.
I actually forgot I had this.
Oh,
I was actually sorting. I was trying to find my cards that I had. And this is actually in decent shape, Bobby. It's actually not bad. Like actually, I thought it's actually not bad.
Yeah, the centering is like 60-40, so you're never getting a 10.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Bobby. I'm confident that if I bought this,
And that's
which would have been a
OPG.
while
What's
ago,
yours, Eric?
I probably didn't pay much for
Mine
it.
says Bobby Orr Hall of Fame 79.
Is that like Topps card though?
It is a Topps card,
Oh,
Trash.
Too bad. Too
that's
bad.
disappointing.
but mine's autographed with the Hall of Fame 79 on
But
it.
the problem, Eric, is we well know everything is O-Pee-Chee, so yours is a counterfeit. So that's the problem.
Everything is OPG.
So
It is.
JW says Beantown Puck Trader. Facts. Cece says, good evening, gents. Yannick, was that you in the Gong Show vlog done by Phil at the Quebec Card Show? It was. We had discussions on this. We had discussions on this matter. Yes, indeed. It was. You and Bobby are famous Gong Show members. It is. He quit the cameo yet. Name, Happy Friday. Canada's the best of the best in hockey. And let me guess, you were on it from day one, name. I've heard that rumor.
I hate him so much.
Philly Joe, good evening, Carlson gang. Great hockey game last night. Canada, congrats. Thank you, Philly Joe. And again, it's Eric's fault. 1918 Lake Placid. So you're talking about the lame sequel to the 72 Summit Series. Because Bobby, I got to be honest with you, the whole 1980 Miracle on Ice, that's all cool and everything. That was one game. That was one game. That was a fluke.
But they didn't win like against the Russians at the end.
But Bobby, here's the thing.
But I mean, it was sort
Bobby,
of. Bobby,
here's the thing, though. It doesn't matter. That's not a series. That was one game.
It was.
That was luck. Lame.
It wasn't a series. Are you effing kidding me? It was the Olympic tournament. What the hell are you talking
a tournament,
about?
How many games did they play against the Russians in that very tournament, Eric? How many games?
That's it.
That is not even close. I need to see at least 6 or 7 games. Show me a real series.
I can't.
Yeah.
Baz says, finally came out. Eric is the illegitimate son of Mel Gibson. Eric is bougie heart, right? Much like his dad, who is an American-born Australian citizen with dual Irish and U.S. citizenship. The lore goes deep.
Damn.
The lore goes
Bougie
deep.
heart.
Bougie or. That's right, Baz. Eric not giving McDavid enough credit. He picked his spot on that shot. He Jedi mind tricked the entire team. He was like, "This is now over."
He was like John Cena, who just you can't see me.
See, that's another one of your Massachusetts guys. He probably learned the trick from John Cena,
and
it's pretty impressive.
Who's also from Massachusetts, so he screwed
That's
us.
what I just said. That's what I just said. Been a Team Canada and Jordan Binnington fan since day one. There you go.
Shut up. I swear to God, if he does this since day one thing one more time, I am flying to Northwest Canada and I'm going to kick his ass.
I'm just saying, like, look, if it's anything like the American defense, you won't be able to find it.
That's
and then probably
Please,
name
Eric,
score a couple goals.
Show me on a map where Northwest Canada is.
I'm not kidding anymore. Everyone thinks I'm joking when I tell you how much I hate this guy. My next threat is I am going to fly there and I'm going to kick his teeth in.
Bring a basket.
You're going to do that all the way from England?
Yeah.
From your home country?
England.
It might be shorter. It's just.
Are you sure, Eric? Like, the evidence is pretty damning. I got to be honest. Are you sure? That looks like you. You seem pretty thrilled about it, too.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty pleased. Like, you're feeling it, man. Like, you got your hand over the chest and everything. Like, you're feeling it. That's all I'm saying.
Hands up. Like, anyways.
Carlin says here, I'm still trying to figure out how the United States could defeat every opponent in a tournament. Still, you didn't beat Sweden. The Swedish throws the meatballs at you.
Yeah, they did the horse meat.
The Swedish, some Sweden. And they were like, build an IKEA shelf. And you're like, no.
Nobody can
without the instructions.
Without the instructions and without the Allen key.
Yes.
What are we gonna do? Our kryptonite, no.
And you can't find it because you can't spell Latador.
No meatballs for you.
Yep, that's all I'm saying. Been a hater of Eric since day one. Facts.
Good.
Day one.
Ditto.
Day one. Yep, the Four Nations was a complete hashtag fail. Always appreciate the hashtag. The U.S. didn't even have the best player ever in the history of U.S. hockey on the screen. Complete fail. Bring the pump.
So, Eric, what did you feel about the whole game in general? I would like to know.
Yeah, as an Englishman, I'd like to get your perspective. As a fellow member of the Commonwealth, could you share your thoughts?
I will follow
while
up.
While you drank your tea and ate your crumpets. You limey Brit.
I watch sports to be entertained. And
were you not entertained?
Were you not entertained?
And I was entertained.
Really?
Yes.
I thought that was a milk toast game.
Ooh, I like Paul's comment here though. I like Paul's comment here.
Seat, the you know, the importance of each goal, the overtime where the United States just came out onto the ice and just, it was like the ice was tilted towards the Canadian net, and Binnington just, oh my God, was he incredible.
He wasn't in the first and second and third period, though.
And then
only in the overtime did he save the day.
Yeah, well, that's
really, he was playing with the puck too much. He was
showed up
around
when he had to.
Huh?
He showed up when he had to. He was incredible. And the fact that he didn't get the MVP,
incredible.
He didn't get player of the game is so stupid. It's just remarkable.
Player of the game, he didn't. He only made 2 crucial saves at the end, which is actually very good.
So McDavid, you know, I don't know what, but they're so in love with McDavid. They're like, oh no, you scored a goal. Yeah, okay, you scored the game-winning goal.
McDavid only went for one little run around the net and where he went up the.
If it wasn't for this guy down here, you wouldn't have done what you did. So I think Binnington should have got player of the game. I thought.
But if they would have lost, would he have got player of the game?
I think Brad's best friend getting MVP of the tournament was good too.
Yeah, I think the Americans outplayed the Canadians by a fair bit. I didn't see the teams gelling for Canada. They have a lot of great goal scorers, but it wasn't a high-scoring game. And actually, a lot of shots were missed by the Canadians. The opportunities were bad. They were playing the old Leaf style. They came, 5-on-5 and then doing long shots up the rink, and that was it. And the Americans were actually running around quite a lot, but they weren't following through. They weren't getting the shots that they needed to get. Binnington did okay. The other goalie, American goalie, was whatever his name is. He was amazing. He did some great stops. He was better than Binnington all day, and it's unfortunate that he fucked up at the end. But I mean,
I don't think he fucked up. I think whoever left McDavid or
he beat him on the glove from the hash mark.
Yeah, well, I think
you fucked up. Anyways,
Connor Cena, that's his name. Connor Cena. All alone and invisible in front
of
the
net. Like I said, I didn't watch the damn thing. I just like to rub it in Eric's face.
It was a disappointing game. I didn't see the talent.
Famous now doesn't give you the right to come on here and talk to me like that, Yannick.
Yeah, it kind of does though. Like I gotta be honest, because he's hobby fame adjacent. As you well know, we do like our adjacency.
Yeah,
I didn't know I was famous until I watched it a couple hours ago.
I was going to say. So real quick, I want to read a couple of comments here. Paul was saying, the funny thing is, having watched McDavid for 10 years, his third period goal was garbage by his standards since day one. Name says, McDavid has definitely not himself until that goal. Couldn't keep puck on the stick. Bobble says, that's why he's a Boston fan. Everyone can't help but watch a train wreck. It is true. Eric, you're welcome to be a fan of Team Canada hockey anytime you like. There you go.
Shut up.
Other funny thing is, Game 5 versus Calgary was scored. The OT winner was his only point in the game. True. Carlisle says, I bought an IKEA shelf and desk. It was missing parts. Me, it's missing parts. Them, we didn't have all the parts, so we sent what we had. Me, without the parts, it can't be assembled. Crickets.
Yeah. I cannot badmouth IKEA enough. I will go to my grave saying it is just the absolute dumpster fire of furniture.
Like,
so you're saying, what I understand,
what I'm understanding here, corporation sucks. I know.
All I'm hearing is that you want to be to the Swedes what I am to the Dutch.
Yes.
The war continues. CC says, Binnington was clutch, just like when St. Louis won the cup. Yes. Ham says, good evening, guys. Good evening, Ham. 2 goals the Americans scored were off of bounces when Matthews lost the puck, and it was by happenstance. When it was Chuck and he scored. Sanderson goal was off skate to the right of him.
One of the goals, the 3 Canadians were facing the goalie, and he shot from behind. It was like, what are you guys doing? And they were grouped together. Like the whole teams were just like they played like the Leafs. It was horrible. I thought it was the least interesting game, and I didn't see any resounding talent show at that game.
What?
Really?
The irony of this is that it's going to get a tremendous rating, and on top of it, the talk of the whole thing was how much better it was than the All-Star games. All the other leagues is, oh my God, all your All-Star games are crap. It's like, this is much better.
Story. Yeah. It is different in that sense, but I'm just saying it just wasn't that entertaining, honestly.
But there you go.
Really?
Jeff, this Quinn Hughes and McAvoy being out really hurt. So the thing is, McAvoy. What's funny about that is, I don't know. Did you hear the little mini controversy about the whole thing? So the U.S.
Nope.
training staff apparently is the Minnesota training staff,
Mm.
and they either misdiagnosed or did something, and apparently McAvoy got an infection, which took him out. So like the Boston is looking at Minnesota, going like, "What are you doing? What are you doing over there?"
Yeah.
Because the Minnesota was the training staff in charge of that. It was actually their training staff that like misdiagnosed it or did something and gave him an infection,
and
which would have been very problematic if it had continued. He actually shouldn't have been playing the last game he played because he already had the infection.
Plus, I think he messed up his like AC joint or something in his shoulder when he got cross-checked into the net. So now hockey is a contact sport. You're going to have injuries. Hockey players play through injuries better than any other athlete in sport there is. I would have liked to seen two healthy squads play. Whether it be, to Chuck being hurt and only playing a few minutes, McAvoy being out, other players being injured, Hughes not even being allowed to play because of some crazy ass rules. I don't know. But it's part of the sport. So I'm not sitting here blaming injuries. And I'm saying it would have been nice to see both teams at full strength playing each other. It would have been even better for the fans.
How about Russia too in the mix? Everything else.
Yeah.
Well, Russia needs to learn to behave themselves, and then they'll be invited to the parties.
They're gonna,
Well, there you go.
that would actually be something.
Oh, it'd be incredible, but they got to learn to behave themselves. They're not behaving, so they're not invited to the parties.
Listen, lack of behaving hasn't been a problem for you. So to Eric, IKEA is the Bill Buckner of furniture.
Fuck
I
you.
like the reference. IKEA is the BGS of furniture. I like the
That
reference.
I have to
IKEA
agree
is the mayonnaise of furniture.
Yes, I
3
agree with
consecutive
that.
comments, one after another. I do enjoy
Backend.
that.
It's
Fuck
backend
you.
furniture.
Agree.
There you go.
Teams are full of great players and we're accustomed to playing with each other. Yeah, when you're throwing even if you say best on best, you're throwing random players at each other. They don't actually play with each other.
No, and that was quite clear. Look at how many times did you hear Matthew called out? I think 3 in the whole game. Okay, nobody came. What play other than a couple goals can you say that was really good play? Bennington's the save.
I can't say it all because I didn't watch. So
no,
I'll take your
talking
word
to
for it.
Eric. I'm just saying what really stood out. There was no, there was nothing that really kind of I looked at and went, wow, that was amazing. No, none. A couple goals, yes. Other than that, nothing. The rest of the
I
game
will
was
say,
boring.
though,
Yeah,
Back
but
in-
he was supposed to be the offensive star of this
He
team.
was what?
And
Nothing.
yeah, I wasn't
Zero.
impressed by. Yeah, I
Chuck,
don't know.
Zero.
And listen, I have no idea if he's hurt. I don't know. I don't watch him on a daily basis. I expected him to be to put up some more impressive numbers and have better opportunities to score. He almost scored in overtime. He came close, but
Well, he had one shot. Yeah.
I like it. Good evening, Bob Jackson. Yep. Talking about Austin Matthews. No awareness of who's on the ice. Big Scott here says Canadians don't watch the games. Watching the games is for peasants. Plus, season 3 of Reach was on. I watched the first 3 episodes. I binge watched 3 episodes. And by the way, pretty good start. Big fan.
Mm-hmm.
Name says, hard to get a goal or shot off in this tourney. Best players in the game. Did I spot Yannick in the Loudfield video? You did.
oh Jesus Christ, Yannick, you gonna start signing autographs, sending them out to people in the
He
chat?
should. He should. You should. Eric, you should sign autographs too. Your autographs could say, I'm sorry I ruined America.
You put
You can
G at Hall of
apologize.
Fame. Yeah. Jason.
Now it was funny though that you guys were mentioning all the different versions, like this one. IKEA is the mayonnaise of furniture, to Eric. But I got to be honest with you, like in the same spirit as like I had that footage from earlier, that picture from earlier, I did get an artist rendering of Eric watching the game, and I feel like the image kind of portrays a different version of events. So it looks kind of like this. So Eric, very sad, wearing his Team USA jersey, but he's holding a jar of mayonnaise, his comfort mayonnaise jar. to feel better. It's that's basically what happened.
American mayonnaise. Look at it. Like,
Well, he's still trying to sell this. He is British, but nonetheless, he is trying to sell this idea that he's American from America. His accent is very convincing. Very convincing.
America.
You guys should have seen him drinking his Earl Grey tea before we started the live. It was wild.
Oh, good God.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
I thought he was a Darjeeling guy, but anyways, okay.
Just saying, it's an interesting character.
And this is
No one
PSA
in the United States.
Canada hat. You know that, right? Canada.
Candidly, no one in the United States was really following the tournament until the Canadians booed the national anthem. Then it became personal. Joke's on you. I boo both anthems. And anthems are garbage.
It became personal.
Well, listen.
Didn't last long.
I didn't like either country booing anthems. I think that's.
I liked it. I would have booed the anthem 5 years ago. I would have booed the Canadian anthem and the American anthem.
The young woman who sang the Canadian national anthem yesterday did the worst job I have ever heard in the history of my life.
Worse than Fergie?
She should not be allowed back into your country.
Nope.
She should be absolutely
Probably
thrown out.
American.
Hold on.
on
Pause.
the list.
We cannot talk about not letting someone back into the country when we've allowed you into the country.
Oh shit! Yeah.
So based on that bar, not only should she be allowed in the country, she should get a fucking parade
No,
and a chocolate stick.
you
so
need
fuck
to
you.
hear her sing. It was
So
like
fuck you, Brit boy.
somebody. I can't say that. Hold on.
No, don't say
It was somebody like trying to wrangle a bunch of wild cats. I don't know. It was horrible. She absolutely destroyed your anthem. It was
Oh my God, how horrible! She massacred a shitty song. Oh no,
It is a hard one to sing. It never goes.
Bobby.
it doesn't
Bobby,
flow
I'm
like the
tired.
Star
Look,
Spangled
jokes
Banner. I
aside,
get it.
jokes aside to all of this, I'm tired of national anthems at any sporting event. You want to do it at the Olympics when it's actually an international event? Knock yourself out. This is an NHL pseudo international event, like kind of bullshit. Whatever. World War II has been over for some time. That's when they started doing the national anthem thing. Kill it. I literally hate every national anthem. I hate them all. All of them.
Because it wastes time.
It's a waste of time. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm done. I don't care about your country's national
You
anthem.
heard
The
Carlos
song is
talk
shitty.
about baseball
The song is
games and
shitty.
How long it takes.
You're
And
Pick
how
whatever
much
country you're
you-
from. The song is shitty.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about her performance.
I'm glad. She should butcher them all.
It was
Have her sing every national anthem until you guys finally cancel it.
it was she destroyed that Canadian national anthem. It was
Who
disgusting.
cares?
Yeah. Yeah, she didn't do the greatest job.
Oh no, she butchered a shitty song. Moving on.
But it matched the teams playing. Anyway.
Whatever. So Ham says, watched Reacher as well yesterday. Greatly enjoying it. I'm enjoying it as well. Eric's prediction the USA would win the Four Nations really doomed them. Yes. And somehow Detroit was involved. I don't know how, but Detroit was involved. I agree with Bobby. Most of the games were a little boring. Fair. Bob Jackson says, I wonder how rich you would be if you bet against all of Eric's picks. Oh my God. Especially that one playoff year, you
Loaded.
literally would have made all the monies.
Loaded.
Oh my God.
That was a bad year.
I want Eric's autograph on a Mayo bottle. Yes.
I'd pay for that.
Jeff says that Anthem Singer is off. Agrees with your assessment. Let's see. U.S. figure skating had Harding versus Kerrigan. Yes.
Yep.
Made U.S. figure skating a pop culture sensation. Could this U.S.-Canada rivalry this week elevate hockey? That's the theory that some people are going with.
I don't think
know.
so.
I don't
Well,
know.
actually, it might have helped a bit. But now that they lost, no. So don't worry.
I think it
Now,
helped.
now finally they
on the
agree.
ice
Now
for
finally they agree with my assessment. Hockey's stupid.
I think
Also-
the people you already had for hockey will be there. Nothing changed there, but it
Ooh.
reach another, I guess, level of people who don't know about hockey, heard of, never.
I was
really
sorting
watched.
through the set. This is how much I got so far.
That's a nice set. Actually, I remember opening those in 1970. It was cool.
Yeah, I wanted. I was trying to find the cards because I was going to add my destroyed Sittler rookie from Brad.
Nice.
So I have a destroyed Gordy. The Bobby Orr was actually decent. It's not bad, actually. I didn't realize. See, look, tell you how much I'm paying attention. I didn't realize I had a Bobby Clark as well.
Oh,
So I've actually got a couple of the good names, and I've got Bobby Hall in here as well. So I've got a couple of the stars.
All I need for all I need in the Opeachy set for big names is that Sittler rookie. I got everything else.
ooh.
And the rest of that just fillers.
Ooh.
That's all.
Look at it. Isn't it
Not
glorious? It's got
Nice.
writing and everything.
No, but I want a nice one.
So here's something.
That is a
here's
nice one. It was
something
nicely
I'm
written on, and then smashed, and then
That
thrown
one-
into a dishwasher or something.
That
So
one,
here-
that one, Carlos used it to shim the table there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, so when Brad showed that one, I was like, no, that's perfect. Like I'll grab a couple of throughout the night. I'll grab a couple of the star cards in here. Most of them are pretty beat up. That was the reason why I go that'll actually fit with the rest of the set and a couple of the stars. Although, like I said, that Bobby Orr was decent. Bobby Orr actually wasn't too bad compared to some of the others.
When I opened packs in 1970, I didn't care about Sittler because rookies were not a thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, in 1970
It was like,
they
who's
weren't.
this
They weren't
guy?
a big deal.
You know, I've seen him. I've heard him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, being serious, I am well aware that the songstress began the song in French.
No,
Songstress.
sorry.
Is that it? Like an
Sorry,
official
sorry,
title?
sorry.
I like that.
Songstress.
That wasn't even in French. I don't know.
It wasn't. I think it was Pig Latin.
Okay, well, that's now that's Yannick saying that, and he knows.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, Yannick does in fact speak French. Yes.
So I didn't understand what she was saying. That's not what I was criticizing. Her tone, her pitch, her ability to hold a note is horrible.
All right, thank you, Simon Cowell. Enough of the goddamn anthem. Jesus. Moving on.
Yeah.
Like seriously, I'm bored of this.
No,
Yeah.
don't get to
Yeah.
Vegas.
Carlos says after 9/11, Americans began appreciating the national anthem again. I agree, but it doesn't make the song less shitty. Moving on. Bob Jackson says the realization that when you go to a game with a team, by the way, and I'm being fair about this, I'm telling you everybody's anthem is shitty. You know why? Because anthems are shitty songs. Bob Jackson says the realization when you go to a game with a team in both countries, realizing you have to hear both anthems is terrible. Like no joke. When I go to when I go to a sporting event, I literally stay in the concessions and get my food while the anthems are going on because I'm like, get it fucking over with. Get on with it.
You
I paid money to watch a game. I don't care about your song.
You call them songs, but they're not songs. That's why they sound like shit because they're anthems.
And whatever. How about you do them the day before, and then I don't have to listen to them. Let's do that. Eric with his prognostication ability.
Start the series and that's it. How's that?
I like the new nickname, Nostradamus. I like it.
Oh.
Eric Wade, Game News Mayo. Facts. Eric, do you know that she sang part of the Canadian anthem in French, just in case you didn't understand some of the words?
Oh, no, according to Yannick, no, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
No, it was weird. I was having a hard time.
Okay. Here's the picture because we're all in that age group. You know the episode on Friends that where Joey tries to speak French, that Phoebe teaches him to speak French.
Watch Friends.
I did watch Friends, but I don't remember that episode. But I'm sure I get that reference.
Matter. It's the same fucking thing.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
It's all these references. I never watched Friends.
Josh Sear says, just arrived. Eric, my condolences to your team. Does it as the concept of covering the slot? Damn.
I started off the show with that. Yes.
What? Not even a shut up, Josh? Man, brutal.
He's invisible. He's Connor Cena.
Indeed.
They couldn't
say she was singing in cursive. I like that reference.
Maybe.
I like it. Robbie here, good evening. I also spotted a 1-on-1 Medano card in Phil's video. So yes, that is, I believe, the dealer is, I believe, Card Depot. So because I've actually done business with him, Bobby. I've actually bought some nice Medano cards from him. He is okay to deal with. Like you can make him an offer and go back and forth. Like I've actually bought some nice cards from him. He actually acquired a collection. Either he's consigning or acquired a collection of like really nice Medano. So I've actually bought a few. He had a bunch of 1-of-1s. The thing is, they are very expensive. Like he starts off the price on the 1-of-1s. The ones I bought were not the 1-of-1s, but I did buy some other nice cards from him. He is good to deal with, like for the most part. But the 1-of-1s, to me, they're out of whack. But I guess the market has changed because I know some people.
He's the Card Depot, though. Isn't it supposed to be cheaper?
Well, I don't know.
That's in that depot come in, low rent, low everything.
The
car prices down.
Bobby, the thing though is that there's a couple of those Medano guys. A couple of those other Medano guys jacked up the price on the 1-of-1s. Like they actually started paying it. Once they started paying $1,000 plus for the 1-of-1s, it completely wrecked it because so now like market wise, so I was like, what? I literally was sitting like, what are you guys doing? Like, we had a good thing going where the prices weren't like this, and then you idiots actually started paying them.
Yeah,
and now you've screwed the whole thing up.
It took one guy to say fuck it, and then the other one went in and said,
and as soon as that, and now the only way they can sell any of them is to sell them to each other because no one else will pay that much. You're idiots. You've wrecked the whole thing.
I'm getting my comp where I outbid you.
Yeah, so the specific one that Rob here is talking about is from UD Black. And see, Eric as an Englishman wouldn't like this, but it's the card that has a little flag on it. It's got the American flag, Eric, not the English flag, but it's got the little American flag on it. It is the 1 of 1, so it's got a nice autograph on it with a paint pen. So it's actually a nice looking card. But it is a little facsimile patch, the manufactured patch of the flag on it. But he had it for $1,500, and I'm like, that is very high. That is super high.
I saw that. I showed Carlos. I saw that, and that's why I didn't even bother sending it to you.
Yeah, it's literally still on eBay. I think he's actually got it on eBay. Like, you can make an offer on it. Like, I've observed it over the years. Like, it's been a while he's had it. It's a very nice card, but that price is way out of whack.
That's bad. If it's on there for years,
yeah,
something's wrong.
The something is that even those guys realize, wait a minute, that's more money than I want to pay, and it's way more money than I want to pay. So that's a no for me, dog.
For years, that's not good.
Well, that's what happens when you price it at a level that, like, again, I'm one of the more hardcore Medano collectors out there, and I will pay strong for the right item. But I'm sitting there like, yeah, it's a nice card, but it's not like, oh my god, it's not one of those.
He's trying to get Reggie money.
Ooh, man,
that's bold. He should change his name to the Card Depot Boutique.
But like I said, I would criticize him more, except for the fact that I have been able to work out deals with him on other cards, and nice cards. So it is possible, but if he's starting off that high, there's not enough. We can't get from point A to point B. We're too far apart. The other ones, at least we were within striking distance. Then it was possible to at least have a discussion. But for that price, there's no discussion.
From now on, I'm calling them the Card Depot.
Depot.
Oh, man. Boy.
Yeah. Hey,
that'll teach them.
That's where I go to get shovels, is the Home Depot.
That's right.
Yep. They're going to learn today.
But then they kind of added a little fling to it, maybe a little French in there, organic or something. We put Depot.
Yep. So I'll read a couple here. Name says, Eric has turned back into Billy Joel, bringing his music experience out. True. Dan's finished based on PC. Good evening, Dan. So rivalry is between vintage them singers and modern anthem singers. I think they should fight. I think so look, people made a big deal, Eric, about the players fighting. If the anthem singers had fought, I'm back in. If the anthem singers fight, that could be interesting.
I want René Rancourt back.
I'm just saying, I'd like that.
He was awesome.
Yes, it was nice. Yep. And did you pick up any cards at the show that you can show off tonight? We can talk about that in a second. Bob Jackson, who was trying to sell Medano 1-1 for $1,500. Yeah, it's a dealer called Card Depot. I'll see if I can find it. If it's on eBay still, I can pull it up and I can show you. Yes, I found it. Okay, perfect. I knew it was still here. I was pretty confident. Okay, so I can show you, and this should be the exact one. I believe this is the exact card, and the price on eBay is the same basically as what he put on the it. So here it is. It's from UD Black.
Why would it be the same price? If you're in Canada, because
the 1,500 is Canadian. The 1,500 is Canadian. 1,500 is Canadian.
Still stupid.
Yeah, but he gets a discount if he sells it cash to whatever.
Sure, I get you, but he put a 1,500 sticker on it, so it's the same as what we're looking at here on the eBay's.
Yeah.
So realistically, what it says is that if you were physically at the show, you could definitely talk it down at least to 13%, if not more. But like, this is the price that's been there. You can make an offer on it, but I'm like, in my opinion, it's still way too high for what it is. It's a cool card. I have a couple of versions of this one, but I'm nowhere near there. Like, I can't get there.
Yeah, there's 51 stars in there.
Well, they got to include whatever state Eric wants to pretend to be in. England, but they have to include it in there.
It's New England.
Yes. I've got a couple of versions of this, but the 1 of 1 is one that, not for this price. Because here's the thing: at the end of the day, 1 of 1 or not, all it is, that's a manufactured patch. It's just a patch that they made and stuck on there. It really is just a 1 of 1 Medano autograph on a paint pen, and it's nice. But again, I've got the regular version of this, and I paid like $60 for it. So there's a big discrepancy because it's got the blue foil.
It's nice.
Yeah,
but it's not that nice.
Yeah, not anywhere near. Yeah, like we're nowhere in the same ballpark. That's the issue.
That's not game used, right? That's manufactured.
No, it's a manufactured patch. It's literally they just made a patch and glued it on there. Like, that's all it is.
So you'd have that on your shoulder and you would never see it.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I have a card. Like, there was that one card that I talked about in the past that I paid $600 US for. that one actually has a shoulder patch that is game used from an international game. So that is actually a piece of the American flag that Modano wore as part of Team USA. Okay, that makes sense to me. We're talking about game used piece. This one is literally, you can make 1,000 of those if you want. They're just manufactured. You're gluing it on there. Is it true Eric is starring in Dirk Mayo, a new remake of Boogie Nights? Bougie Nights. He wears a Blackhawks Bougie jersey throughout the film, a jockstrap, and a dented. Well, he covered both versions. We got Bougie Nights and Boogie Nights.
Oh, yes.
He wears a Blackhawks Bougie jersey throughout the film, a jockstrap, and a dented bike helmet. Well, at least he included the dented bike helmet, so I appreciate that.
I'll be riding. I'll be riding again. I got another fat bike ride tomorrow morning.
All right, make sure to bring the dented helmet.
Right.
So Bob Jackson says, realistic cars, what's it worth? Open market, what would it auction for? If you put it in the open market, just start it at like a normal price and just let it ride.
Then you tell.
I think I'd top out at like 455. That's where I would top out. Like that would be like my end. I don't think I'd go beyond that. Maybe one of the other guys would beat that, but I think it'd be tough to get higher than that.
So wouldn't even go for half, you think?
Oh, God, no. God, no. Like I said, it's way...
Why do people put it out there and fish it out there for you're saying years, right? Makes no sense.
Yeah.
That's not common.
It's okay to have a dream.
It sounds like this guy's got a lot of dreams on his eBay store. So,
well, anyway. The thing is, like he's got 18,000 feedback on eBay, so he does sell cards. The reality, so like, I think this is one of those deals where he's just holding out, trying to find. Like I said, for some of the cards, I've flat out just reached out to him and go, like, seriously, what is your price? Like, if you actually to sell this card, what do you actually want? Because that price isn't going to fly. Yep. So, like I said, I've been able to deal with them in the past, so it is possible. But yeah, you'd have to talk them way down from that price. You're starting way too high.
What do you smoke in that pipe?
Yeah, it's too much. But I get it.
Well, there's a lot of guys who do that, who do small sales, and then they get a couple really nice cards, and then just put it up there because it's like, hey, I scored a great card, and I'm leaving it there. You can come to me. It's like, yeah, okay, 3 years later, 4 years, 5, 6, whatever.
For me, the only value that it would have for me is that I think if I get that one, I would have the rainbow of them because I've got the other versions, and the one of one would be the one missing piece. But again, you gotta like. You gotta, the price has got to be more in line with reality. Like we're way too far.
If you sit on something like that, here's a good lesson. If you sit on something like that for $500, sit on it for $1,500. You're not going to sell it. And if you bring it down to $500, you take that $500 that you sell or can sell and turn it into other stuff along the way. You're making money as it's going. That one is stagnant. You're never going to make up that money. Your money's not working for you. You're working against your what is it? Your stock, I guess. And it's not a progressive way of being a dealer. I know a lot of guys who put things at the sky, and that's it. You guys keep them there. Enjoy. That's fine. It'll keep more business for me to do doing other stuff, And then I find one of what they have, and they got 1,500 on it. I'll put the 400 on it. It'll be gone, and I move on. It's just, you guys got to get your shit through your head. Like, this is commerce. Simple stuff.
Yeah, some people like to look. Bob Jackson has it right. Some people like the showroom auctions. Some people like to have a museum. It's not
even some. It's a lot.
It is, yeah. Philly Joe says $500 for freaking card. You're all nuts. Facts. Carlisle says maybe Anthony's good too. I can't say. Name says you got to know where to draw the line, even on one to complete the rainbow. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. So just for comparison, just for contrast, I'll show this one because this one has been listed for a while too. This one is actually closer to something I would consider making an offer on, but I'm still not there. But at least it's closer. So this one is a Stadium Club printing plate. I don't like the printing plates as a whole. However, what I like about this one is that this is an early era because in that late 90s period, that was at the very beginning of this. That was when they first started because these were actually, you didn't have 5,000 one-of-ones in a year.
Exactly.
So at that point, this is early enough that it's within, I think you'd only had one-of-ones for like 2 years at this point.
I think at this point, when you did get a printing plate, it went huge.
It was that. So I remember specifically.
In that time, because I pulled one.
Yeah, here's a callback. Okay, just to put it. And by the way, just for comparison, that one's listing here is $5.99 your best offer. So you're already like, 45% off compared to the one I just showed you. But this one is at least an early days example of like the very beginning of this before it, exploded completely. Mm-hmm. But the thing was, I remember, and this is we always talk about the IRP and old school. If you talk really, really old school, Usenet, even before some of the message boards, Usenet was a thing that was being used a lot. And there were guys on there that were when they pulled the early printing plates, they were asking for like $800 to $1,000 back in 97 for that. You're talking $1997, $1998, $1,000 for some like mid-tier guys. So you'd be sitting there like, and the thing is, they thought in their head like it
were
made
the one
sense.
of ones back then, right?
They were, but that's the thing. Like, because at the beginning, that's all there was. The printing plates were literally the first go around, the first kick at the can. And then after they would add, because I think the first year of printing plates was 97, 98 Pinnacle for hockey. It was 97, 98 Pinnacle, and they were just printing plates. That's all you had. 98, 99, Upper Deck started adding more that were not printing plates, but then it changed after that. But then after that, you added more and more and more. In the 2000s, you just kept adding more as you went along, and it became a thing. So, but then you look at that, like I said, you look at that other one. By that point, it's like 2008, 2009. It was like, guys, we've had one of ones for a decade. There's a lot of different versions of them. You can get all kinds of stuff. If you're going to be paying like $1,000 or more, I need to be talking Shield. I got to be talking like a Shield, like a game used Shield piece, preferably a game used Shield Auto would be nice. Like that. That's what we're talking about. If you want to be in that 4-figure range, anything other than that, no, thank you. We're not going there. Let me scroll through here. Name there are cards listed that I need that I refuse to pay with some bozos asking for it. Fair. Yep, definitely agree there. If you're going to go get a printing plate, avoid yellow. Yeah, yellow is not great for it. Cyan might be the best, even better than black. Sure. Let's see. I need a 1-of-1 of a Prism player who has not been in the league for 3 years, and the seller wants $2K for maybe a $100 card. Yep. Not so great. Black just doesn't feel like a plate. True. Any chance we get a nice patch jersey cards from Upper Deck from the jerseys of Four Nations Cup? If they were smart, they would. So I don't know, Eric. Four Nations Cup, technically, it is kind of, it's run under the auspices of the NHL, right?
Yep.
So then I would think
it would. Nice.
I would think then they should have access, in theory, to that. That would be like I would make that an insert set somewhere. Like I would honestly get some jersey pieces and put that in insert set. I think it would do well.
They should. And if you noticed, the head of the NHLPA, former Boston Mayor Marty Walsh, was handing out the awards. He was handing out some of the awards after to the players and stuff. So my only point of bringing that up is obviously this tournament not only was put on by the NHL, but it had full support of the NHLPA. So I think it shouldn't be an issue to get jerseys and patches and sticks and whatever else is necessary to put into cards, because both entities were a part of the tournament.
So what you're saying is, Billy, stop with the next food themed insert. Stop what you're doing, and let's get some Four Nations Cup jerseys. Just saying. Yeah,
I mean, I think that would be great.
I'm guessing there'll be some SP game use stuff and whatever your guest release next.
That, of course, is if you noticed the last few years, the NHL has, gotten really kind of greedy and has kind of started selling all this stuff.
Yeah, so, that's what Josh is talking about here. The problem, so the only issue that I foresee is what you're alluding to here and what Josh is talking about is that I think the only way Upper Deck would be able to get it would be to buy it. And I don't know if they want to, because it would probably go for a premium if you get any of the upper end players.
Yeah.
Pretty spicy meatball.
We used to be able to get Bruins stuff really, pretty easily for a period. Game use sticks and jerseys and pants and socks and skates, and now that stuff's all being sold by the Bruins, in the pro shop, and they're making, selling it for big bucks.
There's a lot of money to be made. A lot of money. Yeah, they're not giving away that stuff very often anymore. But so overall, to kind of bring it all full circle, I definitely saw that. I noticed it in the vlog, and I kind of chuckled because obviously I had seen the card before. And like I just showed it to you. It's still on eBay, and you can make an offer on it. It's the same starting price, so it's in the same spot. But that one's been on display for a while. I am very familiar with it. It's one of those ones where like I couldn't even come to a price. in terms of priority, like I just showed you that printing plate. If I was going to make an offer on a 1-of-1, I would probably be more inclined to go there first. And there's probably some other ones that would probably be worthwhile me looking at seriously before that. And that would be my direction that I would take. But there's enough 1-of-1s out there. Adding in a couple of I always have my eyes open. If there's an opportunity of something that I think would be cool, happy to do it. But there's no urgency at this stage. But it would have to be a much better deal for me. Like I said, it would be nice to have, but that's all it is. It's a nice to have. And that was the topic I talked with John Wade Boggs fan. We were having that conversation. The player collection's kind of at the advanced stage where now it's like anything I add has got to be something that I think is cool or I think is interesting. And if I see that, then I'll go for it. Otherwise, not so much. Kind of my take on that. Paul says 4 Nations cheese. That's right. Warm-up pucks from last night. We're going for $500 plus. Dang.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. Yeah, they're just. And people will buy. You know, it's like the tickets were like $2,000. You know,
Yeah, something that ridiculous.
so the place was filled. There are people out there with money willing to spend it, and they'll spend $500 on a practice puck. You know, whatever. Good for you. I'm not. You know. I mean, a USA jersey and Canada jersey were like $200 and something. You know. So if you show up with a family of 4, with somewhere around $2,000 a ticket, then your kids want USA or Canada jerseys. That's almost $500 in jerseys for just 2 of them for the kids. You want to have a beer, that's $17 for a beer. Your wife wants a bottle of water, that's $10. I mean, this is why I haven't been to a Bruins game in 10 years. And I'm sure the prices was jacked up even higher because of, the excitement of the tournament. I mean, I don't know anybody who can afford this crap. I mean, it's just crazy.
Not even your best friend Brad and Sherry, who were one of the games. you forget that one?
They weren't.
Well, you said you don't know anybody. The answer is yes, you do. Yes, you do.
At the final,
that's a different conversation. But I'm just saying they weren't a game.
My point. My point was, the final. And the pucks from the final were $500 a piece, and it's crazy.
Yep. So name here says, Carlos, if you had the resources, i.e. money, connections, to be a Modano completionist, would you be? No. It would be too much. And at a certain point, it would be like, could you imagine? Like, jokes aside, seriously. And maybe this would be worthwhile taking on as a little mini topic here. So you imagine the word completionist has a certain connotation, especially now. Think about like how much those checklists have ballooned and everything. Imagine how many like mediocre cards you would have rainbows of, or you're just looking at it going like, did I really need 6 of these? Did I?
Wonder
and
what
then
I
you look at it, you're like, And it's even if money's no object, even if you're like, yeah, I can afford it, but then you look at it and go like, do I even want this? This isn't like Eric and the Reggie Lemon.
You wouldn't want to give the profits to the people.
It just wouldn't feel good. Like again, even if you got all the money in the world, like it wouldn't feel good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, fuck you.
And I did the, and it's kind of an aside.
Patch.
Yeah. And as an aside, I did the, when I did the pickup video, I think I recorded it and I think it'll drop on Sunday. So I showed the card already, but so I got this one from the Cup. So this one is a new one that has the fight strap on it. So I like the fact it's got the fight strap on card auto, which is great. Now, but when I was looking at it, the section above the fight strap actually says strapped in. That's the name of the insert. But the problem is they use like this flat gold. So I'm going to tilt it a little bit so you can see it. Can you see? Can you sort of it? So here's my issue with this one, Eric. And I mentioned it in the video and I show it. The problem is, so you got no rainbow foil on this. This is from the Cup. This is from a high-end brand here. This is from the Cup. So I'm sitting there like, Eric, you know what my problem was with this when I got this in hand? I was disappointed that it wasn't, I wanted it to be embossed more. Or give me rainbow foil or whatever. Like, guys, this is the Cup. Like, this isn't the product we stinge on. We need to use the best materials. Like, but doesn't that look kind of flat to you? Like without me tilting it, would you even be able to see that?
If you don't tilt it to give it a little bit of a shine, it looks very flat. Yes, and
And I'm
dark.
sitting there like, Eric, imagine you buy a tin of the cup. And again, let's say Medano's one of your favorite players and you pull, this is a PC card
Yeah,
and this is out of 10. This is this is a tough card and it's a nice on-card auto, like actual game used material, all good. But doesn't this leave you a little cold?
I think it's made of brass. Top brass.
I wish. But yeah,
trying.
the only things that
Trying.
it has going for it for me, again, Fight Strap is not a commonly used game used material all the time. They do use it sometimes, but not all the time. And the other thing is that they decided to go with Minnesota North Stars, and they actually used like the jersey they used in between just before they went to Dallas, because that is
Okay.
the last Minnesota one. Because the
92.
last Minnesota one was the Dallas Star jersey. They
It
just
said
added the
Stars.
Dallas to it.
It says
Yeah.
stars and
The very last year, Bobby, when they were in Minnesota, it was the Dallas Star jersey minus the word Dallas.
Minus the
And then
word
when they went to Dallas, they go, just put Dallas above the crest.
Yeah.
Now it's the Dallas Stars. They kept the jersey the same. They just put one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is kind of, so they did use an appropriate picture to actually signify the Minnesota, and we've got the Minnesota logo on the back, so it is appropriate. So that
Nice
part I
looking
like.
cards, but
that brings me to
nothing
you
fancy.
did. I'm sorry, Bobby. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished.
That
Anyway.
brings me to shut up. You did that video for the shop on Wednesday.
Yep.
And
AMG Collectibles, the AMG Collectibles
The
YouTube
shop.
channel.
Which
The-
shop?
the-
Phil's shop? Your shop?
Well, the AMG shop owned by Sherry.
That's correct.
The greatest owner in shop history.
Mm.
What's her name?
I forget the card at the moment, but I believe you showed a card. I think it might have been a Gordie Howe card.
Is this going anywhere?
Yeah, about how I agreed with Carlos that when these jersey cards come out, the jersey and the material
yes.
needs to match.
Yeah, I
Because
think I might
The
still have the
carpets
picture.
have to match
I
the
have
dress.
a huge pet peeve with the picture on the card being the players wearing one jersey, but the material in the card is from a different team they played on. I drives me crazy. I hate
So
it.
I still happen to have I still have the picture from that episode, so I can actually show it.
Absolutely horrible. Lazy.
So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments and then I'll show you guys just so that you got context. By the way, the one we're talking about, I talked about it on the AMG podcast. By the way, this last episode, we had a little bit of fun. I'll tell you a quick story about this last podcast episode because there was one fun little Easter egg. I think I was able to salvage a piece of it. And if I do, I'll put it on the channel at some point, but I'll talk about it. So AMGcollectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, but I'll tell you a little story about the last episode. Eric just gets all the memorabilia stuff from his retired NHL star friends anyway. Yeah, he harasses janitors and they give him stuff. How much did you buy, Eric? All the monies. Carlos says, by contrast, $400. I was flown to Toronto from Atlanta to a World Series game where Lonnie Smith had a grand slam win for the Braves. Ticket to the game, bus back and forth, flight back. Different era. Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
1992. For my Nathan Horton collection, I go for a copy of every card, including one of ones, currently at about 85%. Yes. The checklist of Nathan Horton, though, is a little, Medano's checklist is pushing 6,000 cards. But if you can, if the checklist allows, I would say go for it. But Name's question was like, for me, almost 6,000 cards, even with all the money in the world, no thank you. I don't need 6,000 cards. Like, that would just be insanity.
And
You can never complete it anyways, really.
Yeah.
And
Some people won't give up.
And as much as I hate Josh, and I do, I just yesterday was going through some stuff and found the Patrice Bergeron, Nathan Horton dual jersey card that he gave me a couple of years ago. And I went, oh, shut up, Josh gave me this.
Damn. It was in the garbage can.
No, it wasn't in the garbage can. It was in the Bruins memorabilia box.
Here's
So the garbage
real
can.
garbage can.
So Carlos says
Oh, I like
give
that
some
card.
perspective.
That's way better than mine.
Yep.
The fuck is that? You don't have a Bruins? That's IKEA. You
Probably is. All right. Let me finish reading these comments. Carlos says, to give some perspective, in the early 90s, Braves fans found it more cost effective to go to away games during the playoffs World Series than home games. I believe that. Yeah. There's some cards to picture, team and jersey, piece all different. Yes. So I want to get to that here. Bob just says, I'm at above 90% now. All right. For which collection, Bob?
Yeah, I was
I don't
going to
know if I
ask
caught it.
Bob, what are you collecting? What player?
Okay, so here is the card. So on the podcast episode, I showcased this card. So this is the one that Eric is talking about specifically. I'll show you here. So it's a Gordie Howe card. It's significant swatches. So 0809, SP game used. So it's got the Gordy. Now it's on a sticker auto, but this is still 0809. So Gordy's signature hasn't completely deteriorated yet. My problem was that I'm looking at Gordie
Black.
Howe. I'm looking at him in a Detroit Red Wing jersey, and I'm looking at Hartford Whalers memorabilia pieces.
Is it green? Okay.
It's
Looks
green.
black.
Yeah, it's a dark green, very dark forest green.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at Whalers memorabilia pieces with Gordy in a Detroit jersey.
Why didn't they just put him in a Whalers?
That was the point. That was the point I made.
Like,
They have plenty of pictures. They had a contract with him. They have it with his family. They're still putting out Gordie Howe stuff. They have pictures of him in Whaler jerseys.
lots. I know. Tons.
I don't. It's just, you know how nice that would look with him with the green Whalers
That's
jersey.
lazy. You're right.
It's just lazy.
And in this case, you only have two things. You got the jersey pieces, and if you know that you have Whalers memorabilia, go ahead. Then go with the Whalers picture. Match it to the pieces, and then you can make the green accents on it, and it'll look good. Like just
What's
go with
going
it.
through their mind at this point? Well, we got these swatches. Did they not see the swatches beforehand?
I don't know.
Does the
Like,
left hand not
generally.
know what the right hand is doing in the?
I
Billy,
had
where's Billy?
I had an opportunity recently to buy a Ray Bork card with a patch on it. And it's Bork in a Bruins uniform, but the patch is from the Avalanche. I don't want it. I don't want it. No thanks. I'm good. You can keep that.
Yeah. Well, that comes into rookie cards too. You get a lot of, like, Tavares is a typical one. Nobody wants him in the Islanders. You know, it just doesn't flow well with the Leafs. So why would you want his rookie card in the Islanders? So you end up in that scenario too, right? Unfortunately. And that's what happens when, especially, you get a guy who's like went to 4 or 5 different teams in the last 8 years of playing. It's like you got a rainbow. There's the rainbow. Rainbow of different colors that you're going to get swatches of, and if they don't match on top of that, then it's just a nightmare, right?
Yeah. The high watermark for me, though, and I've shown it on the channel previously, is that I had a Marian Hossa autographed memorabilia card, and the memorabilia was from the Atlanta Thrashers because he played for the Thrashers. The picture was him either with Detroit or Pittsburgh. I forget which one it was, but it was him doing that. But to boot, Bobby, so the memorabilia piece is Atlanta Thrashers. The picture is either Pittsburgh or Detroit. I forget which one, but whichever one that one was, Pittsburgh or Detroit, the other team was the one they listed on the front of the card.
Nice.
So they list one team on the front in text. The picture is a different team, and the memorabilia piece is a third team. 3 different teams are represented on the same card at the same time.
Price of one. There you go.
It's all completely wrong. So like kind of to Paul's point, lots of mismatch card pictures with the memorabilia. My OCD won't allow that crap. That card, that Marian Hossa card, when I saw it, it was so ridiculous. I had to have it. But if you're OCD, your head would literally explode. Because your brain will not be able to reconcile that you're literally being given 3 different messages on the same card. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it seems like they get to some cards and they just go, they've run out of ideas. And
It just required one guy to pay attention. It's like
put
a little
that.
attention to detail would have been good. Maybe
it's a lot of
Everdeck doesn't have the
cards,
license for the Whalers jersey. I think in 08 they did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in 08 they still had it. Like,
Very
what
good.
year is that one, Eric?
9-10.
Yeah, so the one I showed was 8-9. So they definitely in that time range had access to be able to show the Whalers.
This one
totally did.
is 2001.
They had access to the Whaler pictures since 1978. Fuck.
No, but what I'm talking about just from a licensing perspective, being able to use the pictures whenever they want. They
they
totally
also
had the
have-
licensing.
They also have Houston. They have his jersey and they have the photos.
Yeah, there you go.
Here is the WHA All-Star game picture and a piece of jersey. I don't know if you can see it. The jersey's like all dirty and stuff and game used. It's awesome.
Nice. The filthier, the better.
Yeah. So this is a WHA All-Star game jersey with him and Gretzky. So they can make good stuff. That's why I purchased these, because they looked nice.
Because they make good stuff.
That thing that Carlos is showing does not look nice.
Yeah, it was a lack of effort on that one. Carl here says, I think I recall seeing Gordie Howe as a Whaler playing the Flames in the late 70s. He had white hair, was the only one without a helmet. Yes, that is true. I remember being very worried he would get hurt.
At that age?
Yeah. The best part about it is that for a little bit, because he was playing with his sons, you had the whole combination of different sometimes I think there was like one where they had like the full word Gordie Howe like on the back of his jersey. Like they had different versions of
Yes.
it. It just didn't say how. You had
Right.
to adjust it because you had his sons as well.
Yes.
So you had to.
How?
I
No,
think I
it's
saw a
just
version
Howe,
that had the
Marty
whole
Howe.
name or something. I
Yes.
forget.
Yes,
Maybe.
they had their full names. Gordy.
I thought so.
Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was weird. It was a little unusual, but I understood because obviously, you know, you had 3 Hows on there on that team. So it's kind of interesting they had to
Well,
do
it's not
that.
like it's a big name anyways, because some of the European names are longer than that anyway.
Well, that was the advantage they had. How being 4 letters allowed you a little bit of latitude if you
Sure.
wanted to play that game.
Yeah.
Gretzky stick cars bug me the most. Titan stick pieces with New York or LA. Easton stick with Edmonton. Yes, you're going to have a difference there. That's right. Finally game online. The Whalers won. Yep. Hartford. Yep. Hartford Whalers. It was nice, Eric. Yep. Are those your next BGS submission? Perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. So real quick, before we get too far down this path, let me quickly give a quick story about that podcast episode. So in the podcast episode, so Eric, since you heard it, you would have heard a piece where I made a joke about Steve's analysis of the game, of like the Four Nations game.
Yeah.
And I showed like a picture of Randy Carlisle there, and I put at the bottom, it's like, this was Steve for 20 minutes, trust us. Like Randy Carlisle literally had like a whiteboard and he was doing like a play or whatever. So the joke was, we were Sherry was in the car with Brad and they were driving down and her internet was like glitching in and out. But for the most part, she was able to communicate with us fine. There was one point where Brad wanted to say something. And then for whatever reason, so it's right around the time that cut happens. So for whatever reason, Sherry's audio was fine. You know, her picture would, you know, pixelate a little bit, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a Billy Celio Wi-Fi bad.
No,
we were
God.
still able to hear her. The audio was still coming through. But then all of a sudden, you know, Brad was trying to talk and all of a sudden we were getting like, we were almost getting static. So what happened was Sherry wanted to come out of the StreamYard and come back in because we recorded on the StreamYard, just like we're using the StreamYard right now. So she wanted to come out and come back in. Problem is the AMG account, she's logged in as the AMG account. I am when I create it, I'm on the account as well, but I'm a manager of the account. She's the owner of the account. So when she went out of it, Steve had actually started talking. Steve had actually started talking and did this whole explanation, like his opinion and how the game went. And he actually talked for a couple minutes, but then after a couple minutes, I noticed, and Sherry came back, and I noticed that the timer had stopped, and it took me a couple minutes to realize. And I was looking over the side, so I was trying to figure out like what's going on, and I realized that the timer had stopped at over 21 at 21 minutes. It had stopped dead. Like so Steve had given this whole discussion, and it was, and I said, Steve,
Can you
that was
that?
great. That was great. No, but I told us like, Steve, that was great, but it's not a single second of that was captured.
Yeah, because we can keep talking on it, and
Yeah.
then but you're not logged in, so you can't.
Yeah. But when Sherry pushed that button, she
Yeah.
actually killed the recording. She had actually stopped the recording, and then because she had the ability, she had the access to be able to turn it off.
Yeah.
And I just laughed. I was like, and that's why I included that edit in there. We were laughing about the fact that you guys should have been there. Like you should have been, like the analysis was on point. It was incredible. It was unbelievable. It was next level.
Of course.
If you had just been there, you would have been in awe. It would change your lives.
Huh.
But now we'll never know. The
Now
world
we'll
will
never
never
change our
know.
lives.
I wanted to just show these also. And if you look closely, on this Hartford Whaler one, you can see how long his nameplate is coming down past his shoulder because it says Gordie Howe on it. And you can see it on his back.
Right by the whale.
Yeah, it goes past the whale where Howe was only 4 letters. It would be centered, but his back of his jersey right there says Gordie Howe. That's why it comes past the whale and down the shoulder. And then here's the Detroit one. So they had pictures of all these uniforms and, different parts of his career. And yeah, they screwed that card up and it's gross. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it in my collection. I wouldn't pay for that.
Yep. So Carlisle here is saying, and by the way, Hobby Chaps, good evening. Carlisle says, are you still using StreamYard? I thought you changed. So I did. I was trying to use EV Mux, and we were having a lot of problems with it freezing. weird things when people. So just to tell you, we were trying to use it. It was freezing up. We were having issues where like the audio would cut out, like the video would
mic.
cut out. Yeah, the mics would cut out. Like there was some there's some definite glitching on it. So what I decided to do is I decided to go back to StreamYard for now, because even though I don't appreciate having to pay the extra, but it's much more stable. Like we're on it right now. And if you notice, I don't know if you guys have caught, like it's been a while now that we've been back. I don't remember how long it's been, Eric, that I've been back on it. But
Over a
one thing
month.
that I did,
A while.
it's been a couple of months
Wow.
now. But I will say that one thing you may or may not have noticed is that, well, if I was going to pay the extra, I actually turned on the 1080p. So we were 720 for the longest time, but for the lives, I think for a while now, I've been on 1080p since I switched back. So obviously, it's not going to make that big a difference, whatever. But maybe if you're watching it on TV and we show a card, it'll be a little clearer. But for the most part, it's not going to make that much. Like on your phone, it's not going to make that much of a difference. But I figured if I'm paying the extra, I may as well use the 1080. So I did. Decided to pay the $3,000 per month. His YouTube ad revenue takes care of it. Yeah, and hit Eric the like button. Hit the like button. We need that
Of course.
sponsorship money.
There's nothing
Very
to
important.
like. Do not hit it. There's nothing to like. Just leave it alone.
But that was my favorite thing. Yeah, that was my favorite thing, Eric. I died of laughter when we were sitting. We laughed probably for like 2 straight minutes.
Yeah.
Steve had done this whole thing, completely lost. Not a second of it was recorded. It was fabulous. I was dying. That's why I wish I had that blooper, Eric. I wish I had it recorded, the recording of when we came to realization, and Steve was just like, it was beautiful. Wow, chef's kiss.
Like he put effort in. He broke the rules.
He literally explained. He went into a whole thing. It was everything short of doing a whiteboard thing. Like he went for it, Eric. There was hashtag effort there. And completely wasted. Completely lost.
Shouldn't have efforted it.
Yep.
Never go full effort.
Yep. Carlos, actually, it seemed clearer to me, so it made me think you were using something new. Yeah, I just we're back on StreamYard, but we are using the 1080p option. So I knew Eric looked 360p extra. That's right. Eric, did you meet up with the zombie and present the check? Ooh.
He's still in Florida. He'll probably
Eating
be
brains.
down. He comes up to do special charity events and then goes right back down.
He was in Quebec City this week.
Yeah, he definitely travels, but he's based in Florida all winter.
His grandson and son were playing hockey this week.
So when he comes back to Massachusetts full time, we have like a crate filled with stuff that he needs to come in and sign. So when he does that, that is when I will hand him the check. So
That's great.
$315.
Look at you.
I didn't meet up with Ray Bork this week, but I did spend some time with, again, a friend of the shop and Hockey Hall of Famer Willie O'Ree.
Royalty.
And it's always nice to see him. And he's just so damn cool and funny. And guy's 89 years old. And if he shakes your hand, you better not treat him like an old man and give him like a gentle shake, because he will break your hand. This guy's grip is.
He would kick your ass still at 89.
It's crazy. This guy's grip like nobody else's.
Now, are we combining the fact that he's still got old man strength combined with your brittle bones? We're kind of combining two things, though. Both things can be true at the same time, just so we're clear.
True.
Both things can be true.
Yeah. He's just such a remarkable guy, and I love hanging out with him. And we spent about an hour and a half with him.
But the question is, does Mr. Ori likes hanging out with you?
He says he does.
He says he does.
Yeah, I don't. He seems to. I don't know if he was lying, but he seemed to be enjoying it.
There you go.
That's a look of trepidation. That isn't a smile, Eric. Like, Bobby, what would you describe that? That's kind of like a semi-grimace. He's like looking off to his handlers going, help me.
Like, are we done?
How long do I have to endure this?
Are we done yet?
I haven't lived this long to deal with this.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
friggin'
just
89. I don't
Gotta
time
have
for
some
this.
down days, I guess.
He's such a good guy. I gave him a hard time because every time I see him, he's wearing that Boston Bruins hat. I can go back and show you a bunch of pictures of us, and he's always wearing that hat. And I said, Willie, listen, I'm every time I take a picture with you, you're wearing this Bruins hat. The next time, I demand that you wear the fedora, because that's what he's known for, is wearing a fedora. Okay.
So what you're saying is you're not fedora friends. You're saying you're not fedora friends.
And he promises me.
You're not fedora material.
What? No, he promised me the next time that he comes to town, and he is scheduled to come back to town in the future, he promises he will wear the fedora and take a picture with me while wearing it.
There you go.
Do you think that the reason he will not wear the fedora in your presence is because he doesn't respect you as an English national?
Maybe not.
Oh,
if you were a real American, maybe he would show you that respect. But as a soccer hooligan, maybe he just doesn't have that kind of respect for you.
I see no fedoras in the crowd there.
Yeah, like there isn't a single fedora to be seen. I see some passionate Englishmen there. Some passionate Englishmen.
There's a Shrek.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Just saying. Willie,
Marcel,
how do you put
your jacket on, boys? It's cool in here tonight.
So Bobby, it was funny. So today was the day that I went into the office because it was nice and quiet. So I had to pop into the office at least one day a week. I have to pop in. So today was the day, and I go, all right, it'll be quiet on the way there. Train, I think they had a signal issue where I think the signal froze. When I was heading out, I had put salt. Like on my walkway to make it less treacherous. But even still, I think I needed my ice skates. And then we had I had gigantic icicles, and I'm like, well, I'm not leaving this shit. I need to knock this down first. So it's not because that's going to be because that's a hazard right there. I need to get rid of this right now. It's still frigid. It's still chilly out here. It's bad in these streets right now.
Yeah, I had one that was like you could kill somebody with it. It was such a big piece of icicle hanging. Wow.
Well, the thing that killed me, Bobby, is that in the morning, I knocked out a gigantic icicle, and then when I came back, there was a new gigantic icicle. I'm like, oh, fuck off. I got to do this all over again. Come on.
See, when we were kids, well, we didn't have much to do back then, obviously, but we used to go climb up and you'd break off the biggest icicle. Whoever had the biggest icicle was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Walk around with this 3-foot icicle, Where are the kids now?
I just want
to at my house.
I just remembered something that I don't know if I showed this before or not, but with Yannick being famous he's French too.
Well, I'm actually, so you know what? Since you're bringing this up, I'm going to go find the cameo appearance. Yannick, I'm going to bring your star-making turn in the vlog.
Yes, please do.
So he makes that appearance today. I was on the Instagrams, and this guy that runs card shows put some pictures of some past card shows saying, hey, we're coming back to Mansfield and this hotel, and this is what the last time looked like, and blah, 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 blah. And I look at the picture, and guess which dipshit's in the picture?
Oh.
You got to look way in the back.
I can see it.
Huh. That's your son.
And that's Bernie Parent.
Yep.
Okay. 2-time Hall of Famer and 2-time Stanley Cup champ. And way in the back with his arms folded is Frenchie McGee.
That's right.
And that is my son standing next to him. Looks just like me.
Yeah.
Just like you.
The resemblance is truly uncanny.
Yes, it is.
He's way better looking than you.
He is way better looking. But I couldn't believe it because he was in this thing today.
There it is.
The son of a bitch. He's also in this one.
You're going to find out, Eric, if you go back to the family photographs, Yannick's been there for like the majority of them. If you look at the back, he's there like all the time.
Always there.
All of them since he's been there. So this is a little picture. This is a picture I took from Phil's vlog at the Quebec show, and then obviously you can see that he's doing the overhead shot where he's looking at the cards, including looking at the mantle. By the way,
here's
this is This is one of those bullshit kind of slabs here. Like $5,750 for, like, I've seen this slab before. I don't remember what company it's for, but it's one of those kind of weird, like, I don't know,
ACA?
like
AGA or something.
Yeah, it's
I
one of
see
those deals.
CCCCCCG over there on the right, though.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the one in the middle there, that's an older slab from this other company.
Right.
So Happy Champs is saying, is that an NBA? No, I think it's an older one. It's like ASA or something like that. Like I forget the acronym on this one, but it's an old one. Like it's been around for a while.
If that was my display case, that's probably what I was telling myself right now. I would be popping every one of those slabs. Like,
Well, that
Yeah,
guy
because
on the
honestly,
they're worth more money without the friggin' case around
yeah,
them.
so that's the thing. So quick side note on this. So two things. Of course, Yannick is now famous. So you can see there he's his famous. But the other side of it, like when it comes to the vintage ones, look, if you have the experience, you can hold some of these 53 top. If you know what a 53 tops feels like, you can be comfortable with it. But if you're going to pay for the mantle is good money. If you're going to pay for the mantle, that a slab like that, one of those, takes away value. Because it's like, I have zero confidence in that thing. I'd rather at least have it raw. At least I can hold it in my hand and take a closer look at it. Having it in one of those slabs is borderline.
But the guy there, he's his name's Mark, actually, the dealer there. He's pretty old and been a dealer for a long time. So realistically, ASA or whatever the company was, AGA, they were probably around. They were the premier one way back before PSA was big. So he probably has it originally, and that's why it still has an unsold price of $57.50 on it. So there you go.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, like I said, it's tough, and it looks like, just from the initial picture, it looks like a decent enough copy, but I wouldn't be super
Not at
comfortable
that
with that
price.
slab.
No,
Yeah,
none
not-
of that boulder.
You are taking a risk. You're taking a risk, and it's a hefty risk to take at that price point. That's not a couple of bucks.
He's pretty expensive across the board, anyways.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kind of saying Yannick is like Waldo. He's in every photo. You just have to look for him. That's right.
Yeah.
True enough.
Bernie, my favorite hockey player ever. What a cool dude. There you go. For
Yeah.
the
Yes.
And again, so, and this keeps happening. I'm going to stop introducing Yannick to French Canadian players, because every time I do, whether it be Ray Bork, whether it be Marcel, or this time Bernie, hi, it's my, this
I
is
know.
Bernie. I want to introduce you. This is my friend Yannick. Next thing I know, I'm going to do all this. I don't want to see a word
because
this
they're
time.
asking.
Did you see his English accent?
They're asking.
I was going to say, that sounded like his English accent. All I heard was something about
They're
footy.
asking
He was talking
me-
about
they're
footy.
asking-
They're asking me who's the special kid from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I was like,
So what you're saying, Yannick, is en français. They're saying what I've been saying all along. Eric is not the less fortunate. He's the unfortunate.
that's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
no more French Canadians. I'm not introducing them to any more French Canadians. All
Well,
he
that's
does is
half the
talk-
league, man.
I was going to say.
all he does is talk
Guess the
French
same.
to them, and I get left out of the conversation. So
That's
no
half
more,
the Hall of Fame, man.
no more French Canadian introductions to you for you. No, three strikes, you're out.
There we
So
go.
Eric, look, when they're speaking in French and then they do like this, where they're talking and then they're just like,
And then they look and laugh.
and then they go back to talking. That has
No.
nothing to do with you. They're laughing
I
with
think it
you.
does.
They're laughing
All right.
with you.
All right. It's more ha ha ha. ha.
I do appreciate the little extra gravel in there. I do appreciate the little extra gravel. That's
Yeah.
I think that adds to it. Really
And it's
does.
the pointing at me that really kind of makes me think they're talking about me.
That's
Yeah.
the Maurice Chevalier.
And Yannick, you'll appreciate this as well. Since Brad and Sherry were also at the Quebec show, I did also use the picture of you, Brad and Sherry, from the Quebec show as like the token picture. So Yannick, you're making all the social media rounds, man.
Basically.
You were on the AMG podcast episode. You were on Phil's
It's in my
vlog.
backyard.
Like
I
you're
think
you're here right now. Like Yannick, you're all over the social media.
He's already Hall of Fame adjacent. You got to catch up, Eric.
That's right. Got to pick up on it, man.
I don't see how I
Hobby
can.
Champ says I saw Yannick in the J6 group photo. He's all
I
over the
think
place,
you're
man.
right.
I think that's an ASA slab, Quebec-based grading company. Those ASA slabs are literally impossible to crack.
Yeah. They've been around a long time. I remember seeing them.
Yep, that's the one. Yep, that was the one that was the one I used on the AMG.
They drove these two crazy. They drove through the storm to make it on time for the Saturday night game.
That's crazy.
Because I think the flight wasn't available. I think the flight was canceled.
Basically, their flight got landed, shut down. You're not flying out of Halifax, so they
white knuckled it to Montreal.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah.
So
So it's a 10-hour drive to make it here, usually from Halifax on the beautiful day.
Yeah,
and they skipped.
It wasn't a beautiful day. It's brutal. It's brutal.
They basically, I think, made it to
Skiers.
Rivière-du-Loup, which is about 4 hours from here still.
Yeah,
And,
That's
they
long,
stopped for the
that's
show
crazy.
for basically an hour or two, and then they drove all the way to Montreal.
that's what I mean. Like that's hardcore. Like you're going for it. And we were joking about it like separately, and I was talking with my parents and with a couple of folks at work and everything. But it's like and it's not meant to be like a weather episode or a weather podcast. But the thing was, it was like, no, it's been some years since I remember it being this consistently chilly, having these many little snowstorms in a row, well into February, almost March. Like this has been like this week, honestly, outside of today going out, for the most part, I've stayed in the great indoors. It's freezing. Like I'm not into
November, December, January, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah. January is usually the one. If it's going to be like super cold in the
didn't
past,
have a
January is
winter
kind of the
until-
one that I expect that.
We didn't have
Usually,
a
but it wasn't
winter
bad.
up to 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had one, but we haven't had one of the. I want to say like 10, 12 years, something like that. Maybe a little more since the
what's
last
that?
one that was kind of like this one.
I don't know for you guys
Oh,
in
the
Toronto, but
snowstorm?
here.
No, I
here
just
right
mean
now,
the snowstorm and the temperature staying like consistently cold well
That
into
was
February.
like 98 when we had like Mel Glassman pulled in the National Guard or whatever it was.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean like just even still very solidly cold into February. Like
No.
real-
No.
I don't mean like -1, -2. I mean like with the wind chill -20 consistently over and over again, day by day.
Very
that's-
few.
it's a lot.
Over 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. Mike had said, blame it on the groundhog. Maybe I will. Lousy, smarch weather. That's right.
Mm.
Usually, if we get winter weather in Atlanta, it's in February or March. In the past, so historically, January, again, unless we're talking about 10 plus years ago, if we're talking about in ye olden days, then it could go on forever and, snowstorms until the end of time.
Back in
But-
my day,
Yeah. Listen, Eric, we went uphill both ways.
I literally did, and I
Like a
I
man.
told my kid, "You
And
had
Eric, did you tell your kid the reason we went uphill both ways? Did you tell him why? Because in the morning you were going uphill, and then by the evening the snow had moved, so the hill was on the other side. It was the snow that made the hill go the other way. So we was uphill both ways, but it's because of the snow.
There was a big hill between my house and the school. I mean, big, and we did have to go up, down, and then
Yeah.
the other way, down.
Yeah. But if I'm thinking like super, super cold, January is kind of the month that I think about a lot of times. February is like, it's still, it's not like it suddenly heats up. It takes a while. Like it'll stay pretty cool, but I'm talking about like right around freezing. And not like I said, this year has been on the much, much lower end, and it's been constant. We haven't really snapped this cold snap. I think this weekend is finally supposed to into the beginning of next week finally. And it's like, hey guys, it's only freezing. Oh my God, it's balmy.
Mhm.
It's one of those winters. It's like it's -1. Yeah, but now it's balmy. Hold on, I gotta have the jacket open.
Yeah.
It's scorching out here.
I'm okay with the cold. I could do less without the shoveling. I
Yeah.
got like 4
Yeah,
feet
that
of
was a lot of
snow.
snow.
4 feet of snow the last 10 days here.
That's
I'm
all.
done. I'm
Well, we
done.
got
And
for
about
me-
3
for-
feet in Toronto, I guess.
two snow dumps in between 5 days, and we got between 2 to 4 feet of snow, depending on like where you're located around here.
Good thing you're young and strong.
I'm not.
For me, it was the water pooling. For me, it was the water pooling and freezing overnight.
Yes.
Because I actually had to remove the snow. So I joke about it, but it's actually true. The way my condo is set up, the superintendent has like a crew, and they actually will bore paths for you. So I do in fact have people. That's not a joke. I do actually have it. But and they'll do a good job salting as well. They actually do it. But if you allow enough snow to accumulate and pack, underneath water freezes. So even if it's a light layer of snow, but underneath is basically ice. So unless you want to get out on skates, you'd better be salting it constantly just to keep it from getting. So I actually broke the ice and got rid of it to actually give me, and then resalted it just to make sure I actually had traction. Otherwise, no, you're going flying. You're going flying. It's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, it's all
If
about
you-
timing with snow. I did snow plowing when I got out of school for a couple of years, and it seems like when the city puts down, you don't know when the snow is going to fall. So you get a little snowfall, and then they put some salt down, but then there's more snowfall, so then it becomes slick,
Mhm.
and it's like you should have waited, or you should have waited to plow and then put the salt down. It's all
Yep.
timing, and that's what happens. A lot of people do that. Like actually, I know all the sidewalks here. The guy was trying to go through them. Who the sidewalk plower? He couldn't. He couldn't get through them because they waited that extra day. Temperature dropped, moisture came. He was like boom, 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 boom. He couldn't even make it smooth. People couldn't even walk on it. They were walking on the street.
Yep.
Anyways, after that.
Says Eric, do you ever drive down for the Philly show? I don't think you've ever made it down to that one, have you?
No, and I don't plan to, to travel anywhere to any shows except Toronto because I'm only interested in one thing. So it doesn't make
English
sense
soccer.
to me-
Go on.
Like most guys.
right. So it doesn't make sense for me to go to Philly, Dallas, the National in Chicago. I'm all my attention goes to Toronto, which is really Mississauga.
Indeed. It is indeed. Name says, I don't mind the cold at all. It's the blowing cold winter wind I can't handle. The wind chill, man. The wind chill. Not a good
No
time.
one cares. I hope you lose a toe.
Especially in Northwest Canada,
Oh, that's crazy.
wherever that is.
That's yeah. There's a reason I enjoy the great indoors. Carlos says Atlanta has 2 snowplows. That's 2 more than I thought. If we ever find the keys for the second one, we'll be fine. Love it.
Mm.
Eric, if you ever come to the Philly show, bring your kazoo. We'll jam out front for card money. I like it. Eric?
I do
Sounds like a
that.
good excuse.
I never thought about that.
Jam out on the
jamming
kazoo,
for
man.
Card money.
You can jam out on the kazoo, man. That's an invitation right there.
You could buy some pro set with that kazoo money.
Nice.
Mhm. Paul says, I'm only interested in one thing, and it's mayonnaise.
No, it isn't, Paul.
That's a quote. It's in
No.
quotation marks.
No.
What to tell you, man? I don't know what to tell you. So
Paul's
let's see.
gonna
We
get
made
a
fun.
shut
We
up
made fun of
flush.
Eric and his fake
Stop that.
Americanness. We made fun of that. So that's good. I covered that. I'm trying to think. There was another thing I wanted to make sure I touched on.
Pickups of the week.
Oh yes, that's right. Kazoo Jammer.
Oh.
2 words don't belong together. Truth. Coming up to Northwest Canada, Eric. There you go. So,
Northwest
Bobby, why
is
don't you talk
a
about that
place.
for a second, and then Yannick, if you want to grab your stuff from the Quebec show. So let's do the show and tell. Right now is a good time for show and tell.
Already
right,
done.
Bobby.
Already. I'm ready. I'm ready. Go
All
on,
right, so Bobby, you first. You go ahead. Talk
Okay.
about Boubior and his minor league career. Talk about that, and then Yannick can get onto his thing.
Time for a refill, Carlos.
So
Yep,
they
that's
have
exactly what I'm doing.
this commemorative crest that they made. It was 1966 to 1976 that he played 10 years with the Bruins, and then they retired his jersey. So this was sort of a commemorative piece, and then they would haul it up to the rafters on the. Anyways, and that's what that is. They're around, they're not worth a lot of money, but it's kind of a neat thing. Robert G. Orr.
Do you have one of those, Eric?
Yes, he
I
doesn't
don't.
bet you.
No, I don't.
You
I don't.
don't.
No, I only have one. I got Willie's, and I had him sign it.
Oh.
Oh,
I
really?
don't have the rest of them.
Oh, really? Okay. And this is another pickup I got. This is a 1962 Parker's wrapper.
Nice.
My takeaway, by the way, for Eric's statement was that he liked to hang up willies. That's all I got.
Oh, no.
That's just saying.
Yeah. So this was the second final year for Parkhurst before
And
they
what
went.
year is that, Bobby?
1962-63. It's actually one of the nicest wrappers because on the puck it says, there's 51 cards in the series, 4 cards per pack, NHL 62 series. You can win a bicycle, see instructions on cards. It has everything that a wrapper needs. And actually the box has the same thing plus a picture of Gordie Howe on it. So it's really great. But they had a bicycle offer on this issue, which is kind of neat. And this was really cool. It was in a little lot that I bought for nothing. And so like a $500 wrapper, something like that. Pretty good year, 62, Parkhurst. Not bad. Parkhurst did have the best teams, Toronto, Montreal, and Detroit at that time. But the other teams, Tops only ended up the American USA, Team USA, American only had the other 3 teams. So, and there wasn't really many players on those teams back in 62. unfortunately, New York Rangers have nobody in. Boston was, I don't know who's in 62 on Boston, Eric. I don't even like. It's hard to
62.
call, isn't it? Like you got Busick and
Yeah, Busick.
and then you got what's his name too?
Was Mill
Leo-
Schmidt still playing by that
Leo
point?
Boyven. You got
Was he gone?
Boyven.
Yeah,
Boyven?
Boyven was your captain too in 61, the year before that.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Yep.
He's a Hall of Famer, yeah, for sure. And I bought his collection too, which was kind of neat. And that's it. Like there wasn't anything. And then
Boston had 16 years there.
Yeah. So there you got here. Yeah.
Bronco Horvath back then. You had Vic Stasiak.
All the big names.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it?
the eye pretty much covers it. I think
Can
he basically
tell you
just
all
told
the
us.
Montreal and Toronto players.
Yeah.
Corneray, Richard, Frank Mahovlich. You just keep going. It never ends.
But that was the thing with like the 60s
Doug
sets.
Moen.
So like
50s
yeah.
too.
Yeah, if you
the
do a
top
lot of
really
those,
didn't end up with the great teams.
Tom McKenney.
yeah.
John,
So if you do
what?
the Mike Canadian Cards actually had some pickups. He did a video earlier today, and he grabbed a bunch of singles from the 60-61 Parker set, which obviously I'm very familiar with since I did that set. And I applauded him because I'm a big fan of that set. Obviously, I did. I've completed it, but I think it's a good representation of that era. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you look at the American teams at the time, yeah, other than Detroit, it was slim pickings. Detroit is the only one who had some talent. There were good players on the other team, but it was very clearly skewed. You had the Canadian teams in Detroit were like the better teams.
When did they get to Detroit? In 61 or 60?
In 60-61, they had Detroit.
Okay,
Because
so
I've got the
59,
Gordy and
60
Sawchuk
was
and those
the
guys.
last year they were with Tops, and then for somehow we still haven't really figured out why how George Kennedy from Parker's acquired back Detroit from because remember there was $15,000 per team that they had to pay. So did George Kennedy jump on and take another 15,000? I don't know. I think
Well, if you're going to do it though, Bobby, if you're going to do it, wouldn't Detroit make sense though? Like you're getting one of the biggest stars, so and Sawchuk, and there's good players on there. So
Allman, Sawchuk,
you're basically getting the cream of the crop. So between the two Canadian teams in Detroit, you're getting the cream of the crop for that 60s.
Yeah, but they signed a deal with it. Like Tops was really good with doing deals, which is surprising how they got that back. So I think it was sort of a handshake kind of thing. Said, yeah, listen, we'll go back with you. I think they had the choice, really. Not the NHL didn't have the choice. It was actually more on the team that had the choice. So haven't figured out that, but it's really kind of interesting because only the when we get into the share of coins, the round wheels, they also have Detroit, Toronto, Montreal. Yep. So it's kind of that's just the way it went with them. So very interesting time that shift over and change. Mm-hmm. I haven't got much information, but I mean, we do know what happened. So if you compare the other issues, it was kind of all those three teams, and that's it. Very strange.
Doug Gacino here, chiming in. So this is getting ridiculous at this point. Tell me why the Seahawks have continued the franchise after refusing to run the ball in the Super Bowl when it mattered. Unreal. Make it a double. Thanks. Thank you, Doug Gacino. Yes. Appreciate you. Doug Gacino's consistency, Eric, I appreciate it.
I do too.
Thank you, Doug Gacino. Appreciate you as always.
Although it worked in the favor of the Patriots, which of course I am a fan, I still shake my head and go, I don't understand it.
Nobody does.
Yannick, I think you want to share now some items from the Quebec show, your kind of local show. By the way, how far away is it from you for that show?
7 minutes.
Yes, I kind of figured, yeah. So very, literally a hop, skip, and a jump. So you got almost no excuse not to.
It really is. And so the second time around they came over.
Yep.
And it was nice. It's a small venue. It's not the biggest, but there's enough for everyone to basically have a taste of almost every little in between, like to new. Not much vintage, I would say, obviously. So not vintage, actually, or pre-war all the way down. But mostly, I would say 90% was all modern and ultra modern. But everything
that
in
guy
between
Mark had some stuff.
Yeah. In ASA slabs.
Yeah. I mean,
he has a lot of vintage.
Probably
vintage.
Yeah.
Out of maybe like 60 so vendors, I would say over 100 tables or so. I would say probably like 50 were anywhere between modern to ultra modern, and everything else was in between, was like either breaks, supply, consignment, slap sharks, the ComC, basically an expo, but like size 10% of what's in Toronto. Literally, it's minuscule.
So I got two questions. First one is the standard show question we ask. How are the vibes? So that's the first one. Second one, also, so you can answer both, but second one as well is obviously with the weather and everything, Brad and Sherry had to specifically go out of their way to drive. I know some dealers, I think GPS Sports, was going to be there and they weren't able to make the trip. So they specifically didn't go. My question is, how do you think that impacted either the attendees or dealers? Because I know at least some dealers weren't able to make the trip because of the weather, and I'd be curious if it affected the attendance at all. And again, how are the vibes?
Well, a few things to put in perspective. The venue is in an old farmers market, so basically there's
stairs going up and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of
there's venues there's always a flow of people, locals obviously, but where like basically the fresh produce would be in the summer, that's kind of like the back hall that they use to put that show. And
so you're saying instead of meat guy, you had avocado guy?
Maybe.
Yes, basically.
Amazing.
Meat guy, cheese guy, everybody was there too as well on the other side of the door. But
you can get cards and a sandwich.
A nice thing too, that's where it helps the show, and it brings a whole other level of interest is annexed with. During that weekend, there's two big events going in the city. It's the Winter Carnival, so basically it's big international winter fest of all kinds of outdoor activity. There's Bonhomme.
I was about to say, Eric's homie Bonhomme.
There you go. So now you're talking. There's probably like couple 100,000 people in the city that going around. So that's already like some interest created in that regard. And right next door, there's the big giant Sound Videotron, which is basically where an NHL team would be playing if one had to be moved here. And there's the big U13. It's called like the Pee Wee Hockey Tournament, International Hockey Pee Wee Tournament. And that's 125 teams of kids below the age of 14.
And it's 40 nations, not 4.
Yeah. So that was a lot of kids were there. There were tons of kids, like basically free entrance for them, parents, grandparents, and on top of that, anyone that would just pay to attend the show per se. So lots of foot traffic, lots of people. Like actually, it was kind of hard at some point to not to maneuver, but to look what was in the display case. So that was something you had to deal with, I guess, depending on the timings. Me personally, the times that I went there, it was fine. Storm wise, weather wise, the show started on the Friday. The storm was behind, so I think it affected a lot of people planning on them getting ready to be there on time. That definitely affected. I think a lot of people to prep the day before. Usually, you like to set up your table, get there, get acquainted with the place. I know for a fact a lot of people either came the day even before that or literally skipped and came on the day. So people were kind of like running a little bit. But like weather-wise, after that, it was fine. Like, and there was traffic the whole weekend. I know 2 of the organizers, and they were very happy. So, and me looking and browsing at everything, there was a little bit for everyone. And I did funny enough, the last case that I looked, I was like pretty much giving up, saying, okay, I got nothing here for me. But collecting Quebec Nordiques and Michel Goulet and Peter Stastny, I came to this display case that basically I walked into So OPG did stickers between 81 to I think 1990 or 89. So they're kind of like tough to come around. They were only available in Quebec and Ontario, I guess, distributed.
Yeah, it's
So
very
that kind of makes
limited.
them very tough to
Those are
even
the first
survive
years.
to this day. So
Mhm.
there's the two of these guys. So basically, it's almost like the Flair basketball set in a way, or the when OPG made this set, a lot of guys had their rookies on in this set. So it's like 260 some stickers. So not cards really, but another one that was fun that I found in that same case. That's a 1984 711 discs. So I guess those were at the bottom of your Slurpee cups, I guess.
Yeah, they were hidden at the bottom. Yep.
So there you go. If you like, lenticular effect a little bit. So that's pretty cool.
I got the Reggie Lemlin one of that.
There you go. So, and sticker again, but now completely something special I like about these sets that I never realized, but they made the trophies, the NHL trophies in that set. So the gentleman there had the whole thing basically already in PSA slabs.
What year are those?
81 OPG sticker, and it's the foil. So that's the Vezina trophy here for the best goalie. And there's the Lady Bing, which is for the sportsmanship.
Eric in your life.
And then there's the Norris for the best booby or defenseman.
Nice.
Whoa. And then there's the Hart. Hart trophy is for the MVP of the season. There's the Conn Smythe for the Stanley Cup Finals MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one I have here is the Art Russ, which is for the most point, I guess, for a season.
They didn't do a Stanley Cup?
They have a Stanley Cup, but it's a four-piece sticker.
Oh, it's a four-piece.
So it's like four corner type of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try. No, actually, sorry, it's not four. It's six.
Yes.
It's a six-piece. That makes it basically the only Stanley Cup kind of like depiction that it's multi-piece in any set.
Now, question here from Josh: Pokemon or any non-sports? I know that's been a thing in a lot of the shows. Did you see a lot of that there, or not so much?
Pokemon for sure. Non-sports, some pop culture.
Yeah,
Some
that's
pop
kind of
culture.
non-sports. Yeah.
Like non-sport per se, like old school wise, that kind of like all the way to tobacco, nothing like that.
Mark
Just,
would have some of that stuff there. That's about it.
Yeah, some of it, a little bit, but
Yeah,
some
there's
bazooka, three-piece cartoon things I saw. But yeah, so this is basically like kind of like now maybe a new one that I'm gonna be fetching, just the trophies, or maybe like the whole sticker set too. Because that's one of those that actually I had in my stuff that I got graded a couple years ago. But that's the Gretzky, basically. That's his first sticker. I don't necessarily want to call it the rookie sticker.
It's an RS. RS is
it's
rookie
his
sticker.
first sticker.
Yep.
So
I've
that's
allocated RS for rookie sticker.
So
there you go. Sure.
So that kind of it all started that way, and I was pretty happy. And
81's
kind of
pretty
had
tough.
extra money burning my pocket, so I made a good deal on that one.
So overall, a successful show then for you would say?
Yeah, yes. I went twice, maybe an hour each time. For me, being that close was perfect.
It seems like
you got good mileage then out of a couple of hours. Out of a couple of hours, that's not too bad.
The X-Gens are more predisposed to stickers because they ran through 81 to 89. So anybody in that era have a real affinity for stickers because they all owned the sticker albums. They were cheap, it was easy.
I love stickers back in those days. I had the album. I used to put them all together, so I like that. Stickers were.
And Topps didn't come in with their stickers until I think the next year. 82.
Stickers are almost kind of like a European thing in a way, like Panini and like in Europe, like they love sticker albums. And
well,
they still do.
Well, they were made
that's still a big. The culture there is big time. Eric can tell you about it from England.
Yes.
It's big time into the stickers and the albums.
So I like
them
the
cricket
red
players.
foil. The foily kind of.
Those are nice.
Cool.
Those are nice looking cards, and they're hard to get. Then you got good grades on them too.
Yeah, I did.
What'd you
All I
pay
need
for
is
something
now.
like that?
Say that again.
What'd you pay for something like that? Do you pay Medana 101 money, or was it?
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, no, like an average there, it cost me maybe the price of a hanger pack now per case per
That's not
slab.
bad. That's not bad.
$25.
Yeah, it's basically the cost of grading at this point. So that's not too
Yeah,
bad.
really. And that's 81. That's the first year. That's a very high demand year. And those boxes, if you have a unopened box or something, it goes for
Like,
like 5 times what the other boxes go for.
I had to buy all the slabs, the whole stack, to come to a bundle price that I was happy with. But at that price, I was like Carlos said, that's exactly when I shook the guy's hand. I said, that's the price just to get them graded.
So that's kind of my rule when it comes to some of that stuff. If you see something you like, and the grade doesn't dissuade you or whatever, and you're looking at basically the cost of putting it in the plastic, then you're basically getting that for free. Like if you're comfortable with the price of the item, like you're getting a value add without having to pay for a value add. That's fine,
dude. Like we barely had to haggle. Like basically, I saved the taxes ish in a way on the whole bundle type of thing. Like if you want to put the percentage wise, so 15 to 20% handshake. It's done.
Well, I think I said that about a year or two ago. That hey, listen, buy up all the 9s and 10s in the PSA slab holders, because you won't get those prices when they're at the lower stars, because you can't grade it for that anymore. There's no sense of sending it in. Actually, Cards and Comics had a great. I think you sent me the link, Yannick, about Cards and Comics going over. JC going over the
vintage.
Anybody... Yes, did you see that video? It was very well done.
Yeah. I when I got back from work. So when I made that, when I got back from work, I got straight to work making that video that started the show. So that was the first thing. Priority 1 was making that video. Then priority 2, right after that, was I was catching up on the stuff because I was in the office the whole day, so I couldn't watch as much as I wanted to. I'll quickly answer
a good angle on on it all, but we all understand that. But it's nice to hear it publicly.
Yeah, it's a math problem. Like PSA is getting plenty of cards, so they're looking at it going like, we're getting 1.3 million cards in a month. So like, there is no incentive to drop the price. You drop the price if you need to infuse more, if you need to promote, but new cards are being produced constantly. That is going to give you a constant flow of new material. So I think that's going to be, so real quick, I'll read Carlos' comment here. How come I don't see any indigenous comments until Carlos shares them? So before you, so Carla, one thing you want to double check at the top of your chat, make sure you've got live chat, because there's live chat and then there is top chat. If you do live chat, then you get everybody's messages. I always have it set the top to live chat. Mind you, I get it here anyway, but I would recommend that on YouTube. Make sure you have live chat activated. But otherwise, yeah, then maybe you're just blocking name. But yeah, I'm seeing all the comments here, so I'll share them as they come along. But as long as you're on live chat, you should be seeing everything on there. Name stuff is definitely coming through. Yannick, it would also cost you another $20 for Brad to give you a PSA 11. True. PSA 11 bonus is huge. Ooh, that reminds me. Actually, there was, I'm going to see if I can grab it.
Still
Eric.
Cheaper than Saturday's Eric special for pristine 10s.
Oh, yes. So there was. Eric, believe it or not, you, like I said before, you inspire people. I don't know if you realize this. You are an inspirational figure.
Oh, yeah.
Believe it or not.
Believe it or not, man. No, you should believe it, Eric. Like, I can't think of anyone who brings more inspiration than you do. Let me tell you.
Uh-huh.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share. Let me see if I can grab this first.
Where did you guys watch the game, Eric? Yesterday, upstairs or downstairs?
I watched the game downstairs last night.
There you go. Mom was disappointed too.
Mom was, yeah. She used bad words.
Oh.
Yep. So Eric, Dan's Vintage Baseball PC was here earlier tonight. Shared an item that was inspired by you. Since you mentioned the exact verbiage that you used, you talked about the first 11 in PSA history. Well, Dan wanted to share an 11 with you because he figured you'd be inspired. It would help you. Yes, absolutely. Check it out.
11.
We got an SGC 11.
It's just one of them AI deals, or did they screw up that bad?
It's probably Photoshop. It's like a duplicated one. You can duplicate the one, but I just like the fact that you inspired people to bring their art. It's
Well,
all about the 11th art.
I have no faith in these grading companies anymore.
No.
Not that I really did to begin with. So it wouldn't shock me if a mistake was made printing the label and it went through their quality control, like, yeah, what's wrong with that? And then you got an 11 when you should have got a 1. So I was just curious.
I think it would be inspirational if you got 11. Look, so if you see these kind of things with your lack of faith, does it cause you consternation? Does it bother you to the point that you need emotional support mayonnaise?
That's the emergency jar.
Indeed. It's all about the emotional support mayo. Again, you inspire people, Eric. Inspiration is there all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, top chat. This has been pointed out to me before. All good. I think you're good. All right. I think you're good now. Can't follow Carlisle when I search the channel. I noticed this month ago, but didn't want to ask in case I offended you. His channel is definitely there. I think if you search, I believe.
What doesn't he care if he offends me? He offends me all the time.
Yeah, but no one cares about you. You're a British man. You're a British citizen. No one cares about you. Go back to the Commonwealth. Ask the king for reparations.
I just think that everybody should block him, and YouTube should block him. His family should block him. The country of Canada should block him. He should just be blocked by the world.
Yeah. So name what I would suggest to you. Go with the Carlisle Rude, the part that's in brackets. If you search for that, he should come up first because I just tried it. If you do, because you can do the battery, but the battery is too generic. Like if you just type the battery, then you'll get a bunch of options. If you go with the Carlisle Rude part, the part in brackets, that's your best bet. Then you'll be able to see it easier.
I'm telling you, do yourself a favor, block him.
Don't say that about Carlisle. How dare you? Mike here says, how have you come up with a label for Poopy Pony yet? Eric's still working on it. He's got his finest crayons out. Our tag is going to have some store paws or something. Ham said something about it in a video. Yes, they did say these words, but I'm going to wait until they actually grade cards that aren't just a Pokemon reseller. Step one would be to actually be a legitimate grading company. And even if we grade on a curve, the fact that the majority of your business is a Pokemon, like that's not a joke. The majority of their business currently is a Pokemon card reseller, but basically that makes resale packs. That's literally what it is. It's resale packs. And a good chunk of the grading they do is for that, resale pack. So it's like, so you're not really getting that many cards directly, are you? Mm-hmm. The 15,000 cards you had in the box, Founder Man, Old Man Tag, he may have fibbed on this matter.
So these, in-store grading machines, I think the idea of them is incredible. You slip in a $20 bill, put your card in, comes out, bing, bang, boom, right? Awesome idea. I have no faith that Tag will get their shit together to be able to actually accomplish this feat. Help me with the name, Carlos, and anyone in the chat, because I can't remember shit due to the concussions. Have I ever told you guys I've had several concussions?
Several times tonight.
Did I ever tell you guys I've had several concussions?
Mm.
So, during the pandemic, a company came out with one of these type of deals where you could put a card in a machine to get it graded.
It was the one that did the group source grading.
Yeah.
The name escapes me, but it was group source grading. It wasn't even the machine itself. It was like,
and the one machine I saw, I only saw one in a card store. It was unplugged. Tons of stuff was piled on top of it, and there was dust on it. That was the one and only time I saw one of those machines. So if Tag comes up with something where you can actually get a card graded and encased, and you walk out of the store with the slab. The idea of that is absolutely fantastic. I you know, I'm surprised the PSA hasn't done this. You know, I know they had their PSA. They had that guy that, you know, put PSA on there, although it wasn't affiliated.
You're talking about the vending machine.
The vending machine in Vegas, but to actually have a grading machine, you know, like Tag is coming up with is, I mean, that's the future, right? I mean,
So two things. So I'll be 5% more mature just for a minute, and hopefully, Mike, you caught that. I did answer that question, but hopefully you caught that. The coaster hasn't gone anywhere. It remains on the desk. But please, someone take the bike from Eric. Facts. Card score. I think that sounds right. Might be card score.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. I'll be 5% more mature for a minute. The problem is that Tag says a lot of things. And right now, all you have to do to meet that standard, the standard that you're talking about, Eric, I'm going to develop the technology to grade 47 cards at the same time. And I can do it from space.
Okay.
And then I will beam it down to you using lasers. Now, you would say to me, Carlos, do you even have the technology for that? And my point to you would be like, I have as much evidence that I have the technology to do that as Tag does. I can say it, but it doesn't make it true.
You just to make sure you heard me say that I didn't have faith in them doing this, right?
But I'm saying it's not even about faith in doing it. It's like this literally a nothing thing they threw into a press release thing that otherwise said nothing. And I'm sitting there like, dude, how about you guys just actually get some traction doing the thing you said you're doing in the first place before you worry about pods? You haven't even mastered the first part yet, or proven that you've even mastered the first part to my satisfaction before you worry about pods. My biggest issue would be, again, being serious, the concept of a machine, again, assuming you can even do it, which I question because I don't think you've done shit. But even if I pretend that you did, and I go with the premise, imagine, Eric, you take the machine. Remember, the idea is that the technology is that you've got a scanner that's scanning it from multiple angles in order to be able to do all the things it's doing. So you put your card into a machine, Eric, that then is going to scan it, hopefully. But then it's also hopefully going to encapsulate your card. What do you think of the odds that a bunch of the cards get damaged in the course of this process? No matter what the scanning says, that during the encapsulation process, a card gets crimped, a corner happens. What if you load the machine incorrectly? Because you're the one loading it. You remember, these are pods. It's not the professional.
Okay. So just to agree with you and to prove your point, these grading machines don't even exist yet.
Yeah.
We've had photocopiers for 50 years.
Yeah. And they mess up paper all the time.
And
paper jams all the time.
100 times a day.
Yeah.
Jams, paper, you have to yank the paper out. It's all torn and crumpled and destroyed. Think of how many pieces of paper a day across the world get destroyed in a Xerox machine. And this technology's been around for 50 years. So yeah, I don't want to put my Wayne Gretzky rookie card in a machine to have all that done. I'm not doing it.
I don't think they load it in, do they?
Well, so Bobby, the problem. So we're only talking hypothetical. Well, they put a little press release thing where they were talking about the idea of grading pods. The thing is, these grading pods would then be presumably something you could put in like card shops or something. So the thing is, it's not going to be. There's no tag technician hanging around to do this for you. So in theory, you'd be the user, would be the one. Hopefully you'd have some.
They already have something like this before. Remember the?
So it was card score. It was a card score we were talking about.
Yeah.
But that was the group grading. But the thing is, if it's a tag thing, then you're also adding encapsulation. So now, if you're trying to do encapsulation, there's a million ways this could go wrong. What if you run out of slabs? What if this crimping machine doesn't do the job? What if it doesn't seal correctly? Like we're talking about a machine and we're talking about a mechanical operation.
They're doing on-site machines, even though they can't meet half of the.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's what they're saying their future holds. Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They're going to do that. Honestly.
That's what they're saying their future holds.
You wait until next week when they tell you the way they're going to do it is with laser beams, and then I'm going to know where they stole that idea, Eric. They're stealing my laser beam idea. Laser beams. So Ben Ryan's saying, would you trust any good card and machine for grading? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. Because you're asking a lot. And but look, we've made fun of Eric all night, but Eric made a valid point with the paper jam situation. And that's a fairly straightforward, like that. Some of them are gravity feed. Like, it's not like it's overly complicated, and yet paper jams all the time. And it's not that complicated a mechanism. So again, if you give a shit about your card, do you really want to play this game?
Well,
I don't.
Who's got this amount of money to dump into this? I'd like to know.
I just assume it was Eric funding it all.
Oh, maybe. Never thought about that.
Yeah, Tag Machine quickly gets hacked to produce all 10s or 980s. So, like I said, my question, my premise has
Only
always
on
been
Saturday mornings.
But
Yeah,
is Tag even getting half comp? You know,
in most cases, no.
That's
Now there are some people that throw out that, oh well, then these, because what they'll do is they'll use comparison of hockey cards. And here's the thing with hockey cards, people don't seem to care what it's in. Like, they don't, like, for some cards, they're like, if they want the card, it can be in the most yellow top loader in history, and they'll just very carefully, like, I don't want to touch it with my hands, but all right, what are you asking for? $100? Okay, but I don't have to touch it with my hands, right? Right.
That's it.
But look, as long as it's an item somebody really wants, they again, KSA continues to exist for a reason. It's existed for decades. KSA is not like a fire, you know, they haven't been around for a year and a half. They've been around literally since the 90s.
Well, if
for
you would stop
decades.
supporting them like you did last November, maybe they die out.
Well, that was a Grail card, Eric.
Yeah,
No.
that's different.
It was one of the greatest cards in the hobby.
No.
It's T206 Honus Wagner, 52 Tufts Mantle, 76, 77 Boobier.
Done.
Moving on. Eric is the owner of Beckett. You can't have faith in them. Facts. Carlisle says, do you recall PC Load Letter? I do. What show did this info get released on originally? Well, I know the Gong Show mentioned it. I know some people have definitely talked about it. So, like, honestly, people have talked about it. They've thrown it in there. But that's what happens. It'll throw it out. And I think Ham talked about it as well. I didn't see his video yet. I know from the thumbnail he talked about it. But he's more of a tag believer than I am. On a good day, if I'm being nice, I'll call myself a tag skeptic.
You're a
more accurately, I'm a total hater. Moving on. Brenner Ryan says next.
I don't watch Ham's videos. They're not allowed in my house.
Yeah, well, he is Florida man. That's true. Next, away cards to compare known card
like
stock
there's
and
a
charge
stream
you for
coming through all the time, though.
So actually, just for the record,
Somewhere.
this is also kind of a side point here. And this is kind of more like this is more of a serious thing. In a machine like that, what diagnostics can it use to authenticate? What would prevent it from just encapsulating any piece of garbage you put in there as real?
Well,
like, realistically, think about that.
100 point or 1,000 point.
No, but the thing is, Bobby, even by their own admission, they still have a human operator as supposedly a quality controller to this very day. Okay. So that machine isn't going to have that.
Well, let's talk about Michael. What's it?
Baker.
Mike Baker. Let's talk about him for a few minutes and what he's coming in late to the dinner party. Again, he does have some sort of repertoire. Now, if you have to remember Mike Baker and you want to go back to GAI after his PSA thing, him and Steve Rocky and I forget the other guy's name, they went into GAI and GAI folded. Mike Baker kind of comes back again, and now he starts grading, putting the extra grade on it, that bump grade, whatever, and now he's going into grading. At this time in the game, I think you're coming way too late to the dinner table at this point. I don't see him coming close to comps. I think he will get some respect, but I don't see him taking any part of the market share that would really do anything to any card. Like, why would you? I don't see the entrance point at this point. I see exit points. I don't see entrance points in this marketplace at this point. And I think, even if you have the name, it doesn't really carry you. It can't. Tags tried, and what's the other one? can't remember the other one. What's it? Are they still in business? I don't even know.
You talking about HGA?
HGA, yeah, that's the other one. Yeah,
Neo kind of liked them.
huh?
Neo kind of liked them.
Neil?
That was a running joke. That was a running joke. Once in one video, he actually said, "I kind of like HGA," and then we replayed it 1,000 times and kept making fun of it.
Yes, never let me.
One time
never
he
let
said it
him live
one.
down.
He said it one time, and that's all it took
only
for
takes
the
one.
rest of time, forever,
Eternity.
forever. Eric knows these feels, and look, all I gotta say is, like I said, I have no issue with Neo, but you got to remember, by his own admission,
I'm evil. I'm evil.
That's exactly what he says. That's him.
that's why I kind of like this HGA.
And for those who don't remember, I know we've talked about it before. When HGA came out during the pandemic, they were so friggin' popular that they had to have a lottery every week on like Wednesdays at like 5 p.m. to see if you could get in the lottery, get in the top 100 people or whatever it was, so you could submit cards.
And I think today they'd still be okay if they didn't screw it up so bad.
Well, their problem was, so amongst a couple of different issues. The owner was nuts. That was one part. But another one, there was a major issue was
you take a business meeting with Tim. That sums it all up.
Basically,
the biggest, and not even show up for it initially.
Not even show up for it.
The biggest issue they had at the early going, once they got past that initial area where they were doing all right and they were limiting and they were doing the lottery and all that stuff, which was actually showing there was an audience for it, obviously. They had
remember,
the custom
PSA was
label.
backed up, so
They had the custom labels, which people liked. They ended up doing a horizontal slab, which some people liked. So they had all this stuff that people liked, but they were borrowing images for some of those custom labels, a little questionable. But their big issue was that they started not being able to grade certain cards. They started turning down certain cards because they couldn't authenticate them. They were grading fake cards and altered cards, and that was the problem. And if you cannot authenticate, if you can't do Jordan rookies because you don't know what a real Jordan rookie is, you can't do Gretzky rookies because you can't do. Mary Lemieux was one on the ban list after a while. So it's like, so if I just start listing off stuff and you can't grade any of them because you can't authenticate any of them, then you're not in the business of grading because you don't even know what you're doing. You're just slabbing whatever's there. And
then they had holder problems too on top of that. So it really hurt them bad. So you have that and that's death. That's a nail in the coffin at that point.
Yeah. And
they're still around. Are they?
Those were simpler times.
So they actually kind of semi-shut down and they've claimed they're going to come back, but they haven't come back yet.
No, they're not coming back.
Yeah.
They got bought out, right?
by another company. Yeah. There's another company that took them over. Yeah. So that was kind of the issue. So I was like, basically in a nutshell right here. They graded well, they didn't authenticate well. And that was the bottom line. If I can just get every fake by you, then what good are you? Like that was the issue. Real quick, I want to make sure I read a couple of comments here. Let me go back here. Michael says, shouldn't you put Canadian cards in PSA slabs? That's why Eric wanted it. People need coasters. Facts. Zach said, good evening. Eric has no room to talk. His hobby content is subpar at best.
See, I don't know why. I put out that awesome card video, and now I will be able to vote in next year's Hall of Fame voting because I will have 1 year of card content.
Joshua says, I'll pay $20 to test out a fake Gretzky and a tag pod. Yeah. And honestly, if they ever did do that pod, you should literally try to put every fake card in creation in it. You honestly should. Because if they grade any of them, you're all set. That's kind of your issue.
And there was a lot of guys who were just sending them there because they knew that they could get it past them, and they said, "Hey,
that's all it takes."
Sort of made them extra popular at a point. Yep. And then
saying, you guys trying to sell any of your cards all the time?
All the time.
Yep, I got them on eBay and I got them in Comsy.
Yeah, no, something's up with this account. I don't like it.
What do you mean?
It's all the numbers.
Oh,
it's all the numbers. It looks like maths.
No, something's up.
It's got a coffee emoji.
Yep.
Red card emoji.
I get that phone number all the time from Asia.
The machine should have a grading video game while you wait. That'd be awesome.
Oh, yes. Entertainment Plus. Double entertainment.
Yep.
So actually, I also bought in this lot. I got, and I'll just let the Gong Show know that this is a real Joliet.
I was about to say that's I could tell from a distance. Yep.
From a distance. Yeah. So this is 1935 to 38 Crown brand. So you send away the labels, and you would get these large cards.
I'll show you.
They sort of copied the beehive type of photos back in that time period. So they were very popular. And I also got this, which was a Team Canada iron-on transfer through Red Rose Tea. Now, this iron-on transfer, we have no idea how it was issued, but there's been enough out there over the years that we can know that they are something that was issued, but we just don't know what happened and how they were exactly issued. So, which is interesting, you know, for this, and the Bobby Orr, and I got this other thing for like $90 for all of it, which is kind of funny because I sold a schedule for 175. So actually, I think they paid me for buying this stuff. Really?
Can I ask you a
because that's 20, that's 500. This is 620. That's 720. Plus, I made 175. That's 900 almost. So you pay $90. So they gave me $800 to buy the lot. Isn't that weird?
That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a yes or no question.
No. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you buy that other thing that you were showing us?
Fight Club?
The Fight Club.
Okay.
We'll call it Fight Club. Do you have that now?
Yes, it's wrapped up and put away.
All right.
It wasn't for me.
Whatever. I just want to know if you
I wouldn't pay that money for that. But yes, I did pick it up, and it did work out. The guy was an hour late, and everything went through fine, and quite happy with it.
Awesome.
Very, very significant piece in, I guess, Toronto Maple Leaf lore. We'll leave it at that.
Fight Club.
Okay. Ham says here, if Tag brings the machine out, they're only going to grade ultra modern and probably nothing thicker than a 59 point. If they bring the machine out, I look forward to the counterfeits.
A 59 point. Yeah.
Listen, I think somebody needs to try to put a 60 point in there.
Well, Tag, okay,
That'll teach
so
them.
Tag only does 2,000 and up, right? Are they going lower? Or is like you can only walk in with modern, ultra modern?
They've stated. Here's the thing. You realize that if, again, I don't think this will ever come to pass anyway.
Where's Brandon when you need him?
If it did, the thing that would be funny would be if somebody tried to put in a 60 point card. If somebody tried to put in a vintage card. Basically just fuck with them and see if the machine will melt.
It would. Yes, it would.
Yeah, just see if it'll burst into flames. Like basically your goal, Eric, I will be there with every single 1991 Fleer card in creation until the thing bursts into flames.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
And go to every store and burst.
All I got is 91. All I got is like I got a fever. And the only solution is 1988 Donruss Greg Jeffries. Let's go.
That's it.
Take that, old man Tag.
Man, that card was popular.
Hey, and there's going to be a whole stack of them that I'm going to be trying. It's going to be awesome. It's like, what happened? And the worst part, Eric, is I'm going to find some fake ones. I know somebody made a fake one, and I'm putting it through.
That card was so popular for a hot minute that there's got to be fake ones out there.
The best part, Eric, is it'll probably cost me more to buy a fake one than it would cost me to buy a real one.
Yeah, right.
More than likely.
I'll be honest, it probably would. Everyone says the buyback cars ought to prove interesting, these machines. Yep. Eric got Bobby to break the first rule. There you go. But yeah, like it was, like I said, I treat it as a nothing burger. It's amusing for what it is, but I think it is what it is.
Who made that comment about breaking rule? What?
You saw Fight Club.
No. Who made the comment though?
About what?
Breaking
the Brandon Ryan about breaking the first rule.
Oh, Brandon Ryan. Okay.
Yeah. So Mike says, if you run out of Jeffy cards, you can put in some Brian Taylors. Exactly. That's right. And some Todd Van Poppels to boot. As a software developer, Carlos says, I can assure you it's not that difficult to develop something that grades 80% of cards well, but that last 20%. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, the last 20% can be human, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. They've tried to, the whole concept, again, the whole idea with pods is that you're not using a tag employee. You're literally disconnecting yourself. So here's the thing. Again, I don't think it's ever going to come to pass in any format. You can literally just say that you've got this idea. It doesn't matter. But you presumably would want to access the database to be able to identify issues, to be able to pull information from whatever it is, connect to your mainframe and connect to your server, because you presumably have all this data that you're not just loading it onto the machine. You need access to be able to get to the database and whatever. So how are you connecting it to it? Through the internet? Okay, great. What if your internet goes down? Does it not label it properly? Like, does it not identify the issue properly? Like, what are you doing with it? All it would take is your internet to go down. Does the machine still work?
It
right?
melts.
Yeah, exactly. Burst into flames. Actually, I think Eric, you'll appreciate this. So I'm going to make a recommendation for you. Again, under very specific circumstances. This is only if you're interested, but I'll throw it out you because I talk about this. I listen and watch a lot of hobby content. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, most of it's in between. I did catch something interesting that caught my ear, and I'll see if I can pull it up here so I can show you guys.
I hear the dings.
Yeah, all the dings. Okay, so Stacking Slabs is a podcast that I've listened to pretty regularly. I subscribe to it because I want to listen. So in the most recent episode, there was a piece here. Let me show you. So in the most recent episode here the other day, they had Anne Marie, who's Women on Tops is the social media handle. And the episode was talking about women's sports and women's sports cards specifically. Now, again, you may not be interested in the topic. That's fine. But I'll just quickly give you a rundown. So the idea was just talking through a lot of the history of WNBA cards because it goes back to the 90s and everything. Talking about that. We're talking about pre-WNBA and all that. So it's a good history lesson if you're interested. But she writes for The Athletic and some other periodicals. She has some information that she can share. All well and good. I listened to it kind of as background. For me, I like having the information. So kind of Eric can attest to this. I just like having info because sometimes you never know when information might be useful. It's good to hear things anyway. And it's an easy listen. It's just in the background, whatever. But there was a little segment at the end that legitimately made me cackle. And it was, Eric, that Upper Deck caught a stray, even at the tail end of this. Because she talked about WNBA and all the cards and everything for the majority of the conversation. Gave a history lesson, all that. All good stuff. But then at the tail end, she was talking about the PWHL cards. And Upper Deck still caught a stray. Because she was saying, I hope Upper Deck doesn't get the PWHL license going forward. Or I hope they lose the license. Basically, I'm paraphrasing.
Why?
And the rationale for it, because apparently, according, again, what she's saying is that presumably they've had the license at least for a couple of years, or at least for a little bit, and have only released really the one issue and didn't print enough, so it's not available. Which is not wrong. Like, it's actually...
You got to test the market. You can't overprint it and then get warehouses filled with it. You got to test the market. They now know people are going to buy this stuff, so the next run will be bigger.
The problem is, Eric, you did that with Flagship. You always overprint for Flagship. And overprint is relative. They literally didn't print anything. Let me put it this way. I can tell you that there are shops where the allocation was like 2 boxes. You can't tell me that's overprinting. 2 boxes. I didn't say a case. I said 2 boxes.
I hear
total.
You. And maybe that's not enough.
It's not enough, Eric.
How do you, before you invest lots of money and time into making women's professional hockey cards, you need to make sure there's a market out there for them. If they all got bought up and being traded and sold all over the interwebs and eBays, you now know there is a demand for these. And now you can make more and spend more money and time and invest more into making more.
Great. Except, Eric, they make CFL cards and literally no one wants them. And they still make CFL cards. They make plenty of them.
What is that?
They're still collecting dust as we speak.
Well, next year you'll see that will be lousy with women's professional hockey league cards.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter now. It's too late for that. So it doesn't make any difference. It's like the reality. So the problem is when you produce the first product out of the block and it's unavailable, like right now, do you know what the boxes are going for?
No, I have no idea.
Over $300 a box for a flagship product.
Wow.
No one wants it. Like, so here's the thing. The people that want it already bought it. and everybody else is not going to be interested in that $300 a box. So you've priced out the majority. You actually, so in reality, you may as well have not made the set because you've actually driven away any potential audience you had. Because they're going to look at it and go like, yeah, that it's actually more expensive right now to buy a box of PWHL, Eric, than it was with the Bedard tax. Because you didn't print. So here's the deal. If you made one series and it collected dust because you made quote unquote too many, and by the way, they literally printed almost nothing. So if you're saying that's too many, then again, you shouldn't print any. You should literally print 0. Because at that point, you're basically, you literally, then why'd you get the license? If you paid for the license, you should in theory produce the cards. So again, and AEW, by the way, the first year of AEW came out too hot. That product is still sitting on shelves, cases and cases and cases of it. So Eric, they have had first year products where they produce too much. They've done it plenty of times. It has never been a problem.
So they learned their lesson, right?
No, they didn't.
All right.
Because they've literally done it with every other product. The next first time license they get, they're going to produce it to the moon. They didn't learn shit. That's
I
the
just
point.
want them to produce women's professional mountain biking. I need some Yolanda Neff, some Kate Courtney. Okay. I need some Mona Mittelweiner. I need, some Evie Richards. These are the things I need. I need some Ann Tauber.
Well, Eric, by your logic, they should test the market by producing one card.
I'll buy it.
All right. 150 grand. Let's go.
If it's a Kate Courtney, I'm in.
All right. Just saying. Let's make sure. So here, Brandon Rand says, let's hope the machines will automatically catch all the crack and submits and cleans up pop reports. At least for the numbered cards. There you go. Let's see. Tag grades cards as old as 89 cards. Amazing.
That old.
They're mostly grading Pokemon cards. Let's be real.
That's vintage.
Modern.
Yeah, they're grading. They grade Pokemon. There's no market for MVP, and they don't have a problem printing that. Yeah, well, that's true too. Yeah, they print plenty of sets that no one buys. That's never been an issue. Build it and they will come. It's hard to find CFL cards. Where? I can get you CFL cards if that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. Better Rat says, get ready for a boom if Trump ends up getting his way to refund checks. Well, if you get more money, I don't think you're going to get a boom. I think we've already done that. The prices are already much higher than they were. If you get a tax refund check, you'll be using that to pay your new increased cost of living.
I'll be paying that to pay for my kids' college. So, come on, Trumpy, send me that check.
Well, by the time you get that money, it'll only be able to buy like a book.
Whatever help I can get.
Are those the OnlyFans accounts? Listen, Eric has a lot of mountain biking OnlyFans accounts.
No, those are actual professional cyclists that happen to be women. And as I've stated many times, my favorite sport is women cycling. So that's what I enjoy the most. And those are all real women I named, all professionals.
The only question I have is if they made your women's mountain biking thing, what food insert could Billy create?
Carlos, do you have the what's the name running? I'm Evil.
I had it a 20 minutes ago.
If you listen to it, it's still playing.
No, it's not. You mean this?
Evil. I'm evil.
And it's off. I just turned it back on. It was off.
Oh, it was playing all along for the last 5 minutes when I was away.
Nope.
I could hear. Now it's off.
Did you hear it, Eric?
It was low in the background.
I'm part deaf, so
Yeah, I'm very good, very cute with my hearing. No, I was hearing it. I'm evil. I'm evil. I heard it when I was doing
Bobby, that might be the voices. That might be the voices.
I thought I was the only one that had voices.
No,
I manually turned it off.
In the background. You couldn't hear it over
You shut up. What?
The volume level hasn't changed, Bobby. It's not low.
I'm evil. I'm
No,
evil.
it was something was playing in the background there. I could hear.
Well,
it.
that's a different thing. I know I hear static, but that specific one wasn't playing. I manually turned it off.
I hear it. I hear Kill Yannick. Kill Yannick.
See,
I hear
that's
that
different.
one a lot.
That's different. It's not the same thing.
A lot.
Josh
That's
says, I
the
thought it was
voice.
women's cross country.
That's the voice.
I'll have to go back and listen to it. What timeline are we at here?
229.
Okay.
Yeah, 220. Carlisle says the difference is Trump would be returning funds and we're going to be spent elsewhere wastefully. It's not going to happen. Rather than printing money to spend. No, you'll be printing money. You're printing money right now. You don't even know it. But live the dream. It's being printed as we speak. You're not returning shit.
I hate
But-
politicians.
Live the dreams. Live the dream.
I hate all politicians, not ones on one side of the aisle or the other. I hate them all.
Evenly.
That's what's awesome about being a moderate. I hate them all equally.
Bobby should buy a haunted trinket. That might be legit. That might be true. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's that,
Yeah.
you know what it is?
That's right.
I know what it is.
What is it?
It's that thing that shall not be named calling out to you.
You think so?
Yeah.
What I like though is that it's saying I'm evil.
Yeah.
What Bobby heard it saying is that I'm evil. I'm like, I knew it.
You know, I wonder if something's going on with my phone on that that it kept playing that.
Maybe it still had the echo. Yeah, but I know.
Oh, the
occasionally
echo
I'll
was
get a little
going
bit of
on
static.
for about. I was checking out my stuff and I kept hearing this. I'm evil, and I kept going, "What the hell?" And then I figured it out. As soon as I came back on, I went, "Oh, that's the thing that you have." I wonder if it was echoing through my connection or something. That's weird. I know. You're 60, and it's like all downhill from there.
That's a great heavy metal song. Am I evil? Great heavy
Oh
metal.
yeah, actually, it was a great background.
Did they ever answer the question?
Uh-oh.
Yes,
No,
they
no,
do.
no, they
answer the
did not.
question.
No, they did
yes,
not.
I am. Am I evil? Yes, I am.
Sorry.
I have to go back and look at that. That's kind of weird.
I don't know what to say, Bobby. Like I said, maybe the trinkets are talking to you. This is an issue.
It was very low toned. Very low toned. Like I said, I have very good hearing. My eyes aren't the greatest, but my hearing is very cute. So that was weird.
Yep.
I
Also,
should've
to be
got
safe,
my wife
Bobby, get an old priest and a young priest on the way. True.
No, The Exorcist. I'm in the garage of Exorcist or something.
You're in the
I don't
garage
know.
of ghosts, is what you are. What you're in right now.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. It was playing in the background, so I wonder if it echoed in here on this.
That I could believe, but yeah.
That
the
I
thing
could
is, if it
believe, yeah.
if
But
it has a
was
low
very
frequency, I
tone.
can
It
still
was
pick it up.
very
On that.
low. Like you could, when you guys were talking, only when there was a little silence would it barely creep through, but I could hear it while you guys were talking too, because it was a repeat. It was on repeat. It was on repeat
Yep.
constantly.
Oh,
So-
look, Bobby, all I can tell you is that these headphones are tuned in. I can even hear Eric's impure thoughts.
Oh,
That's how tuned in. Like they're picking up all the frequencies right now. I'm getting them all. It doesn't bear repeating. I'm not repeating it.
Yes, I am.
Can you get copy strikes just saying that way?
I was gonna say.
I don't know.
Listen, Southern Hogan got us copyright struck. that's still my favorite. The lost episode because of
Yeah.
Southern Hogan. Goddamn Southern Hulk Hogan ruined everything. Jerk. Unbelievable. But yes, I always enjoy like
well. I think you have to sing well to be considered a copyright, right?
in theory.
If I sing poorly, like I only know how to do, no one's got to admit that I was copying them.
I would hope not. But
Yeah.
look, if you start singing an anthem, maybe lightning will strike you. That'll be said from me, but I'm saying lightning would probably strike you.
They should have struck that woman down the other day. Oh my god!
Wow, Eric inciting violence. Damn. Eric, Diamond Head or Metallica?
You got to go with the original, baby. You got to go with Diamond Head.
It's no Machine Head, but it is what it is. But yes, I think we'll see kind of how some of that stuff goes. But yeah, just speaking in general, because right now I think we've got a provincial election now. I was laughing because we were having the usual thing where, again, the best part about the provincial election is that nobody knows who these candidates are. Literally nobody knows, because I'm sitting there like, who the fuck are you? Like, I never heard of you, never seen you before. And it's like, these are your options. I don't know who these people are. Who are these people? I don't even know, man. Machine Head.
When is it? Coming up soon?
It is actually. They called the election. Let me find it here. Let me see. Ontario provincial. Bobby's trying to avoid the evil trinkets.
I am evil.
So the elezione is February 27th. So yeah, about a week.
That's a week from now, basically.
Yep, give or take. Yeah, give or take. So yeah, so they're gonna have that, and then we got a bunch of candidates I've never heard of because again, you only vote for your local representative, whoever they are.
Yeah,
I saw. I got the little flyer, and it's like generic white.
Then
guy.
it gives the vote to the big guy.
Yeah,
Basically.
that's basically it. Yeah. So it's kind of like, I don't know who you are, dude. Whatever.
Who are you?
That's the joke. Is that it's like I want your vote. Great. You tell me who you are first.
That's a different
Literally,
song.
tell me who you are.
Here you'll have like
Who are you?
sometimes you'll have like I kid you not, you'll have like 8 different options plus.
Yeah.
It's like there's no way you can know everyone.
Well, that's why when I used to go in and actually like my mom and my mom really is like, oh man, you gotta vote. It's like, all right. So that's what I would vote. That's what I would vote, communist or Marxist Leninist. And I'd be like, my favorite was we had a mayoral Marxist candidate, but the mayoral election we had like 30 options, and I was like, like take the I don't know who you are and multiply it.
Oh, you should see the options here too.
It's like some randos. I assume half those people are like actually not real people. I just assume they're like, I probably could have voted for Benedict Bougie. That may have been a name on the ballot. Who knows?
I think you need like 100 signatures and a $200 check.
Yeah, it's pretty
Something
low bar.
like-
It's pretty low bar. You don't need much.
And then you just come up with some name and you prove you're a citizen, and that's it. So you can make the Mayo party, or vote Mayo.
And listen, think about it. This could have all been fixed if we had gotten the Bougie Eric Mayo Man dual ticket. You could have had the Mayo party and included as your running mate, Eric, Gerard Mayo.
Little Mayo packets, embedded in the card.
Be amazing.
No,
Incredible.
no.
Amazing.
It explodes when you open it.
It just goes, vote for me. I am evil.
I am evil.
At least I'd be honest. This is my daughter's first U.S. election in November. I told her, yeah. As Carlos says, my daughter's first U.S. election in November. I told you, I'm sorry, these are your choice for first election. The correct answer would have been a write-in vote to say none of the above.
That's what I put.
That was the correct answer.
That was my
But-
answer.
To each their own. You got to do what you got to do. But yeah, no, my favorite thing always is, like I said, I'm poking some fun at Carlos thing, but there is no policy or politician ever who will not print more money. Not at this point. You can say like, oh, well, cut in this. Yeah, okay. You'll cut in it until you actually fuck it up to the point that you have to throw money at it. And then you cut it already. So now the money still has to come from somewhere. You don't get free money. There is no free money. It doesn't exist. And you're not getting anything back, by the way. You're not getting shit. Starting my own part of the CCCP. Eric likes it.
No,
The Canadian
Eric
Card
doesn't.
Collectors Party.
I don't like the CCCP part because that brings me back to my childhoods and how the scary Soviets were coming to get us.
But you liked the Beckett
Yeah, you have to
BCCCCCCCCCCG.
do those school
No, I
drills.
did not like that.
I think you liked it.
Hide under your desk for the school drill. The nukes coming down.
Hey, that's what we were told. Every single TV show, every single movie was all about the Soviets were coming to get us.
Red
So
Dawn.
as a young kid,
over.
I mean, I just assumed that my days were numbered, and at some point the Soviets were going to get us.
They're invading
knew?
PBD.
And who knew? The one you should have been worried about were just next door.
The PBD invasion.
Who knew? The Monty Brewster vote, none of the above.
And
Yes.
all along, they didn't even all they needed was Mayo packs to just be thrown.
Yeah.
That would be it.
It is true. It is true.
Speaking of money, that's how the Cold War got won. They ran out of money.
Oh, looks like, hold on. Looks like we got some information here. I want to check it out here on my main window. Let's take a look.
Am I evil?
There you go.
Yes, I am.
Kurt Schilling. Good
Oh,
Lord.
good Lord, no. God, no. He can't even manage a video game. What the hell was it?
It was a video game company.
It was a video game company. He was inventing a video game. He wasted not only all of his money, he somehow got, and this should piss you off because this topic lately has been really, pissing you off, is he got Rhode Island, the state of Rhode Island, to give him money to have his company in Rhode Island.
Yep.
And then the company went completely bankrupt.
Yeah.
And the state of Rhode Island's like, well, where's our money? He's like, yeah, I pissed through that. We have no money.
All I'm hearing is that you're saying he's overqualified.
Yeah, right.
He shouldn't be president. He should be emperor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. By the way, Name actually passed along here that Upper Deck has actually posted something about jerseys and Four Nations.
Yeah.
So looks like we got something here. So here, Upper Deck Sports, Four Nations celebration commemorated with the inaugural Four Nations face-off with Upper Deck authenticated memorabilia from Connor McDavid. So they at least have Upper Deck authenticated stuff.
They're gonna chop up that shirt.
Okay, so at least the Upper Deck authenticated. Although that I don't think that's game used. Obviously, I think it's just autograph memorabilia. But it's something. At least Upper Deck is using something. It makes sense. You should.
Yeah, you got to keep promoting. You got to strike with an iron.
You think like again, you would have had them wearing the little crest that they would have take off of each of their jerseys, and then
Nick. So my point before we got into the depths of the thing was that the argument the lady was making, which I agree with because it's jives with what's been done, is that Upper Deck releases a lot. Again, we like Billy, we like a lot of the folks at Upper Deck, but a lot of these products are getting released late, and there's always something. There's always some hang up. You didn't print enough, or you printed too much, or it was 2 years late, or whatever it was. There's always something. The point should be, and maybe this would be kind of my takeaway on this that I was getting at. And this is the key point, Eric, that I was getting at with this one. It's telling that someone who is specifically just talking about women's sports cars in general, and mostly focused on the history of it, still saw fit for Upper Deck to catch a stray with frustration at Upper Deck. She is not alone. And it's not only one brand, one product, one category. There's enough the stuff that gets thrown at it where it's like at a certain point, it's like, wow, even on something that you'd think would be not related at all, like the most benign kind of to the side thing, and you're still catching a stray. At a certain point, you got to look in the mirror and go like, maybe there's something to this. Well, the answer can't always be, no, it's the kids that are wrong. That's a Simpsons reference. That can't be the answer every time. At a certain point, it's like, maybe there's a little something to it if literally every category has people saying the same kind of thing. And that's why I say, like, to me, I think the PWHL has done very well in its, I think now it's second season, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And they've done very well in certain markets in particular. They've really done well with that.
Actually, I caught my first game on a stream last weekend, just out the blue, and I watched a whole period and a half, and I enjoyed it. Actually, it was pretty good.
You see the girls fight? They had the first fight in PWHL.
No, I haven't caught that one yet, but I knew it was probably just a matter of time.
Oh yeah. No, they didn't drop gloves, but they were throwing haymakers.
I think it's good for the game. Why not? It's good for the game.
I think
I like it.
Let me tell you this, and I'm being serious. I've talked about truthfully that my favorite sport is actually women's cycling. Okay,
and you're saying it would be better if they fight?
Oh, that would
like
be awesome.
cyclocross.
That would be awesome. And there was
actually going to ask you about this, but carry on, Eric.
And there was a fight in cyclocross recently, and both girls got kicked out of the race. But anyway,
but no one died.
No, but so I'm very pro women's sports. Okay, one of the things that really burns my ass is when these leagues do not allow women to play by the same rules as men. The fact that the PWHL makes these women wear cages on on their face. They can't fight. They can't, there's certain checking rules. Why are you dumbing down the game for women? It's the same as women's lacrosse. I had this discussion with someone today. If anyone is in the United States, because I don't know what they do in Canada, in the United States, girls' high school lacrosse is not the same game as boys' high school lacrosse. Boys got shoulder pads, helmets. They're out there beating the hell out of each other. They have the pockets in the head are deeper so the ball can be cradled. Women, they're out there in nothing but goggles, a mouth guard, and a skirt. The netting is completely flat, no pocket. You have to give room to shoot. You can't play up close and play defense. You can't get in their shooting lanes. It is a hard, and all there is whistles. No action, just whistles and stoppage of play constantly in girls lacrosse.
And you like that?
No, I hate it. I don't think women should have different rules in their sports, except for something like the WNBA, where the only rule change that I'm aware of, the basketballs are smaller because a woman's hand is smaller. I get no problem with adapting to the physical differences of men and women, but there should never, ever be changes in the rules of a game and dumb it down for women.
Uh-huh. So you spent all this time talking about lacrosse. What's the dumbing down in the hockey version? Sorry, you lost me.
Yeah.
If you Google right now, what's the difference between NHL hockey and PWHL hockey, there will be a list of things that you cannot do that these women aren't allowed to do.
Well, that's
and
nice.
Like there's certain checking rules. There's no fighting.
There's technically no fighting in the NHL. They just give them penalties.
Yeah. They just give you 10 minutes.
It's called a penalty.
No, they've dumbed it down. And it really bothers me. They all have to wear cages. They can't wear shields.
Mm-hmm.
They can't, they have to wear these big cages to protect their face, which personally, I don't have a problem with that if someone chooses to do it. But they're like, oh, no, ladies, we're going to protect your pretty little faces, and you're going to be forced to wear these big cages, even though this is professional hockey. This isn't high school, amateur, college. This is professional hockey. You are professional hockey players.
You're evil.
What is that? So, Eric, what does the cage thing have to do with anything?
Why are the women forced to wear a cage and the men
protect their pretty faces?
It bothers me.
Oh, well, I think they should put cages on the guys.
See their pretty faces.
And
look, Eric, we go one way or the other. Either I put cages on the NHL players, or no helmets, no cages, and the goalies don't get helmets either.
The rules should be the same. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you have to adapt things because of the size difference between men and women, like the basketballs, I don't have a problem with that. If it's something that, something might be a little bit lighter, depending on whatever the sport is. Maybe.
Yeah, Eric, I'm going to look at the rule here, but I got to be honest with you. The cage thing is in nothing burger. I don't care. Like, that's dumb. It's a rule change. If you say like, oh, but they
mandate, not even a rule.
Okay,
it's sort of a safety thing, I guess.
Yeah, like it's like, and the fact that a guy could wear a cage if they wanted to. I understand you're saying like, oh, but it's optional. Well, great, but we don't care if the guy dies. I'm actually encouraging death. I would like to see more death in hockey. Mm-hmm. I think it should be mandatory. I think the losing team, someone should die.
Who's the last person who died?
The same.
That's what I'm saying. It's a wussy sport.
In all sports.
Masterton?
They should not dumb down sport for women. I am a woman sports advocate.
But Eric, the rules are different between international hockey and the NHL.
They are. And the rinks are bigger.
It's different leagues.
They're
not the same.
No.
That's fine.
According to your argument, the international rules should be the same as the NHL rule or vice versa.
Are the international hockey rules for men different from women, or are they the same?
I don't know.
It's different leagues. You can have whatever rules you want in different leagues.
But
Well, the
they are
European
different
leagues
leagues.
are
Eric, they are
different
literally
also.
different leagues.
I'm talking about international versus NHL.
Yeah.
Whatever the international rules are for men should be the same for women. Whatever the NHL rules are for men,
Well, they even differ
professional
for
Why?
men.
Hold
because
on. Wait. Hold on.
they-
Eric is literally wrong though.
he-
Because he's saying what the NHL rules are has nothing to do with the PWHL because it's not the women's NHL. It's the
You're correct on
PWHL. It's literally a different league,
You
and they
are
can name whatever rules they want.
You are correct on that. But I
Yeah,
still
it's two different leagues.
I
in
still
European
think-
hockey
It's
opposed
like
to NHL,
lingerie
it's different
rule,
too.
Eric.
I am very pro women's sports, and I don't think they should ever change the rules for women. And to dumb it down, they should have the exact same rules as the men. So
Right.
that's how I feel about it. Not
I'm looking at it right now. So I'm looking at it right now. The PWHL allows body checking, but must be used strategically to play the puck. Okay, what's the problem?
Their checking rules are different.
Yeah, use strategically to play the puck. That's a smarter rule. Yes, I agree with that rule.
The rules
Checking
should
for
be-
the sake of checking is dumb. You're supposed to act. You realize body checking is supposed to be to get somebody off the puck, right? But they don't do that.
All
And
I'm saying
NHL's
is-
arenas are smaller than the international
all-
arenas. So
in every sport, I believe the rules should be the same for men and women.
All right, I agree. We should switch over to the PWHL rules in the NHL. You sold
Okay.
me.
yes.
If that's what needs to happen.
I think we've solved it.
All
We
right.
fixed it.
Well, if it's only going to be used in that league, does it really matter?
Well, so Bobby,
It's not
jokes
like this
aside, my
crossover.
action. The thing is, Eric is literally making a flawed argument. It's not about men and women's sports. It's literally a league that can call it. They could literally say we're going to go 3-on-3.
Yeah.
It's literally your league. It's
In
your rule
basketball,
book,
is the
or whatever you want to
women's,
call it.
Net lower too.
No, I think that's the same height.
Yeah,
the basketball's smaller.
That's why they
Basketball's
can't
smaller.
slam. Yeah, that's why they can't slam dunk.
Hands.
Yeah, the tallest women can.
Is the
a
rim
handful of them.
smaller though?
No, the rim's the same size.
Interesting.
Yeah, the actual net itself is the same.
Interesting.
I guess the thing for women smile like jack-o'-lanterns. That's probably true.
Maybe.
That was the weirdest glitch ever, man.
I don't know what to say, man.
It was a glitch. It had to be.
Yeah, Baz is saying PWHL teams would have trouble being a good boys midget age team. That doesn't matter though. That's like a midget age team would have a tough time playing against NHLers.
Oh yeah.
A team of Erics would have a tough time playing Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers.
Ooh, they already had a tough time last night.
I know Eric's still trying to find Connor McDavid to this very day.
Yeah,
I could
he
beat
was in
anyone.
Boston last night.
Yeah. So the thing is, I get Baz's point here is actually pointless because they're not playing a boys team. They're playing against PWHL teams.
That's it.
So look, like I said, I get Eric's point, but it actually doesn't make any sense because again, it is its own league. And they can, in fact, you can come up with a professional. If the AHL decided to completely change the rules, they could totally do that. They could literally be like, in the AHL, you will wear a cage. By the way, whenever they're trying a new rule for the NHL, they try it in the AHL first. So in the AHL, they will play rules that the NHL does not play. That happens all the time.
Makes sense.
Because again, it's your league. You can literally do whatever you want. For them, it's an experiment to see how it would play. And then, like, depending on how they feel about it, then the NHL may adopt it or it may not. So the AHL for a while may be playing a different set of rules in the NHL temporarily. Okay. But the idea of using the body check to knock somebody off the puck is like, well, technically that was the point. And again, fighting technically is illegal. That's why you have a penalty for it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a penalty for it.
Mm-hmm.
It is an infraction. It is considered a penalty.
You can't trip anybody. People do.
Yep, people do.
Happens.
They cross-check. They're not supposed to. But there's a penalty for that.
That's actually one of the most egregious ones because that actually hurts more than anything else.
Yeah, a slash. You're not allowed to do that.
That's how McAvoy got hurt. Is he got cross-checked and he got thrown into the net and then messed his shoulder up.
Every time I hear McAvoy, I think of Tin Cup. Anyways, go ahead. You remember
Remember
that?
have trouble playing a midgets team? That's probably true.
So they made the ball smaller, but they didn't make the net smaller.
No,
Well-
everything else is the same.
Yeah, that's interesting that they did that.
Well, it's just for the
It's
size of
easier
the
to
hands.
get a 3-pointer in, I guess, for a woman at that point.
Well, it is in a way, but the whole idea was the theory, right? The theory is, oh, but they can't shoot as far. Well, Caitlin Clark can shoot the same distance. She's hitting it from the logo, so she's not having too much difficulty.
No,
Yeah,
3-pointers.
but I would say though, like if you try to go with a full size basketball with smaller hands, it would make it more difficult, and it would actually hurt the flow of the game.
Yeah, but
So
somebody who's tall who can hold the basketball in one hand like this, like Shaq, or compared to a Bugsy Moe.
Yeah, that's an advantage. It's a big advantage, right?
Well, that's the one thing basketball does have is it has height advantage. Hockey doesn't really. Height doesn't really make a difference. Usually charas aren't as good as what they usually are, but a lot of tall guys really can't skate well. But height in basketball is everything actually, because if you're 7'2", you can just dunk by standing there, tippy-toed.
So,
Anyway.
by the way, the way as I'm looking at this, I haven't looked into it more deeply, but I'm curious now. It says here the PWHL has a jailbreak rule that allows a
Jailbreak?
team to free a player from the penalty box if they score while killing a penalty. So you could actually, so if they're saying if you score, I guess
Oh, no,
shorthanded,
that's
you
always
could actually
been.
free your player.
You could do that.
No.
That's always been. If someone scored against you, then the other guy comes out from the penalty.
No. It's saying if you score, that's shorthanded.
If you score shorthanded,
They're saying you could kill the penalty.
really,
I actually kind of like that.
that's interesting.
Let
Wow.
me look. I'm going to look into it a little deeper.
Yeah,
So
I would
bear with
say-
me. Well,
Because
I would actually be kind of curious.
If you have two,
I kind of like the idea, Bobby. I kind of like the idea of punishing a team that has a power play, and you fail, and not only do you fail, they score on you. You know what? I like the idea of then
That's
screw
right.
you.
You're so bad, fuck you, and
Yeah.
screw you.
I kind of like the
I
idea
knew-
of punishing you.
I forgot what they had. I knew they had a few tweaks different from regular, let's say, rules that we're used to.
Here we go. I got it. So basically, yeah, if you score a shorthanded goal, your teammate's penalty is over. I like that.
Really?
I'm a fan
Yeah. Why not?
because it's still hard. You have to score shorthanded, so it's not like they're rewarding you for something easy. They're rewarding you for something
Exactly.
difficult.
But that's yeah, I don't like that role, but I like that role. I get it.
No, I like that. I like that rule a lot, to be honest. Because again, you're rewarding somebody for doing something difficult. You're trying to kill a power play. And if you manage to score, like I don't mind rewarding it. That's fine.
I guess.
Go ahead.
Hmm.
Good evening, Piper Mac. A lot of these pro and college female athletes, Caitlin Clark, Sabina Ionescu, can launch it with a regulation NBA size ball. I think some of the better ones who have more range can probably do it fine. But I think just in general, having the different size is fine. I don't have an issue with that. And by the way, I like this jailbreak rule. The NHL should totally do that. That'd be awesome. If you got a good enough team, I think you should get rewarded for it. Mind you, I was a fan of the idea of
Yeah, the
making the power
penalty
play.
will get a goal. Don't worry.
I like that idea, to be honest.
You can come out.
The other thing I would do also, to be honest, if I was the NHL, I would take that jailbreak rule. I would steal it. But another thing that I like is if you have a really potent offense and you're on the power play, I think you should be able to score as many goals as you can while the power play is going.
Yeah.
I want to do it both ways. If you score shorthanded, penalty gets killed. Fine. And if you're the other team and you can't stop the other team from scoring, they can just keep scoring on you until your penalty's over.
That'd be
It's your job to defend it. It's your job
It
to
is.
defend it. So like I feel like if you do both those things, I think it's fair.
But if you got a bad team, it's like
And it sucks to be you, man. Get
it
better.
sucks to be you, yeah.
Get better. So
Get
I think
better.
that's the play. So I think
Yeah, that's,
I like it.
Hmm.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that idea. See, Eric, thank you. See, you actually did something useful. Now you've taken me down the rabbit hole. Yeah, so you're right. The PWHL has better rules. I agree. The men should get on the PWHL level.
I'll sign it.
Yep.
I just
I
don't
like it.
want. I don't want women's sports watered down. They should.
Eric, it's not watered down. It's better. We already established this. It's better.
And that's
So tell the NHL to stop being watered down and improve.
That's right.
Sounds to me like we
From what
fixed
I
this, man.
saw, I think they have a good product and it's interesting. It's
I think
entertaining.
yeah,
I was
I think
entertained.
that yeah, I think they've got their own league, and I think they can adjust it. I think Eric's assessment is wrong. I don't think it's watered down at all. I think they're operating under the rules that they developed. All the players that are going into it are playing with those same rules.
Yeah,
And I don't think it hurts
everybody's
the flow.
equal. There's
None of
nobody-
those rules that we're talking about hurt the flow of the game.
but they differentiate themselves between leagues. I get it.
Which is
I know
it
which
doesn't change
you
within
should.
that league, so it's fine.
I know the team in Montreal there, the girls, the Victories or whatever.
Yeah.
They play in the American League or the junior. They play where the Rockets are playing in Laval. But anyway, long story short, it's 10,000 seats and they're full all the time.
Yeah, which is
Like,
telling you that the
like,
audience
price
likes the
is
product.
great.
And it's
Yeah.
cheap. Yeah.
And it's it's affordable. It's a good product. It's a good time. People are having so.
That's why people like College Bowl, because those games are cheap.
It's
Go to
not
NFL, it's like
$150 for nosebleeders that you can't afford, and
Jays games. There you go.
But the J Zips used to be before
Well, still
Roger
the
started.
500 levels. How much are the 500 levels now?
It's like $20, 25.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there you go.
gotta
That's
do that.
that's nothing in today's
it's
world,
still
right?
affordable.
It used to be like $6.
It's less than a beer. It's less than a beer.
No, it's
True.
actually more than a beer.
True.
Okay.
I've been Tuesdays in Montreal,
Close.
they had $5 nights, like $5. You could get in to see an MLB game.
Well, look,
Well, I
I
can
already
see
told you guys
weekdays.
about the Toronto Star season ticket pass. It used to be $1 game.
Weekdays would be, yeah. Makes sense.
Hey, up to about 2019, I went to the Mariners for $15 on
Yeah.
a Saturday night.
That's U.S. exchange rate. There you go.
Well, that was the whole thing, is that
On
you
five.
used to be able to. You
On
look,
five,
it,
come on.
it's not even. It really was, to me, the 500 level. If you're going to be the 500 level, I don't see any justification whatsoever for going above a certain price point.
No,
Okay.
like first row 500 level, last row 500 level should be like whatever. It's 500. But there, you can see a good game out. Like I went to quite a few up there. It wasn't bad. Didn't have too many people bothering you. You could sit close as you want, move around a little bit.
I've been to many MLB stadiums. I've never.
I was
been to
wrong.
Toronto.
It's $30 now. For
Is it
500
really
level
for
seats.
500? Huh? Wow.
Well, remember,
Wow.
Rogers number one owns the team, but number two, they've done a bunch of renovations and they actually remove seats. So now a sellout
got
is
the
under
good seats.
40,000 and they're charging more per seat.
Hmm.
Literally 500 nosebleeds are $30.
Wow.
So I guess it rounds about from first base to third base then, and they probably wouldn't go any further, right?
Are you talking about the 500 level?
Down.
Yeah, it basically goes into the flight decks and that stuff.
Yeah.
Now they've got some club seating up there.
Mm-hmm.
The bleacher seats are almost $80.
Wow.
Those used to be $20 seats.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't he put like $300 million the last couple of seasons?
300 million for the renovations.
Yeah.
Seats on the first and third base line are 112.
Wow.
$140 when you're getting close to behind home plate. If you actually
That's
behind
kinda-
home plate, it's
Kind
160
of
bucks.
expensive if you think about it.
It's actually very expensive.
Yeah.
That's not Bobby. So that box was from I had season tickets in 2013.
Mhm.
The season tickets cost me $600.
Yep.
For 81 games. That was in 2013.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember going, it was like $1.500.
That was the thing. So, but then the next year in 2014, they bumped it to $1,200 for the same seats. They
Double?
doubled it in a season. They
Wow.
doubled in a season.
Did
So
they still
now,
give
if you
you a
think 30
jacket?
bucks a seat, so now you think 30 bucks. What's that?
Did you get a $300 jacket again?
I did.
Oh.
No, for the so actually no, for the $1,200 they took away a bunch of the perks and doubled the price. It was a worse deal every way, so I didn't. That's why I never renewed.
And what
So I
year
was
was that? It's not like they were
2013.
doing well then.
They were a couple of years away. 2 years later, they were. That was the playoff team.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it was just before that, but basically the team was. I think the team 2013 the team was still decent, not good enough for playoff, but they were rounding into form because
That's
by
where
that point Jose Bautista was playing.
Tulowitzki and Donaldson, they start coming and
Yeah.
the team turn around.
Yeah. They were starting to put pieces together because within
Yeah.
the next couple of seasons they were playoff. They actually made the playoffs, so they were rounding into form a little bit. Some of the pieces were already in place,
Yep.
so it was a good product for what it was. Again, for 81 games, $600 is very reasonable.
cheap.
And
Oh,
you
yeah.
got a $300 jacket, and I got an autographed baseball at the end of the season because they underperformed a little bit. They sent a letter of apology saying, "Hey, sorry it didn't go the way we thought. So here's a little gift for you." They gave me a nice case with an autographed baseball in it.
Wow.
So that wasn't included as part of the original deal. And then I also got a $200 food voucher.
I wonder how many apologies
Between the jacket and the food voucher was basically I broke even.
Yes.
So it's like, that was a $600 season ticket. That's what you got.
How many
And
apologies
then they doubled the
letters
price and just stripped it all away and said, "Nope, we're going to double the price and you get nothing."
How did they make money? Jeez.
Because they sold enough of them. The thing is, they're still drawing. Like right now with these new prices, they're actually drawing still pretty well the last couple of seasons, even though the product's been bad. So that tells you like they've been able to sell. They're selling the experience because they've got so many clubhouse seats, and those clubhouse seats are hundreds of dollars a game.
Wow.
So it's like, guess what? So you got less people in the stands, but you're making way more money.
Do you know what you have going on too with the Jays and the Toronto effect? That you got tourism. There's a lot of
they're right there, right
Toronto.
down.
What to do in Toronto tonight in the middle of the
CN
summer?
Tower, Hockey Hall of Fame, Jays game.
Yeah, they're basically doing they're doing the Leafs thing. There are a lot of corporate seats. So a lot of corporate seats because remember the club seating is so expensive that your money is on the corporate. It isn't like a regular person that's for a one-off game. It's going to be like, "Oh, I'm going to take a client out to whatever and hey, we're going to go in the club seats. We're going to have drinks served and all this good stuff." That's how we're going to make our money.
Yeah.
So I get it, but it's like, "Whoo, that's expensive." That is real expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually curious now. I'm trying to figure out what the season tickets are. Because now they call them season ticket membership.
If you live downtown, it's not so bad. But if you're coming from even where you are, let alone where I am, like not worth it. Like parking, like gas, like time.
Where I am, I just take the GO train. Where I am, I just take the GO train.
Yeah. But even still, if you drove, right? So.
No, from where I am, you don't have to drive anywhere. Because the GO train just get out of Union.
Yeah.
The GO train.
No,
the GO
you're
train
fine.
stops here.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, for me, I can do it. Other people definitely couldn't. Just kind of curious what here. I'm trying to see what. Holy crap! $2,189 for season tickets in the 500 level.
That's crazy. Who's buying it? Who's paying $2,100 a year for that? I guess if you compare it to the Leaf games, it's pretty cheap.
3.5 times what you used to pay, man.
It is, yeah. That's what I mean. Like I can't justify it. There's no way. $2,200.
You can get that 101 for crying out loud. Maybe
I could actually. All right, hold on. Let's just see what the benefits are. Hold on.
Just forget about the price. Just the time of going to all these games. My parents do the season tickets holder, but minor league here, man, it's a full-time job for them.
Yeah,
they go to like a ball game, like they go 3-4 nights a week. Sometimes it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
It's a lot.
All right, so I'm just looking at the benefits here. So for season tickets, what do you get? A dedicated service executive. Thanks. I had that with the $600 seats, but sure. An exclusive season ticket member gate. You get to go in through the fancy gate. Great.
Fancy.
Oh yeah. You get to exchange your tickets, which is the same thing you could do before. Postseason priority, which you had before. Nothing new there. Full season ticket members receive 20% Jays Club discount, which is the same as before.
Whatever. Buy my stuff. Save 20% on there. 30% overpriced.
Oh my God. Your gift is a free subscription MLB.TV. Fuck off.
Oh, no way.
Wow. That you get blacked out because you live in Ontario.
And you don't have cable.
You get put on the full season ticket member wall of fame, which by the way, I did already. Back in 2013, I had that.
Yeah.
Online account management, a single additional exclusive pre-sales benefit selection. I'm looking for an actual benefit. Is there an actual benefit here?
No.
Oh my God. Bobby.
No more jackets.
You pay $2,200 to get a subscription to MLB.TV. That's trash. Wow. That's actual trash.
That's not even
because all the rest of this stuff is the same as before, and they basically took away everything else.
You get a fancy
3.5 times the price, and they took away basically everything. Great.
You still get a fancy jacket?
No, you get literally nothing other than the one subscription. I'm like, this is garbage.
And it's 3.5 times the
price. For Eric, garbage. Garbage. All right, so real quick, Zach saying, did you talk at all about Wemby? He's a very tall man. I
Very
know you guys
tall.
aren't big NBA guys, but it came out of left field. So okay, we can touch on this real briefly.
Plays
But while we do,
basketball, right?
Eric, give us your basketball analysis. The squeak squeak swish. It's all you. I'll be back in a second.
Weak squish.
Come on, you're Boston. You're from in the land of the
I
Boston
do
Celtics. You
not
better know
like-
something about the squeak squeak swish.
I do not like today's game. I find it to be boring. They do not play defense and chuck up too many threes.
And the
However,
ball's too big.
I do like watching Wemby play. I like seeing a big man play an inside game.
A big man?
I do think he needs to gain some weight. However, he is a very skinny boy. But you're seeing that not only are the critics finally coming around after years of the fans saying this, the professional critics are saying this game is boring. Load management is a freaking joke. These guys have no heart, lazy, and all they're doing is chucking threes, no defense whatsoever. And there's less and less people watching it on TV. There's less and less people going to the games and watching them live.
But why are basketball cards so big then, Eric? Is that a
Money,
flopper?
anything's money, I guess. I don't know. Why did I watch a guy rip a case of UFC today?
Because you're retarded.
Because I watched it. I didn't. But I watched a guy rip a case of UFC cards, and it's like, why?
In your store today, really?
Yeah,
Nice.
crazy. Just
Hey, tell about the card you found today.
just handed the credit card over and just started ripping boxes and boxes and boxes of UFC. I don't know why.
All right,
people
real
do
quick.
it.
I'm just going to read a couple of things here. So one more
Anyway,
thing, since
Basketball's
it's
boring.
yeah, so the thing with the Wemby thing though is because he has like a condition with the shoulder joint or whatever. It's like a blood clot kind of thing. So it's so
Blood
that's
clot.
so it's a thing that basically put him out for the season. So that was kind of the issue that specifically it's a health issue. So the big concern with the Wemby thing is that because it's not, if it was an injury, if it was like, a bad shoulder or, he broke his arm or something, that's one thing. But if there's like a blood issue or a blood circulation issue or something like that, that can be career threatening or career ending, depending on what it is. So it put him out for the season, but then it's looking to see what happens next. That's the concern. The concern is that it's the type of injury where it's not like a regular injury where you can just rehab it normally. So we'll see what happens, how long it takes him to rehab and come back, but he's gone for the season. So that's kind of the issue with that.
Yeah, that's big.
Real quick. So I was going to say, so this is the infamous jacket. I really should wear this thing more often. It's a nice jacket. So this is like the starter jacket that came. This
Maybe
was
it
part
is
of my
cool.
season ticket package.
Maybe you can get 2,100 for it now.
Yeah. So the thing is, you actually got this jacket, and it's a nice jacket. Actually, it's lined nicely in fleece and everything, so it's reasonably warm. But yeah, this actually came as part of it. It's still brand new. Still had it for, I've only worn it a handful of times, but I got this with my season tickets. Today, you get nothing,
No. You get less than nothing.
which is embarrassing. Actually,
It is.
It's
yeah.
actually kind of ridiculous. So real quick, Carlos says here, what are your thoughts on ESPN and MLB mutually agreeing not to continue the contract after the season? I think it's telling MLB that they're in a little bit of an issue with the contract thing. One thing I was going to say though, also for Eric's point about the NBA's ratings drop, what's funny? You know whose ratings have dropped more than the NBA's?
Who's that?
The NHL's.
Really?
Oh yeah. The thing is, like, not a lot of people were watching the NHL anyway, so it's not like anybody noticed. But they actually had a bigger ratings decline the last couple of years than the NBA has. So it's one of the, like, most sports have suffered.
And why do you think that is?
Football hasn't suffered.
Well, that's the point I was going to get at. I actually think so. I'll just throw a theory here, because the thing is, a lot of people talk about, like what Eric's talking about, too many threes and all that. Well, the thing is, too many threes is because it works. The problem is, like, it's one thing if you're throwing too many threes and you're hitting at a 10% clip, then you're literally wasting shots. It's not working.
Yeah.
But if you hit enough threes where it's actually raising your score, you're basically saying, oh, but because I'm bored, you should play suboptimally. You should actually play worse because it'll make me feel better.
Yeah. And this traveling stuff has got to stop. Like, there's like 3 steps. That's, and when you're 6'11", 3 steps is like half the court. Anyway,
Yeah.
I look at basketball as just not.
Well, listen. So, what? I was going to finish this point.
Oh, go ahead.
The fans have been trying to say we don't like the direction the game is going for years now. Now you're starting to see basketball analysts are finally talking like the fans have been talking. And now you have players like Draymond Green come out and say this game is boring.
Yeah.
You have the players themselves coming out and admitting that there is nothing to watch here.
No.
Now, I think it might have been KD who came out, don't quote me on that came out and kind of went after someone on the old social medias and said, go watch hockey then. We don't want you here. Because they were complaining about, the league and how boring it is. But so, yeah, I mean, some players are going to defend it because it's their livelihood. It's their passion. It's their life.
Well, he's also had a ton of success in the style of play because Kevin Durant, being as tall as he is, he hits a lot of threes.
Yeah.
Stylistically, it actually works in his favor. He can do that very well, actually.
But the thing is, you have a job because fans pay money to come and watch.
Mm-hmm.
If the fans don't like what they're watching, they're not going to come anymore, and then you don't have a job. So, yes, when you were saying,
you're talking less fans or less watchers,
what are they supposed to do? Be less play more, play more poorly and not be as good and not be as efficient. Unfortunately, if that's what the fans want to watch, they do dictate this with their wallets.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm bored, I'm not coming to I'm not paying, I'm not watching the TV, I'm not going to buy stuff on the commercials that are on the TV, I'm not going to the games, I'm not buying a hot dog. It all suffers because
now let me ask you a question. Can I so I can actually spin this into an interesting conversation that we can actually have. So, what if the issue is not the individual complaints of the audience? What if the issue is that maybe some of these sports themselves have just jumped the shark?
Maybe.
Like I said, the reason they're doing so many threes is because it works. If you're a team and you're trying to win, you should be doing what works. It only makes sense. Logically, you should be doing whatever. When the trap worked for New Jersey, it became in vogue. Don't tell me that was exciting hockey. I was a fan of a team that employed it as well as anybody. That didn't mean the games were exciting, Eric. But we won. We won a Stanley Cup on that, on the most legitimate Stanley Cup ending goal of all time by Hall of Famer Brett Hull. The most unimpeachable, unquestioned goal of all time.
What was in
but
the
anyways,
crease?
The point is, won a Stanley Cup on that, got to a second Stanley Cup the following season against New Jersey, who was a master of this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, am I going to suggest to you, and by the way, that team was stacked with Hall of Famers. You can go through that roster. That team was stacked with Hall of Famers.
Plus the greatest goalie of all time.
Yeah. So you've got all that. And that was, would you call that an exciting series? It was two teams clamping down hard.
Yeah.
Every inch you had to fight for it. It was like fighting through a slog. It was trench warfare in World War I.
Yeah. Watching Kevin Stevens in a war entertained the piss out of me. So yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing. So the point is, it was not the most exciting brand of hockey. Scoring went way down for the better part of a decade. So that was suboptimal. By the way, the NHL lost audience during that time. Yeah. They lost audience. The theory should be, Eric, if we don't see, if the NHL says, oh, we got to open it up, we're going to go real light, we're going to knock off some of the hitting, we're going to do whatever. If they did that tomorrow and scoring went up, and then the audience is cheering more because there's more scoring, that's kind of playing into what you're saying. Then you're tweaking the game to make it more fan friendly.
The audience determines everything.
Yes.
But the only point I'm making is that you're going to get a segment of the audience that's saying, "Oh, this is soft hockey. I like it when it was hard hitting and grinding it in.
But the majority rules. The majority rules with their wallets. If their fans don't exist, sports leagues don't exist. And if the fans are bored and stop coming, something has to change. And right now,
Maybe
fans are
not.
bored.
Maybe the change is external. Maybe like sports cards, like maybe we've sort of jumped that shark. We're past it.
Yeah.
More people are focused on doing other things on their computer or
So Bobby, that was on the last video I did.
Yes.
That was the exact topic
another
I
part,
touched on.
yes.
I made very clear, and what I was saying was specifically that I would still go and watch. So I'll give you an example. I've talked about this before. One league we have is the inter-county baseball. That's semi-pro. It's semi-pro baseball.
Mhm.
But the truth is, they got these small, quaint parks. These players, some of them are actually quite good. Some of them actually used to be major leaguers because inter-county baseball actually has some major leaguers go through. It's semi-pro. But the thing is, the games themselves, the tickets are like $5-10.
They're cheap.
You can go hang out. You can go get a hot dog for $2.
Yes,
Now I don't have the
yes.
local team anymore, but the Toronto Maple Leafs, named similarly,
Yes.
they go play at Christie Pitts. You got
What
a little
is
stadium.
wrong with you
They've been
people?
playing Crispy Pits forever, right?
Eric, the Toronto Maple Leafs predate the Toronto Maple Leafs, the original, the OG.
The
Toronto
Toronto
Maple
Maple Leafs baseball team
That's correct.
actually was the name for
Predates.
the Toronto Maple Leaf hockey team. That's how it originally.
All I'm
got
saying,
transferred over.
I don't care who came first. All I'm
No,
saying,
there was a Toronto Maple Leafs in like 1912. That predates the Leafs.
why can't you?
No,
people-
the Leafs are named after the Toronto Maple Leaf baseball team.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
God,
Go ahead.
everyone, it's like everything's so peachy up there. Everything has the same name.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Old
kind of
school.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of stupid that you have multiple teams in the CFL with the same
Yeah,
name.
we know
That's
that. We know it's dumb. Yes, I know. That's
And now
okay.
you have a
Eric, that
baseball-
hasn't been true in the Rough Riders died in 1996. Get over it, man.
And then now you're telling me that there's two different Toronto Maple Leafs teams and one's
Well, the baseball team's been around forever, and
The base well, so they were, but then the original team folded and then they restarted it.
Yeah.
So there was a
not
little
a-
window
They
there.
were the Toronto.
But the
Out of the
baseball team predates the
International
hockey team. The
What was it
original
called? The
baseball team.
baseball was the original baseball. It wasn't Toronto Maple Leafs. It was Toronto something, right? 1910, 12. What was that?
So I'll look it up. It was in the International League. The original
Yes,
OG
International,
team was
yeah.
in the International League.
it was just called Toronto's.
I'll find it here.
Was it the Arenas? Toronto Arenas? Not until the Maple Leafs started, which was before the Toronto Maple Leafs. And then J.P. Bickle, who owned baseball, he also owned the hockey, and they called them the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, so originally they were the Toronto Baseball Club. It's called the Toronto Baseball
Okay,
Club.
just Toronto Baseball Club. Okay, yeah.
And then in 1895, they resurfaced in the Eastern League, where they played through 1911.
Mm-hmm.
So
Same
let's
name?
see here. I'm just looking up here. So Toronto Lands and the Highlands, Toronto Ferry Company, 1900. Let's see. I will find it. Minor baseball was reorganized.
I mean,
Looks
I don't
like
even
around
like the
1912.
fact- I've never even liked the fact that here in the United States, different sports use the same. Like we have the Texas Rangers and the New York Rangers. That's
Yeah.
stupid. But at least they're different sports and in different areas of the country. They're not in the same league and they're not in the same city.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, the Texas Rangers, the New York Rangers got their name from the Texas Rangers because the Rangers came up, and that's when that all happened. So actually, the Rangers from the New York hockey team is named after the Texas Rangers that were the real Texas Rangers, who were the real gunslingers back in the day. There you go.
Yep.
History lesson right there.
Yeah, New Jersey Devils root hockey is a great discussion. Yep, we'll come back to it. I grew up in the 70s. Hockey was free flowing and fun. Yeah, by the 70s, it started to move. Scoring went up because you had Phil Esposito set those records that Gretzky broke. So the offense started picking up.
There was a time, I think it was 1970, I was living it, and everybody collected cards on every street corner. Like, honestly, you could go, like, any kid you would see collected cards. It was a different era. It was like 70, 71, 72, 3, 4. It was that coming of age. Everything. It was almost like an industrial revolution in a sense. It was sort of a commercial revolution. Things started to come out, production, cards, premiums, everything really started right around that time period. And there's a lot of people born in that time period, born in the early to mid 60s, that kind of lived that 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, prepubescent era. And it seemed like a lot of things came out. And by 75, 76, a lot of that stopped. Cards went on, but a lot of the premiums and other stuff kind of stopped. So there's this timeline right in there, about 6 years, that things really kind of came out. There was a lot of great marketing. And I think that's happened now too. Like, well, we had the pandemic, so that's a little different, but I mean, it kind of blends into being the same. It's like you go through these growth spurts and it actually grows so high and fast that it can't sustain itself. And I think we're at that non-sustainable part where everybody's got enough of politics, everyone's got enough of sports, everyone's got enough of everything. And they're just kind of going back to flipping through their Facebook, looking at funny videos and just, zoning out from the world. And I think that's where we're sort of at. They've had their fill of the pandemic and all that other time and all that other stuff. And I think that things are coming back down and people are going back to work and getting back to normal things again.
I just think
we want it to continue, but it hasn't continued.
Yeah,
if anything, it's dropped off.
I think the reality, though, is one of the big issues that you run into is, like I said, you just have more options. With a lot of these things, like the first thing that'll happen. The first thing that happens is that somebody goes and looks at it and says, "Oh, well, the issue is obviously this problem, or this aspect of the game I don't like, or this aspect of the game I don't like." Even in my time watching baseball, the game has changed multiple times. The steroid era suddenly home runs started flying.
It didn't change as fast as it is right now.
Oh no! The steroid era, we went from normal to Brady Anderson hitting 50 home runs, who had no business hitting 50 home runs.
Understood. Yeah. No, I understand that time period. I'm just saying, like today, everything changes very fast. What's in the news? What's happening? What's hot? What's everything? Everyone's following everything because our phones are scripted to give us what we want, or maybe not what we want, but maybe scripted to being what they think we need, I guess, at that point. So,
but I think
we're in a different era, and we have AI, kicking in, and we have a lot of different things happening, and I just see a lot of changes in the last, since the pandemic. I'd say 2023 to 2025, we've had this dramatic change where a lot of people stopped watching videos. Carlos, the video count has went down. A lot of people have left the industry, and we've had a few new ones, and a lot of companies went out of business. We're going through a transitional change right now, and I think that has to do with a lot of AI that's really going to be coming in and changing, our workspace and all these other things that are happening right now. Look at all the videos that can be done. You see all those ones where they have the politicians, and you got Putin on the drum, and you got Trump singing and Biden doing that. It's just so funny. But at this point, we're reaching into a new era, and I think that's going to take us to a different place. Anyway.
I think
not in sports, but I mean in everything.
Yeah,
entertainment. Which takes us away from watching sports or going to sports. Actually, maybe.
Okay, can we go now? Okay, you just kept going, so I was trying to get it. I was trying to get in there to add a piece. The thing is that one of the problems that we ran into is that because we've got so many options, and if you have been a fan of some of these sports for a while, the novelty is gone.
Yeah.
So unless you're seeing something very specific, that's why I say, I think sometimes when I'm listening to some of these folks, I think they're making excuses. I think you're just not as interested. I don't think it matters. I think if but if they played it, no, I think if they played that way, you'd find something else to complain about. I think you've just seen it long enough. I just don't think you're as engaged in it as you will. Simple example. You could play the exact same game you played back in the 90s, but I'm not going to be as engaged with the players that I'm looking at right now versus some of the Sean Greens or Carlos Delgado or Joe Carter, or Roberto Alomar, those guys, because I enjoyed what they were doing back then. Oh, but if the players change, listen, you could change you could knock the salaries down by 95%. It doesn't change the fact that players are what they are. You can't change. I don't care how much the players make. But for some people, yes. For some people, just seeing, literally, we could be playing 1990s baseball right now, but if those players were making $20 million a year, oh man, this guy sucks. Like, it was the same guy he was in 1995. The only difference is now you're worried about how much money he's making in your head.
And then the other point too, where we're listening to Joe Garagiola, whatever his name was, he used to be an announcer, that we have enough people that are announcing out there away from where everybody used to follow. Now everybody's being followed or looking for clicks or looking for whatever they're doing. So we've had a gigantic shift into this new era of, we have influencers, and people following them and what have you. It's just a different kind of world. And I think we went through that stage, and we're sort of at this place where I don't know where it's going. I'd like to predict that, before change used to be slow. Now we're going through a real fast change since pandemic. In the hobby, up, down. Now we're kind of, I don't know where we are. We're in purgatory at this point. So we're going to see where it's going to go. And then we have the regular world, which, a lot of people used to work on their homes and do all these things. And now it's a little bit different. Everybody looking for entertainment and shortcuts in life. Nobody wants to go into work. They built that Eglinton, across Eglinton here. We have this long street across through the middle of Toronto. And they built this thing that, what was it? It was slotted for $4 billion. Now it's at $8 million past that. And it's 4 years past the date it was supposed to open. And nobody's working. Most people are working from home. Look at you going in once a week, right? So this was.
Hey, listen, don't wreck this for me. I like the working from home.
I know you do. But all these people that said, hey, you can go into work, you can take this. Now we've passed that point. Now nobody's going to use it because they're going into work once or twice a week. So the paradigm has really shifted and changed. And I think we're kind of grabbing onto straws right now. We don't really know where to go. Or maybe society doesn't really know where to go. Should
I just go to YouTube, Bobby. I go to YouTube and Amazon Prime and watch Reacher. I'm good.
Yeah, see, there you go. And how many people have cable now? Everybody watch cable.
Easy answer. So Ben World Peace here. Good evening. Says kind of like what it mean, but the novelty is gone. Exactly what it sounds like. I think if you're and I'll put it. Let me explain it this way. I think when you're a young fan and you're learning the game and everything's new, that's one aspect of it because you're looking at it through fresh eyes. So a lot of these things are very exciting and a lot. When I talk about baseball, I've been to hundreds and hundreds of games in person. I've watched thousands of games, and it's very rare that I'll see something I haven't already seen. A regular season game doesn't mean anything because you got 162. So in the grand scheme of things, is one specific game going to matter one way or the other?
No.
Now, in the playoffs, I'm more engaged because the stakes have increased proportionally. So now the individual game, winning the specific game gets you a lot closer to a result. Whereas opposed to the regular season, winning or losing game 40 may or may not make any difference in the aggregate.
And how many people are really tuning in now where before you didn't have too many options, and now you have every option.
Yeah.
To watch
so
baseball,
now
football, basketball,
if you're the
cards,
product,
not collect
you have
cards.
to sell me on this.
Yes.
If you're the product, you have to sell me on this because now I can go watch season 3 of Reacher, or I could watch YouTube, or in my case, I could make a video, or in my case, I could make a video. I could actually I could be creating the content instead of engaging the content. That's another option I have where you didn't have that before. So now I've got all this stuff that
if we take the hobby out of it and we took all the other stuff, be it political, be it funny, be it TikTok, be it whatever, like that is a massive amount of influx into our lives that we never had really before. You used to go to games back in 2010, whatever. You go to a game, you might go on the internet. There wasn't a lot of influencers, a lot of that stuff going on. So, we're sort of limited into what we did. You got a season tickets, you went to the games. It was reasonable. Now it's not even affordable to go there. $2,100 for, a 500 level. Are you kidding? Really?
Yep.
So people say, okay, screw that. Leaves, forget it. You can't go there. Can't afford it.
Well, I think Bobby, your last point, one of your points there is the most important one to me. Before I would attend a ton of games, I would watch the games that I didn't attend on TV, or I'd listen to it on the radio.
Yeah.
I can't tell you the last time I listened to the radio for anything.
Oh.
I used to listen to sports talk radio all the time. So pre-YouTube, tune in to sports talk radio, and listen to hours and hours and hours of I'm not a Leafs fan, but listening to Leafs talk was my entertainment pre-YouTube, because listening to the caller come in and
On
be
the
angry
hog.
and yelling and screaming and after every Leafs loss, oh my God, this is the worst team ball. That was the entertainment. Today I can go to YouTube. I can get this on YouTube directly. I don't
You can
need
make a video, listen to 50 videos. You can, there's so many things. There's too many options at this point that we have. And I think we're losing that focal point where we used to have a following to now it's dispersed into, I can't even say what. It's just everybody's looking at doing something a little different. I think this is really what it is. Not in a psychological sense, but I think people are looking for stimulation and constant stimulation, and they haven't actually had, like, our stimulation in 2000, let's just say, was limited because we could go to a game. We couldn't really go on YouTube, and we could, but all that thing wasn't established. Now we have so many things on our plate that we don't know what to choose, and there's too many things on our plate. And you have the choice of choosing 50 things, opposed to in 2000 you had, well, go to a game or listen to sports radio, or there was 2 or 3 things, right? Now we have 40 things. Now you can do 40 different things. So I think it's separating a lot of different things to, be it hobby, be it, sports, be it, personal life, political shit that everybody likes to spew shit out, and whatever. So
I mostly blame
just
Eric
everywhere.
So I'll read a couple of these comments here. Cards and Comics here says, "Hey guys, great show. Is Carlos AI yet? Any day now."
Uh-oh.
The analysts today are
Soon,
far less
soon though, right?
soon. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
or it might have already happened.
Actually,
Dan's Vintage Baseball here says, "The analysts today are far less prepared and knowledgeable than the past. Sports TV is dumbed down to a ridiculous level." You know what's funny, Dan? And I'll get to the rest of the comments here. You know what's funny? It was fun listening to sometimes, if you go check out some of the old games, listen to some of the old time commentators. The thing is, you know what the funny thing is? I don't know about less prepared or knowledgeable. A lot of the old commentary really wasn't any analysis at all.
it was
Just telling stories. It was literally, you'd say the stats, but you just tell stories. That's basically what it was. That's what always kind
now
of
we
made
have
me laugh a
fact
little.
check.
Yeah, but it was just funny that, like, in reality, I don't know if they were more knowledgeable. They were just around.
They were there.
Yeah. So, like Vince Scully, for example, go listen to an old Vince Scully thing.
Yeah.
There's no analysis. He's a storyteller.
He's a storyteller.
He knows he can do the play-by-play. He's telling you what's happening, but then he'll start telling you a story, but what was good about him, what I'll say, and again, I don't know if this is knowledgeable as much as some just being around a long time, being experienced, I would say, maybe more than knowledgeable. He would start telling you a story about a player from 35 years ago, but then be able to draw a comparison between the player from 35 years ago and what's going on in the game right now, and still be able to draw a link between the two.
Great
So,
entertainer.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. He understood that he was trying to engage the audience in entertainment. So again, I don't know if that's as knowledgeable as it is being a great storyteller, combined with then being able to draw links. And by the time the person's done listening, he's like, oh, okay, now I get where you were going with that. You went in this whole direction with the story, but then you brought it all the way back around to what's happening to be bad.
If they did that now, you would stop the video, you would go to Google, do a fact check, and come back and then go, okay,
or you tune out before you ever finish the story. Or you tune out before you ever finish the story. He would never get a chance. He doesn't have enough time to tell you the story.
How many times do we do that? How many times have you done that? I do it all the time. I listen, I go, yeah, see ya, bye, I'm done.
Yeah. You got about 30 seconds to tell the story, or else it's already over.
Which maybe I'm not, because I'm a little older, but I mean, if you guys are typical and you're doing that, then isn't everybody doing that at that age bracket?
So
what are these kids doing?
Yeah, my statement, Bobby, is I think that a lot of folks are retroactively looking for excuses why the ratings are down. I think it's that more people realize they have more options, and they're saying, if you can't entertain me right now, I'll just watch something else.
That's right.
So that's why I say, like, you're talking about the NBA being
watchable here. Are you not
here.
Amused is the thing. And that's the key point, is really, are you being amused? If not, click.
What I'm getting out of this, a lot of it. So what Jason's getting at.
Flick. There you go.
Yeah. With Jason's stuff, I don't disagree that for him, the NBA is unwatchable. But there are other people that I know watch basketball that like it fine. You just don't hear about them because they're not complaining. You hear about the people complaining the loudest. So the thing is, if you enjoy the sport,
man, that's it. That's all about the clicks, right?
If you enjoy the sport, then you understand that why there was an adaptation. So again, I'll use hockey. If you liked hockey, so maybe I'll present it this way. And we talked about this one, Eric, and I'll read the rest of these comments because there's some good ones. So we just talked about hockey a minute ago. In the 70s, it started to become more free flowing. You started breaking scoring records that would then be rebroken in the 80s with Gretzky and the Oilers. So we went from the 70s where scoring was starting to increase. You had the first 100-point player in the 70s. And then by the 80s, by the end of the 70s, you got the Islanders, you got Mike Bossy scoring all those goals. And then Gretzky will take it up another notch with that Edmonton team and all that going on.
10 years, yeah.
And then by the early 90s, you still got that. But then right around the middle of the 90s, all of a sudden scoring plummets. It drops like a stone. By the way, ratings also start to drop.
Yes.
Because for a brief shining moment, hockey was supposed to take over and beat the NBA. That's what was.
Yes.
Sports Illustrated had an article talking about the NHL's ascension and the NBA's decline. And then what happened? The exact opposite happened. Michael Jordan took it up, and hockey went straight down to the point that it could barely keep.
Superstar is going to show up. And remember,
well, the thing is, hockey had superstars. So hockey had superstars throughout.
But basketball, Tops didn't do basketball for 10 years.
Yeah. But what ended up happening is that hockey was doing its thing. It had stars, it had all this, but the scoring was down, and it lost attention.
And had a lockout, which killed it.
94, yeah.
So the thing is, to an audience, to a certain audience, yes. But here's the thing. My opinion is that there's the fans will always use the excuse, oh, the lockout is like, okay, so what changed about the game?
Nothing.
What changes how you feel about the players.
How you feel, yes.
But the game didn't change that much between the beginning of the lockout and the end of the lockout.
How do you feel
so
about
again,
post office
do you like
strike? It's
hockey,
the same thing, right?
Or do you like the players being likable to you?
I don't know. Like you said, we find other things. We kind of get
so what the lockout actually did, my opinion, what the lockout actually did is it told you didn't need hockey. It told you you could watch something else.
Basically.
And then that other thing suddenly is like, oh, actually, I could just watch that instead. Good point.
Yeah.
So
and then all those short, remember, a lot of those short videos came on, the Game of Thrones and all these other little, that kind of took up people's time because that's when Netflix and all those other companies started to go, hey, we're going to do short little, stories here and put them in a series. And a lot of people got into that and away from, all the hockey games on. It's okay. I'll check the scores in the morning. It's only a Tuesday game and they're playing Pittsburgh. Who gives a shit? Right. And they move on. So it's choices. I think we have more and more choices going forward, but less and less quality of choices, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Zach here says, I still enjoy the NBA. I have a job, but I have things to do rather than watch a 3-hour game. And I think that became a problem for a lot of folks.
Yes. That's another
to be here to harass
do
Eric.
We have 3 hours? Because what 3 hours used to do before is like we got 1 hour now.
Yeah. So Jason here says, I watched the Celtics play on TV and both teams missed like 13 threes in a row. Go for 14.
Was that?
Dan here says, NBA is less about X's and O's and the game is more about silly drama. I love the silly drama. Silly drama is actually more entertaining than the game to me. If you played the sport even day of the game, or even a day of the game itself, the way it's presented on television is frustrating. All right, fair enough. Zach says, I'm in my 30s. It's wild watching sports now, looking at them as kids rather than larger than life figures as a 10-year-old. Yes, that is correct. Amanda here, good evening, says, can we program AI Carlos to be kinder and gentler? How do you know this isn't AI Carlos? Again, how do you know this isn't AI Carlos right now?
No.
Moving on.
Real Carlos, fake Carlos, it doesn't matter. He's a nasty bastard.
I can get worse. Don't make me upgrade the software. Don't test me, bougie. Barclay says, consumption of the NBA has changed. Digital views of the NBA has doubled the past 5 years. Watching a 2.5-hour presentation, not so much. So that's the other thing. For all the complaints about the game, a bunch of people are watching the clips on YouTube, social medias. They'd rather watch the highlights than sit down and watch the whole game. I can't blame you. That's more efficient. Novelty not gone? Yeah, it is to some, yeah. It all matters, even the cards? No. Is there a Tyson v. Paul card? Numismatic Valley lives? Maybe. Which knife you got there?
This is a bench-made bailout. I've had it for about a week.
There you go. So kind of to Ben's point, the novelty not gone? Maybe not to you. It's gone to me. A lot of the old analysts were also drunk, which also made it entertaining.
Harry Carey, baby.
That was a foul ball. Skip Carey would identify which town the fan caught the ball was from. Live dialogue is interesting as long as it's engaging, flowing. Sure. Basketball became international because of the access to sport. Yes. Do we need to do a wellness check on Yannick? Who knows, man? Would you say LeBron and his actions have done more help or harm to the game? So here's the thing. The Erics of the world will bitch and moan about LeBron. But I'll be honest, it hasn't done, like, if I'm a basketball guy, this is maybe the bigger problem, I think, if you really think about this. I find a problem that you hinge your enjoyment of a sport based on an individual player. There is nothing LeBron James can do to me, unless he's coming to my house and bothering me personally, that affects my viewing of the game. But mind you, I'm a person who watches the sport without the commentating on. Oh, but he does this. It's like, hey, then don't watch his games.
I don't, because I can't.
But other people do, Eric. The people that complain the loudest are the ones watching his games. They can tell me everything he does, which means they're watching.
I don't even like watching the highlights on ESPN in the morning. First, the guy flops, so he's not LeBron, he's La Flopper. Okay?
You mean like Bobby Orr?
I will drive up there right now.
All right, look, I'll do it. Yannick, it's about to happen. About to happen.
I'd love to see that.
So he flops, he travels, he complains every single time up and down the court. If he doesn't score, even if he has a wide open shot, he doesn't score.
So when you're saying flopping, you mean like this?
Oh my God. You see Noel Picard's stick right up. He
I see him waving. He's just waving at the guy.
No, he tripped him and hooked him.
I don't see any trip. Yannick, do you see a trip?
No.
So
I think that's an embellisher. That right there, that should be a penalty for embellishment.
So LeBron travels, bitches and complains.
Learn from Bobby Orr.
And flops constantly. And he's the star of the league. And what frustrates me is this guy is great. He's not good. He is great. And there is no need for the greatest player in the league in this time period over the last 20 years to behave this way on the court. And there are, and I know what Charles Barkley said, but there are kids watching and they are mimicking him in youth leagues because LeBron's the greatest. He's our hero. He flops to get calls. He yells at referees. He, takes 5 steps. That's how he does it. And that's never good.
Interesting. It is a theory you have. I see what you're saying. But like I said, I think my first picture that I showed is very damning. I think it says a lot. You presumably like this sport. Look at this flop.
Oh, I've done that so many times.
So you're saying you're a flopper, Yannick?
I'm a crasher.
Yannick?
And he keeps doing it.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like LeBron was emulating you, Eric.
If I ever mentioned I've had a lot of concussions, like a lot of concussions.
Just saying.
Like I've been awake and then I wasn't. And then I'd wake up again.
Are you sure you're awake now? Are you sure that I'm not AI?
I couldn't tell you.
I think Zach was making a good point. Real Carlos is straight evil. This is mellow AI generated version. This is a man of peace, Carlos. So it's definitely AI. Definitely AI.
Am I evil? Yes, I am.
Don't make me hit the button again because it'll echo and ring out in Bobby's place for like hours.
Maybe forever. I don't know. Who knows? But I'll just go back to what I was saying before. Is like, so in let's say 75, I was going to see a hockey game. I got tickets from my uncle, and it was coming in 2 weeks. We were going to go on the Saturday, and we had to wait. We had nothing. We had to go to school. We had to do our other stuff, and we had to wait till that Saturday. Today, we don't have to wait for anything. Everything is here, and you have too many choices, I think, at this point. And if we're going forward in the next 5 to 10 years with the changes that we're going through, we're going to have so many choices that I think it's going to thin out, baseball, football, basketball, all that other stuff that we, used to like. We're just going to watch highlights.
Can I ask a serious question? Just in general, I want to ask the chat and I want to ask everybody. By the way, great comments, folks. I know Bobby was pontificating, so I was trying not to interrupt him too much, but at the same time, we have to kind of try to go back and forth.
Sure.
But let me ask a question to the chat and everybody here. is that necessarily a bad thing? Because the reason, so I'm going to explain why I'm asking this question. Because a lot of people spend a lot of time talking about like, oh, but the ratings are down. We need to fix this in the game. We need to fix this in the game. Well, a second ago, we were talking about how there's all these other options. I'm going to only speak for myself, but I'm going to pose the question. I like options because options means I get to choose the thing that I want. You're not forcing me. It's not a situation where like, okay, you're at the ice cream store and you can have vanilla or chocolate. Now I've got all these other options. Well, maybe I could have vanilla or chocolate, but I like mint chocolate. So now you're providing me this mint chocolate option and these other options. I may never pursue these other options, but now you've given me mint chocolate. That is what I prefer. That is my preference. These games, these sports. Yeah, before I didn't have an option. Sports radio and the games themselves, and that was it. That's all you could do. Well, now I can go to YouTube. I can go to my Amazon Prime and watch these shows that I want to watch, binge watch them if I want to. I can do this. I can make videos. I can read a book. I've got all these things. I like having more options personally, but guess what? That means automatically my attention is going to be divided. So I've only got so many hours in the day. So at a certain point, you have to make choices. Something's got to give. Something's going to get cut out. So that means that game that I would have watched years ago in 2000, I would have been watching the baseball game or the hockey game or whatever. Hockey night in Canada on Saturday night. You'd watch the doubleheader. It was automatic. I haven't watched a hockey night in Canada thing in probably 10 years.
Yeah.
There's no reason for me to.
Well, that's when the internet kind of started, right? Like that's when really we came in full fruition of, the internet. In 10
Free
years
Dawn Cherry.
10 years
Free Dawn Cherry.
Oh, that's even better. So can I actually like negative watch something? Like, can I get with the like negatives? Like if is that a possible thing? Just saying.
In the future, it will be.
I'm just saying. But the point is though, my question is like, is that really a bad thing? Because I could be listening to podcasts. I could listen to an audiobook. I could watch a YouTube video. Like I've got all these other things. Or if I want to catch up on the game, I could literally watch highlights. So this season, this upcoming baseball season, I canceled my MLB.TV. But if I had season tickets to the Jays, I could have it back. All I got to do is pay $2,100 and I can have it for free. I know, but I canceled it, Yannick. So I told this story in that video. I have had MLB.TV since the first year it was possible to have MLB.TV. I don't remember what year that was. It was like minimum 10, 12, 15 years ago. It's been a long time. I'm grandfathered in to an OG package on MLB.TV. I've had it so long. This year I deactivated the auto renewal because I know I'm not going to watch the games. So if I'm not watching the games, it doesn't make any sense for me to pay for a package where I can see all the games. Doesn't make any sense.
Especially when everything is blacked out.
Well, I watch games other than the Jays game, or I used to. But the point is, I'm not watching regular season games. I'm not watching hockey in regular season games. I'm not watching basketball at all. But even if I did, I wouldn't watch regular season games. I don't care. So I'm not watching regular season games for anybody except for Packer games. And that's only because the entire Packer season is 17 games. And it's a once a week commitment. That's it.
Listen, you're full of shit. All you're doing is sitting here and advertising the Packers because you're part owner.
Yes, right? I am.
Money.
I have a financial vested interest.
Yes. So screw you and your opinion because I saw.
So what you're saying, Eric. So what you're saying, if I understand you correctly. That's me after the meeting.
Yeah, I saw right through that shit. Yeah, you're not fooling me.
So anyway, the point is that I have these options. I choose to spend my time, the majority of my time. YouTube actually gets the majority of my watch time. It's the majority because I have I can go down a million rabbit holes if I want. I don't have to stick to one thing. There's a lot of options there.
Yeah.
Somebody else may choose a different option. I also listen a lot to podcasts, like the podcast. Podcasts are fun. So these are the things that I would rather do. But this upcoming year, when it comes to the Major League Baseball season, while I will not be watching a lot, I'll catch the Jays highlights. I'll quickly skim through, watch a couple of things. All right, final score, what were the highlights? Boom, I'm done. This is like a 2-minute operation. Juan Soto, I want to see how he does with the Mets. I'll watch the highlights. I can just watch the individual at bats. I don't need to sit there and watch the whole game. Yeah. I'm not required to. I can focus and key in on just a specific thing. Oh, he hit a home run today. Okay, let me watch it. 30 seconds and I'm done.
But, that begs the other question is delayed gratification beneficial or detrimental to our future or to our future lives, I guess. Like you're saying that, it's great to have all these choices and stuff like that. But is that healthy going forward? And I don't believe that it is completely healthy. I don't believe that it's negative, but I don't believe it's also positive as well.
Sure. I think it's fair. Zach here says, I could listen to podcasts and be very engaged in the NBA and never watch. A lot of people do. Like a surprise, a lot of people are following the leagues through podcasts and things like that instead, or commentary channels. Like there'll be channels that there is a guy, I think the YouTube name is Fuzzy, and he actually does MLB recaps. And he'll do a video where he'll recap all the games from the previous day.
So everything is done.
Zip through.
For you.
It was like the old Sports Center, but that was like he'd go game. He'd show a couple of clips and then zip through it, and this is the final result, and blah blah blah, and go on to the next game. He'd be done in under like 5-6 minutes and go through an entire slate of games for a day, and that'd be the entire episode. Simple.
Yep. So the concentration level of people is varied. So there's really no focus on any one thing anymore. It's more diversified into, videos, influencers, whatever you want to talk about, news on TV, series, nobody goes to movies anymore. Why? Because some of the
movies
series
sucks, first of all.
Well, the popcorn's good. I have to give them that. But other than that, like, why go?
When's the last time that a movie came out that you went like, oh my God, I gotta go see this?
Not anymore.
The last John Wick.
Always be like
the last John Wick.
I did that for 20 years.
But I can watch it streaming.
The last time I said it was the Top Gun movie.
The sequel? The second one?
The sequel?
The sequel.
Yeah, the new one with...
the sequel was actually pretty good. The sequel was good for what it was. It was good for
I
what
didn't like the sequel. I thought it was stupid. It was like, these guys should have never been flying, ever.
I wanted to see the
You're
second.
bringing the rookies in, and you're bringing the lesser rookies in. It's like to give them a chance. It's like, what are you fucking kidding? I would never do that in real life. Are you kidding? That's stupid. That movie was fucking dumb.
Wow, Bobby Brown movie reviews.
I wanted to see.
Oh, you get them.
Spicy Bobby's back.
I wanted to see the fighter scenes on the big screen. And
I thought it was pretty
I understand they were there.
I
but
want to go
you bought
see
the lesser
in the movie theater.
quality
I never
people
did.
in to do that, and I'm going.
I never did.
No, you wouldn't choose that. You choose the best. That's what the original fucking Top Guns were for. And then they brought in the lesser people who weren't as good, but I'll chance them. It's like, are you fucking kidding? Chancing my life on those fuckers? No way.
I agree.
Get out.
I just wanted to see dog fighting and
that's why no one's going to the movies, because you get that stupid shit going on. Anyway, sorry,
shit.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to see airplanes go.
You
fast
saw it, and you saw shit. There you go. Yeah,
and then I never.
You two need a minute. You two need a minute. I'm gonna read a couple of comments.
See airplanes.
All right, you see airplanes. Calm down. I'm gonna read some comments. All right, everyone's getting muted until I finish reading these comments. Everybody's getting muted. Moving on. All right. So here, Dan was saying, there's nothing better in sports than watching the whole game and being invested in the outcome. Highlights are candy. Games are meat and potatoes. I like that Dan is holding on to the old school. And there was a time where I agree with this. That time is over for me. I'm done. It's finito. So I'll quickly read these and I'll bring everybody back in. Guess the next game Mexican fans watching again will be Elon Musk's Neuralink. You hold on to that dream. Hold your breath. I go to the movies, take my kiddos, and enjoy it. Last movie I saw sucked, Lion King. I know they came up with a new one. I assume it's a new one. Back in the day, I had watched the game and you missed it. Don't feel like that today. No. Now so the key here, Dan is going old school, which I respect, because sitting there watching and engaging in the game. If I tried to sit and watch a game today, legitimately, I would be on my phone for half of it because it's running and I love baseball, but it would be running too slow for me. By the way, for Eric's benefit, I do the same at a hockey game. I'd be like this. I'm not even paying attention to you. You don't even warrant my attention. Where's Bobby Orr flopping? Nope. Moving on. I would just watch the highlights. Just get to it. Just saying. Let's go through. Bobby rates it half a hockey puck. Love it. You said it. Yep. She's almost like the second Top Gun was filmed in Atlanta. Whoa. All right. Now I'm caught up on the comments. You may continue your bantering. I needed a minute to read these comments. Now we're good.
No, and that's way through the danger zone. And I think that's the problem with movies is we think we've advanced, but we actually went in reverse because they're insulting our intelligence by putting those movies out. Like, I'm going to take the lesser people to war with me.
They're trying to serve Bobby ice cream cake in the movie version.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And that insults my intelligence. And
That's
I sit there and
dangerous,
go,
Yannick. You're
"Why would
invoking
I
it.
pay for
Take
that?"
easy. Easy.
What?
Easy.
Yannick's
Derek.
invoking the ice cream cake. He needs to take
He
it
is.
easy.
I know. That's okay. It's a lot.
Trying to call him down.
I saw some
Just
really good
saying.
ice cream cake on TikTok. Anyways, it was real ice cream cake because it was cake and ice cream. Anyways, it still won't last in the summer. Regardless. And I think that's where we're sort of at with a lot of different things. Is these movies they're lower tier. They're coming at us at different levels, whereas these series are actually quite interesting. You know, your Reacher or Squid Games or whatever. You know, Game of Thrones. Those things were epic and well done. And I think it's taken us away that we don't have to see the big screen to see the big action scenes where into the danger zone for Eric. And and those days have gone by. And like you said, Carlos, yeah, I'm doing that, but I'm also looking at my phone, looking at eBay and stuff and different other things while I'm watching something. It's just we're multitasking. We're so full in our lives. It's just unbelievable. And imagine in the next 10 years what's going to happen. It's just going to be insane. Early, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, the main thing, and like I said, for me, it's not an issue. It's that you've got more options. So, we're
Is it
out
too
of
many options though?
So I'll say my answer will be this. For most, I think the answer is yes, because you can run into paralysis by analysis. You can have too many options to the point that it actually stalls you.
It does hurt. Yeah.
Speaking for myself, I like it because I have no problem decisively making my choice. I can look and go, this is what I want to do. And then I'm good with it. Like, I don't second guess myself. I don't suddenly oh man, I should. No, I'd be like, this is the one I want to go with. I'm comfortable.
Because you have that focus of what you want, where a lot of people don't know what they want until they see it.
Yeah, and
that's
that
the
hurts.
difference. That's what I like. I know what I want. That's why I do the hockey stuff that I do, because I know what I like. But I don't go looking for something that I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think
know that I like.
I think if you provide that to most people, it's actually a problem because it's not as clear cut which direction they want to go. So then it actually creates confusion. It actually is more problematic rather than if you just gave them, go in that direction. Go watch this. You'll probably be all right.
But that changes society a lot, man. We went through that societal change in the last 10 years, last 5 years especially. And now I think we're at that point, especially with sports cards and collecting and stuff like that. There's, a lot of guys aren't focusing on it. That's why look at all the people who dropped out. There's only very few survivors. We're still here. We're talking about stuff, but we talk about a little bit of everything. We can talk cards, we can talk collecting, we can whatever we want to talk about.
And
it's
I can
great.
sing.
Huh?
And I can sing.
And
can is a strong word.
The danger zone.
You can, but
I should.
You do it well.
Sounds happened, I guess.
I can sing, but I should.
Maybe.
I think the funniest part about that whole sequence with me is that Eric was sitting there talking all that shit about the anthem singer when it turns out her singing was fabulous. Like I have no doubt it was literally like angel singing. But the problem was she was singing the anthem. That's what ruined everything.
I said it to my wife. I said that is horrible.
Nobody
singing.
It's going to turn out she's a classically trained opera singer, and then she'll sing Phantom of the Opera for you, and it'll be like, oh my god, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. And the problem was that she was singing the anthem, which ruins everything.
She cannot sing. She was horrible.
We're going to find out, man. It's going to be true.
Tommy Johansson. Watch that one, Phantom of the Opera. Mm-hmm.
Yep. All I'm saying, like I said, we're going to find out. She sings anything but the anthem. Perfection.
Maybe. Wow. Actually, her last couple notes weren't bad.
What I mean, Yannick said she wasn't even speaking French.
I don't know what it was.
I don't know what the beginning was. It was kind of, I was expecting French, but I didn't get it anyways. I was
Eric, have you considered the possibility, and maybe this is the explanation for it all? Maybe the anthem is actually an evil satanic incantation, and she was singing in tongues, which is what ruined. She was trying to bring up the devil.
She should get practice.
I'm evil.
Practice.
I'm evil.
Practice.
I'm evil.
You never know.
I'm evil.
Because there's all those aliens out there now, so it seems.
Yes, I am.
Yes, he is.
All right, Eric's going back to mute. So anyway.
Easy retarded.
Hey, Eric. Yeah, but the best part is that's the second time tonight that Eric has gotten that. Second time tonight. Bobby and Yannick. See, Eric, I'm not going to say that about you. I'll say everything else, literally everything else under the sun.
I didn't sing. I gave movie reviews. That's it.
No, I was talking about calling Eric retarded.
I didn't call anyone retarded.
You did.
You
You did, literally did already.
That was earlier.
No, but I'm saying Yannick did just a moment ago. Yeah. Yeah. And Eric, I would never call you that. Absolutely not. Everything else, I would totally call you that.
Yes.
But it's inappropriate. It is not what a man of peace would do.
Is it?
It is not. It is highly inappropriate. Like it's unacceptable. There are so many things we could call it.
Is appropriate. Is it? Hey, there you go. Now who?
There's so many things like I said, I would never call Eric anything of the sort.
I think that's the best cropping job of all time.
I don't think it was any cropping at all. I think that's a legitimate picture that was taken of Eric.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
AI does wonder. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. See, this is the technological age we give it, and you expect me to care about these sports? Eric, you expect me to care about it in an age when we can have that?
So are we going to have these kids looking forward in sports? Pokemon, yes. But is it more investment based, or is that what the hobby has turned into? Oh,
I think it's already there. Eric's entire collection is just an investment. He doesn't care about any of that shit. He'll get rid of it at the first turn. Now the problem is he's a very bad Bobby. So he's had a lot of concussions. He's actually a piss poor investor. Absolutely, like the worst. Like Geoff is like, damn, you suck at this, bro.
Does anybody watch Geoff? Does he even come up on your streams anymore? Like,
well, so here's the thing. No, but that's because I'm not actively courting it. But however, the only one that I do like to listen to is the Jeff Wilson Show, his podcast thing, because he'll interview somebody half the time. So I don't mind that. I'll listen to that.
In years,
yeah, I'll check those out because I think he had the Got Baseball Cards guy out the other day, so that was fine. He had Trike Cards, who's one of the guys that I've watched some videos from before. So like he'll bring somebody else on, and that's more interesting to me. That's okay. But his regular videos, nah, not really.
I keep listening to the video. I watched Jeremy the other day, and they had Victor on, and they actually, I don't even think there's any rookie cards that even matter anymore. And I'm sitting there going, why are you sitting there, Victor? The fuck, because the new rookies are rookie years. They're not even rookie cards. I guess the base set is rookie card, but it's morphed into a parallel universe of rookie years, and that's fine. Like going forward, that's great. Hey, listen, as long as it's that, but you can't call everything a rookie card, and everything is called a rookie card if you look on eBay. So it doesn't matter. So we've lost that sense of sort of control, or some semblance of whatever is not no more. It's whatever anybody calls something, and you want people to get into this marketplace, and if it's so diverse, and and they also said on that show that it doesn't really matter about these rookie cards. It doesn't even matter whatever, you just collect what you like, and it's not going in any direction. You do need some stability there for a rookie base. You got guys who are talking about the Babe Ruth being a different card. You talk about, what are you doing, Eric?
I'm cleaning my camera.
Oh, now he's clean. Now he's clear. Now I can see him.
I noticed that I was a little blurry.
You were actually since day one. Yeah.
Well, he was actually wiping the screen so that out of the corner, because in reality we're only a corner of his screen, but the rest of the 3/4 is actually Emmanuel Space as he's been playing in the background. That's why he's been getting so inspired. He's getting so giddy and joyful.
Not true.
He's been playing in the back. I'm just saying, we know what's going on in that video cam.
I use the computer to do my workouts, and sometimes things get
your workouts while watching Emmanuel Space.
No, yeah.
Do these workouts happen while the man is holding you down? Tell us more, Eric.
The man is always holding me down.
Yeah, like you see, again, I've got so many ways. I don't have to work that hard. He makes it so easy so I got it. So we're clear. So you're watching Emmanuel in Space, getting your workout in while the man is holding you down. Go on.
No. So while I'm on my bike and I'm
watching Emmanuel in Space, having a workout.
I'm riding my bike and I'm
one hand or two.
And I sweat gets all over it, and then I got to put the computer away after.
Your sweat gets all over it. Okay, so then you use your hands And
I
then
think
Emmanuel's Space is playing.
I think I got like sweat
Uh-huh.
on the camera lens.
Well, yeah, well, sweat can happen.
And it only
Yeah.
took me 4
You're exerting
hours,
yourself while the
and
man
it
is holding you down.
and it only took me 4 hours and 10 minutes to realize that things were a little blurry. So,
Interesting. All right, I could keep this going for a while, but I'm gonna finish reading these comments.
I'm just tired of the man holding me down.
I'll get back
Indeed.
to the show. They wanted the hobby to decide everything. And it's, again, we have, people saying all these different things. And the hobby never decides if you let the hobby decide. It just goes whichever way it wants to go. So you do need some sort of precedence or something set down in rules. MLB, MLBPA, that kind of stuff has to be there. And they totally disregard it. And I'm saying, well, so it's no rules barred and go forward and have fun. You do need some sort of structure in there. And, he does hold it down. Victor does hold it down quite well, but they were just talking like, it was almost like, why are you even on that show? They're almost dissing you. I really didn't get that show. Anyways, I was kind of disappointed. And I only tune in because Victor was on and certain other people that are on, I don't mind tuning in, but otherwise it's just like a shit show. So anyways.
Well, you're going to have to talk to Victor about it because he called him Jay Lee about 457 times. So Dom
I know he
here
did.
says, on the Lord's Day, Eric, blasphemy. This is a year of peace. I love that it's a year of peace. I appreciate that. Good evening, Dom. Investing in Thornton's is the next Bitcoin, to be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
Going to 1 million, whatever.
Eric was in 720p. Facts. Name appreciated where we were going with that. We were learning a lot about Eric's workout routine. Dom says, zero gravity is easier in the joints. Listen, man, it is what it is. Amanda says, good evening. This is too much info. Amanda, it's not my fault. To be clear.
Would you stop encouraging them, Amanda, please?
Listen, all I got to say is, and Amanda tonight has completely evaded any mention because I've been picking on Eric. I think the important thing, Amanda, thou doth protest too much.
Maybe.
Because we're not getting a podcast episode tonight. We're not getting one. And Eric was ready to stay up however long it took to watch it.
Well,
and I'm here trying to make up for this fact.
Tonight.
I gotta get up at 7 o'clock. I got a bike ride at 8.
It's okay, no one cares. So anyway, the thing is that I'm trying to make up for this. I'm trying to make up for the void in joy and entertainment in our lives. Now, while Eric is a British man, as we established earlier tonight, he is not the British man that Amanda co-hosts her podcast with. But since there's no podcast tonight, I'm making up for this fact by talking through some of the key issues of the day. Eric is the one who brought up that he was watching Emmanuel in Space while getting his workout. One hand or two hand, we don't know. There's a lot of sweating and exertion going on. He was talking about that. Yeah, he was focusing on that while the man is holding him down. These are just facts. These are just facts. I am merely stating facts. And look, Eric's not even protesting. You can't even hear him.
No, he's just sitting back.
He's not saying anything. He's like, Carlos is right. Carlos has analyzed the situation perfectly. My goodness. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So it's not too much info. We've only begun. Moving on.
Yes.
But the old let market side has been weaponized. Yes. Look, I think the problem is so I watched the same clip you did, Bobby. I don't think they were picking on him as much as you think they did. However, I could see how you could argue that point. I get it. I do think the deference to Jay Lee 457 times. Jay Lee.
I know.
Jay Lee. It's like, just call him Jeremy.
Please.
Just once. So jokes aside, Eric, do we have to stick with the Jay Lee? Like, just call the man Jeremy. You know the guy, right? Just call him Jeremy. That's his name. Just call him Jeremy.
That's the only thing I've ever called him.
You don't want to call him Jay Lee? Call him Jay Lee?
Please do not.
Never called him that, nor do I ever plan to.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's just Jeremy and Floating Head. Those are the only names that you give us. So it happens.
We watch these shows and we look for different things. And, maybe I look at things a little differently, but I think to me, rationally, I sit there and I go, well, if you have no rules, then who gives a fuck about anything, right? Really?
Well, I'm
you
a hobby
can say
analyst,
anything
so
on your show. You can do anything. If you don't have some base rules, then you have nothing. And what hobby do you have going forward? Everything's a rookie. So, okay, enjoy.
Everything's so peachy.
I was about to, so
Eric,
funny enough that Eric was right there where I was about to go. So I have a question. So if everything's so peachy, everything's Spartacus. So we've got everything's so peachy, everything's Spartacus. But you're saying not everything's a rookie? That just seems limiting.
It does.
I'm thinking like
In
if every
today's
rookie is
society, yes,
O-Peachy,
maybe it is.
if everything's O-Peachy
Say everything's a rookie card.
and every
Well,
rookie
everything
card is
is a
O-Peachy,
rookie. If you talk about
Just do that.
the Babe Ruth, what's it, Baltimore News card,
Rookie.
where you have Leighton Sheldon sitting there going, "Hey, I don't care. Sure, I'll call it a rookie. I don't care,"
Rookie.
because he's a businessman and he wants more business, so it doesn't matter to him. But is he really being honest with the allocation of rookies? And it's in his best interest, or even Jeremy's, but rookies don't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And they're talking about tip top bread. Like, that's a food issue. That is a no-no. That is the big no-no. So we have no rules going forward. So you might as well just enjoy your hobby and move forward and, not listen to anybody. So if you have no rules, then there's no hobby really at that point. It's
so
whatever
let me
you
ask
want
you a
it
question.
to be.
Actually, let me ask you a question. So we've talked about in the past the McDonald's cards and also the Tim Hortons cards. So McDonald's and Tim Hortons, similar kind of promotion. I
Still a
prefer
food
the
issue. It
McDonald's
doesn't
one.
matter.
Yeah. So is McDonald's a food issue?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
So that one. So the Crosby rookie, for example, the McDonald's is actually considered a Crosby rookie because it is in packs nationally distributed because it is nationally distributed.
It's
in
not
pack form.
distributed. You had to buy something to get it, and that is the difference. That is the main difference between being nationally distributed, where you could go into a store and you could buy it. No, you had to buy French fries to get it, and that is the difference. Where you had to buy something to get something.
Quid pro quo.
Whereas when you went and bought something in a corner store, you bought it and got it. So there's no contention in between getting direct. You were indirectly getting it.
So you're saying the intermediary step of buying the fries prevents it from being nationally distributed in this case.
Because
Because you're saying you had to buy something. It was the fries, right?
Yeah.
So what if I go to the manager and he just sells me a case? No fries involved.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like
But there's no
going to the
fries.
corner store.
No, no.
Yeah,
So
but
at that
the
point, I'm just buying
normal-
packs. I'm literally
No,
paying
no,
for
no,
packs.
no.
Yeah,
You
the
gotta
normal
get
aspect. You can still go to the O-Pizza factory and pick up a case of.
No, but I'm saying like the McDonald's one. Literally, some of the dealers went straight to the manager and bought the pack straight up. Like there was
And
nothing in
they
between.
do
They
that
just
with
bought
Tim
packs.
Hortons right now. And I understand that.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine that they did that, but it's still nationally distributed. No, it is nationally available. It's not distributed. I'm sorry. That's the big difference.
So we're
between
making
that.
a distinction between distributed and available. Interesting.
Well, there is, because then you had to buy something to get something. It's not that you bought
Mm.
something. It's you had to buy something to get something. And if you didn't buy fries, I'm sorry, you can't get them.
This sounds
So
like
you're limited.
So see, here's the thing, Bobby. I have no issue with this, but I'm interested because I feel like then this needs to be in volume 2 of Victor's book because he did make that distinction.
Who did?
Just national distributed. It doesn't say anything about the intermediary step.
Well, that's food issue. That's the definition of food issue. And that's the separating line is a tip top is not a rookie card because you had to buy something to get something.
Quid pro quo.
It is. Exactly.
That's Latin.
Indirectly, it is that. Exactly.
I was going to say
something-
indirectly. Yes, indirectly, sure.
It is directly and indirectly, yes. But actually, there's a contention in there that you do have to purchase something to get something. So that actually puts a little bit of step in the way. So if you went into McDonald's and you wanted to buy the cards, you couldn't buy the cards. If you knew the manager, you could. But if you didn't, you'd have to go through and buy fries.
Okay,
So-
question.
Yep.
So back in ye olden days, we would have the cabinet cards, and the cabinet cards would often be redeemed for a certain
Cabinet
amount
cards
of
are not
packs.
rookie cards, so it doesn't matter.
No, that was my question. So because you had to have a certain amount of wrappers or whatever, you separate those as well.
Cabinet cards are a different animal. It's actually, pre-war. It's a different era and cabinet cards aren't rookie cards anyway. So, some are sort of somewhat considered rookie cards, but they're not. They're not the same as we would put, let's say, post-war or even pre-war. 30s up. Cabinet cards go way back. So there was a lot of things, and that was another purchase item too. Cabinet cards, you would have to purchase something, and you would get a cabinet card with your purchase. So the rules are very loose back in the turn of the century, whereas we talk from maybe the 30s up, even the 20s up, even the 10s. but cabinet cards are definitely different, and they're different sizes too. They're not your traditional size card, which is not actually classified as in the rookie card genre, so to speak. So, there's a lot of different things. It's just rational, and whatever way you want to break it down, and whatever rules you want to hold yourself by, that's fine. But if you let self-will run riot, you end up with a hobby that's disingenuous and radical, and you can't have that. You have to have rules. There has to be some sort of base rules at least, and unfortunately McDonald's don't fit into that, and nor do cabinet cards either. So just saying.
I see.
And I'm not defending Victor on that. That's just the normal rules that I go by with all the things that I've documented, and I've never had a problem or any contention with that. And anybody wants to fight me on it, that's fine. I got enough.
Eric wants to fight you.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he looks like he what do you think he brought the knife for? As if he figures that's his best shot. But he's got a bad hip, Bobby. Just kick him.
I
He's got a bad
apologize,
hip.
but I gotta leave for tonight.
Yeah,
All
me
right,
too.
before you go,
I'm
Yannick,
almost there, too.
before you're done, just let Eric know from England. You can let him know about the Canada thing one more time before you go.
We
Just
are
for you, Eric.
Canadian.
Just for you.
What am I supposed to say now?
Oh, you could have said anything. You could have told him to
I
fuck
don't
off.
know. I was just like
No,
for
you're
England,
supposed
for
to,
Eric.
you're
He's
supposed
all
to
like
say
cheerful.
you can't take my country and you can't take my game. That's what you're supposed to say.
There you go.
That's it.
And Eric would respect that if he had a country or a game. Again, he's built his entire life on a
Just
flopper.
just
Very
going
sure
by
it's tonight.
what Trudeau said.
Who?
Who's Trudeau?
You didn't see Trudeau
Exactly.
put that out on
Exactly.
social media.
Ah, you must follow this Trudeau individual more than we do. Tell us
Can't-
more.
You
Tell us
can't
more,
take-
American man.
You can't take a
What? Huh?
I don't
Who?
know.
Where?
That's something.
What?
No idea.
Have a good night, Yannick. Take it easy.
Good for you guys. Thank you. See you guys.
See, Bobby, I keep having this Canadian wannabe over here telling us about this
Ah,
Trudeau guy. I don't know who
thanks.
this is. I
But
never heard
thanks
of
for asking that question, though, Carlos. I think it's really. We do understand that there is some sort of semblance of rules that we have, which are determined. If you abandon those, you're just looking at money. And I think that's what a lot of people are driving their cards forward, trying to disregard any rules and just say, no, it's a rookie. I don't care. I think even Leighton chimed in saying, Star Jordan, he came in and said, Star Jordan was nothing until somebody said, hey, listen, I got a Star Jordan. I'm going to push it and I'm going to make some videos and this is what forced it to be the new rookie card. And then people started saying, well, this and that. And then we had this argument back and forth that, so not until money came into the sphere did that card ever come out. And so if the motivation is money, then I think it really should be taken out of the equation, because if that's all they're looking for is money, then it's not a hobby. Then you're just a gambler and you're just looking to forward yourself into the realm of making profit. And if that's your hobby, then it's not a hobby. It's an investment, and you're in the wrong game.
and if you're a gambler, you got to know
Nothing wrong with gambling.
when
Just
to
saying.
hold them, and you got to know when to fold them.
Yes, Kenny. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you figure out when to walk away and when to run?
Now I haven't figured that out yet, and I can't run anymore.
I was gonna say that I'm surprised you can run with the man holding you down.
The man is always trying to hold me down.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I've always tried to do is try to set some rules and basis of what's going on in the hobby. And if people want to go forward and disregard that, that's fine. They're just doing it for their own purpose. I don't think I think it's for money and not for factual historical basis. And if the motivation is money, then it's usually wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Usually.
Rick Vintage Wildball Cards said the rookie card has jumped the shark. Years ago, nobody gave a shit about rookie cards. Yep, there was a certain point where it wasn't even a thing. It was like first card, and then in the 70s, suddenly it became a thing again. Just out of nowhere. When it became marketing copy.
Well, I didn't care about the rookies in the 70s.
Rookies.
No, but
Nobody cared. I was there. I lived it. There was no rookies.
That's Rick's point. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And the thing is, my contention is that I still don't see a reason to give a shit about rookies because it's a marketing copy. If I slap rookie card on it, it increases the value artificially from based on nothing.
No, it is his first card, so we call it a rookie. Doesn't matter about value. Has nothing to do with value, and that's the problem that people don't differentiate. Is that it doesn't mean money. It just means it's the rookie card. You want to tie money into it? That's a different conversation amongst people who are looking to make money as an investment. It's still his rookie card. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean money. See, people equate money to rookie cards. It's not. It's only about today and about what people want to make money on cards. But it's still the rookie card. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Rookie card doesn't mean money, but it actually does in today's world. Back then, it didn't. It was just his first card. And it's a rookie card. And that's all it is. If you want to put money to it and you want to, pay for it, that's fine. It's up to you. But it is still the rookie card, regardless of that. So take the money out, it's just, there you go, pro rookie. Very hard to get centered for a rookie.
Yeah. The problem is, even with the problem is it's not the first card designation. It doesn't actually qualify that. If it was only the first card, there can be multiple issues in multiple series and multiple sets throughout the course of the year. If it was just a player's first card, that's an objective measurement. You don't even need rules. It's whatever the first card was, is the first card.
Well, if you take it from 89 back, basically, you had Topps and O-Pee-Chee for, let's say, hockey. So, we just call it what it is at that point. You can go back to baseball and put Upper Deck and all those other companies. Still, they all have their own rookies. That's fine. But today, we changed the rookie cards because we're looking at money first before we look at facts first. And the facts that, anybody calling Tip Top, what was it? Who was it? The black player.
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, that's his rookie card, and they said that on that show, and I said, "You're a fucking idiot," and I don't even know who that guy is, anyways. And I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, I can see that being his rookie." No, it's a food issue. Okay, sorry, that you're changing all the rules that have been set forward, and you're going forward in a new rule base on a vintage card. Fuck off. So, if he's listening, fuck you.
There you go.
And Victor won't say that. Victor won't say that, but I will, because I don't care. Because the rules are the rules. We have a base set. We're not going to vary from that. Now, going forward, okay, want to talk about ultra modern? Fine. Let's talk about ultra modern and say, okay, so everything is rookie year. All the parallels, all the whatever. That's fine. Enjoy. Go forward. It's all rookie year. The rookie card is in the base set. That's fine. As Carl says, Victor says, yeah, okay, so that's it. So the rookie card's worth nothing. That's fine, going forward. Okay, so it's all the rookie years and the parallels. That's fine. Keep them as rookie cards, but don't rookie years. Call them, but you can't call them rookie cards. And I think that going forward, that's fine, because then it's arbitrary. You can do whatever you want. It's rookie year. Okay, fine. But everybody, and you want people to come in and you got 40 issues and how many rookie cards, or is it rookie year, or what is it? You want people to come in and they can't figure it out? Are you kidding? You wonder why people don't want to come into this hobby, because they're so jaded through all this disinformation that is being out there. It's Tip Top. Yep. Yeah, that's a Jackie Robinson rookie. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Well,
I would be very concerned if anyone coming into the hobby today was dissuaded by the argument over Tip Top. Jackie Robinson is a rookie or not a rookie.
No. Investors come in and they look and they go, "Hey, listen, I'm going to buy that. And all of a sudden, bang, 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 everybody goes at it, and that's why it's driven that card up so much, because they're looking for that edge. They're not looking for facts.
You just hit on the point, Bobby. You just hit on the point.
Yeah.
My question, my contention, this whole time, right from the beginning, has been the same. You were talking about a moment ago, separating the money from the concept of the rookie card from the definition of the rookie card.
I'm not arguing you, Carlos. I'm arguing the hobby.
No, I get you. But my question is just this. And I understand that Victor's entire research, his scholarship, #scholarship, is based on, defining this, finding the rules, and doing all that. But my point has always been, if there was no premium to the rookie card versus not the rookie card, then it doesn't matter anymore.
No, it's still the rookie card. No, as I said before, it's still the rookie card. Whether you put money on it or not, it's still the rookie card. It changes only when you put the money on it and you try to get Tip Top in there, and you try to get Star Rookie in there, and you try to put the Baltimore News in there, and then you try to do all these other things because you're doing it for money, and that is really the only. Don't be a fool here going forward, guys. It's about the money. That's why they're doing that.
That is that is literally the point that I'm making. I'm saying
And-
without the money, then who cares what a rookie card is?
It's just a factual statement. That's all it is.
Sure.
Sure. That's all. Okay, let's leave it at sure. That's all it is. So we can move on. That's his rookie card. Is it worth more? Whatever.
Yeah. Who gave you that
It's
one, Eric?
still his rookie card. Doesn't matter.
What one?
But if you want to change the rookie card, you want to
The
ship
minor
the rookie
league
card.
card you have from the flopper. By the way, it's a good thing you finally went to Chicago and got out of that flopping business. Finally matured and became a proper adult hockey player and stopped with that foolishness.
I was talking about.
You know.
Moving on. 90 Cup Finals, Paul says. True. Eric is going to start a rookie card collection of every Team Canada Four Nations player. Probably true.
Yeah.
47 Tip Top, Yogi Berra rookie. The card goes for crazy money.
Yeah, it's the new hype, isn't it? What happened over the last 30 years with that card? Nothing. And now, see, this is where the influencers come in and go, hey, it's a new rookie card. Because everybody's looking for that advantage. Everyone wants to get ahead of the shark before the shark jumps, right? Yeah, nice card. So we have a hobby that's based around money than it is about collecting anymore. And I think that's dominated over the collecting. You still a collector, Carlos. I know there's a little bit of money involved, but that's natural anyways.
My entire Josh Rosen collection is based on investment.
It is.
And the future
It
riches.
is.
It's coming. It's going to be amazing.
And there's nothing wrong with that too. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, don't change the rookie cards. Don't change the rules to benefit yourself in a financial sense, because we already deal with that with the stock market as it is. So let's kind of stay away from that, and let's keep some rules and semblance here in the hobby, and go forward, and just play it as it is, because you're just misleading people down the wrong path. And I'll fight tooth and nail to the end on certain rookie cards that people want to say that aren't.
I think that's fair. So
I will win.
here's
Bobby Schmott's rookie card.
I love Bobby Schmotz. He was
I
a
am
great
all
player.
about the money.
I remember him.
Bobby
Yes.
Schmotz.
He was a good player. He was sort of your mid-tier player that was a little
And-
bit better than most.
And he was cuckoo for Cocoa.
Oh, he was fucked up. He was a good fighter too.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Him and Bobby, Bob Lever, forget his name too.
Bobby Orr. So Dom
That's
here
it.
says, whatever happened to the term XRC? Eric, get Beckett on the phone. He probably should get Beckett on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, we dropped the XRC a long time ago. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's been given up pretty much at this point. Ben Worldpeace says, what's the true definition of a rookie card? Whatever you make of it. Name says, I don't consider parallels to be rookie cards either. I call them rookie year two. What's funny is
that's
that
fine.
Victor actually changed his stance on that one. I wish people would learn and acknowledge the difference. Maybe. Don't move the goalpost. Oh, I'll move the goalpost. All right.
Yeah,
so here's
I
a
think
question for you,
that's
Bobby.
what he's kind of bowing a little bit too much to what has been going on in the new hobby. I think Victor is doing that and I hate to say this on the air and live, but he's trying to meld into the society, I guess, to bring more users to his selection of videos and what have you, and it's nice to bend a little bit, but you have to have a firm stance on certain things. And I don't think he's gotten too far away from that, but I have seen a little bit of change, and I don't like it. I don't like where he's going. Let the ultra modern do what they want, because from that point on, let's say 2010 on, let those people enjoy the hobby the way they want to enjoy it, and they can change it, but they can't change the history prior to that. They're going to tell you what you're collecting now, Carlos, that wasn't a rookie card. It's now this one. That one of one is no longer his rookie, whatever. They can't change that stuff. They're just changing it for money, and I don't agree with that. I believe that things are the way they are because they are factual and they've been determined, and they want to change the rules. That's fine. They just want to change it for money. That's fine. Go forward. Enjoy your ultra modern, boys.
I shall. David G has a question for you. Says, question for Bobby. Why isn't the 1923 Pollins considered his rookie card? It's a pro league like the NHL. So it looks like Hainsworth, actually. I guess is what he was saying.
Hainsworth gets good money. See, you have to understand that there's the NHL, the Western Hockey League did challenge the cup at a certain point. What was it, 1920s? I think the NHL was already
1923
established at
is the
that
one I
time.
was saying.
26, 27. So by that time, the NHL was established, and that was the only thing that won the Stanley Cup. After that, the Paulings is sort of just a Western league. They're like the WHA at that point. And then they're exclusively distributed only in, they're not cross country. They're only located in the prairie provinces. So it's kind of regional at that point.
There you go.
And
Well,
there's
the pennants
like
and
there's
chip
nobody
hats.
in there. Like there's 5 stars maybe in the whole thing, and most of the other guys you never heard of.
All right, Eric. Any other cards you want to show before we go? And also, want to give a tribute to British heritage?
I was just trying to show some rookie cards. I thought it'd be fun while we're having a rookie card discussion.
Yeah. Well,
Was
good.
Bobby Clark's, was 70-71 Bobby Clark's?
70-71, yeah.
Yep.
I have that one somewhere. Is Bork, rookie, autographed.
I was actually laughing, Bobby. I actually completely forgot what I had in this pile of 70-71.
There it is. You got it right there. Yeah.
No, but that's why I was double checking. I was like, I'm pretty sure 70-71 is a Clark's as well. I thought so. Yeah, so I got Sittler, Clark, and I got a bunch of. I think I got Brad Park in here too.
Sittler, Clark, Pro.
I gotta get to Sittler.
So I might actually have most of them, to be honest. Like I look, I
Probably.
forgot what was in this fucking pile. I forgot. Like, to be honest, I didn't remember.
Pro was really tough to get centered. Very, very tough.
Yeah, most of these are beat up. Like a good chunk of these are pretty beat up.
Even
like I
in
said,
a
that or
9-pocket
surprised me
page,
that it was decent.
They look nice in a 9-pocket page. It doesn't matter. Like
Well-
someone says, come see my VG set, and someone says, see my X-Men set. Like it's almost the same in a 9-pocket page. You can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I just remember getting a bunch of these cards back in the day. Like I had a stack of them at one point, and I don't remember where I got a good chunk of them. But it was like, yeah, whatever. And I just kept I literally just kept accumulating.
They're cheap
And
enough.
then I woke up one day and had a stack
They're
of them.
cheap enough, and they're kind of cool. And there's some good stars in there.
Yep. So apparently I got a bunch of the. So Brad tossing the Sittler in there. That takes care of most of the main rookies.
I want a Sittler. I want
You want one
one.
that's written on and broken because that's the one that's going to my set. Was the OPG distributed to Western Canada back in the
Yes.
30s?
Yep.
Distribution was
Across
still good in the
Canada.
30s.
Across Canada, yeah.
Plus
Back
everything
in the
else is on
20s.
OPG.
Even the 20s, it was cross Canada. And you go back to the 10s, Imperial Tobacco was cross Canada too. Brad Park. Yep.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah, I did
rookie.
actually have it.
How's the centering on your Brad Parks, guys? It's usually
Mine, top
tough
to bottom
too.
is way off. Top to bottom is way
Yeah.
off.
And yours
Left to right is not terrible, but top to bottom is
This
way off.
is a 5.
It's almost miscut.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough card. Some of the PG, like the Perot and the Park, are really tough. Clark seems to be good, and the Sith was good. That's a nice card. The green and the black looks nice.
So what I'll do, folks, we'll start winding her down here. But if there's any last thoughts or comments, I know I haven't read as many comments, but Bobby was feeling extra chatty today. I noticed like a couple of times I'm like, all right, chill out, calm down, bro. I know you're in the garage of knowledge and you're trying to stay warm, but we gotta chill. We gotta let the commenters have a moment. All right. So any last thoughts or comments there, or last insults to Eric? I want to make sure we get those in. No, that's very important.
I don't think that's nice.
So Eric, do you want me to actually? So here's the thing that I generally don't do. Do you want me to actually? We can actually do something that might actually be kind of nice right at the end of this episode.
I'm not in the mood to do Shakespeare.
No. What if I told you that there is a chance to actually at least shout out? Now, most people won't care and it won't matter to them. What if there was a chance to shout out something that is a charity live stream that's been going on for a little bit for a cause?
Well, I like doing that.
I think we can do that. So what I'll do is I'll pause it so you can see it, but I'll show you guys so you can see it. And I'm going to show you the actual channel in it because it's been going on for a couple of days. And they're getting close to their goals. So I figured now would be a good time to just show you guys because I hadn't thought of it until today. And since we're on the live, we can do it quickly. So this is a YouTube channel that I follow in the football space. Tom Grassi. I'll put a link in the description for you. He has actually been live
streaming on my
streaming.
feed.
Yeah, he has actually been live streaming since Thursday,
Hmm.
trying to make $1 million for a charity called Children of Fallen Patriots. Now, Eric is an Englishman, doesn't care about American patriots. However, they are ones that give money to basically buy scholarships for children of soldiers that died.
Okay.
So they're trying to raise $1 million towards it, and so far, it looks like he's closing in on 700,000. And basically the commitment was that he would keep live streaming until he hit $1 million. Well, the thing is, he's been doing it since Thursday, and when I say doing it, so YouTube will stop an archive after 12 hours. So he'll run a live stream for like 11 hours and change.
Wow.
Pause the live stream and restart the live stream. He's been going 24 hours since Thursday, and he actually will sleep on the live stream. And there will still be a couple hundred people literally watching him sleep because he just basically lies down in that room. And then he'll pause to take a shower and go. He'll interview people. He's brought in people to interview throughout the course, but he's literally been running programming since Thursday.
Wow.
So you talk about our live stream being long. He's been running a live stream for well over 100 hours.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
No.
Eric is volunteering to go at least 200 hours.
No.
But I'm pointing it
I
out.
did 2.5 hours on a bicycle for charity.
That's enough.
That hurt.
So anyway, so far, like I said, there are 376,000 on the website, and then another 329,000 on YouTube directly. So I'll include a link in the description if you're curious, because if you're watching this on replay, there's a good chance it's still going on. But it is getting closer. They're over 700,000. So he's earned over 700,000 since then, and had some very big donations. The biggest donation, it looks like, was a $25,000 donation from one donator.
Oh,
Oh,
good
that's nice.
Jesus.
So pretty so.
That's
And the NFL has followed this. This has actually been picked up. A news station interviewed him. He did it live while still being on the live stream. He did the interview while being on the live stream doing it. So if you are interested in such a thing, I'll throw that out at you here at the end. Just a little off the beaten path.
That's
I
good.
know. I no longer think the $315 that I got is good enough. I mean, especially since 100 of it was mine.
Well, you were only on for a few
I mean, this guy's got 700,000. I mean, what the
Yeah,
hell?
it's been on for a couple days, brother.
Well, maybe
You were on for
if
3
you had
minutes.
committed to going for at least 100 straight hours,
On my bicycle?
you could sleep beside the bicycle and then get back on the bicycle and then sleep beside the bicycle and get back on the bicycle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, this whole time we've been talking, I paused it, obviously, but you can see the chat has been going. The chat has been active. Right now, right now on this live stream, there are over 2,900, almost 3,000 people watching.
That's crazy.
So it's been going and going. And again,
People
this
have
is
nothing
actually
better
part
to
of,
do with their time than donate, and then they stay.
Bobby, there are a couple hundred people. I've tuned in sporadically. I've popped in here and there throughout the
No,
course
why
of the
isn't he
days
moving?
because I paused it, Eric. I'm literally not hitting play. I paused it. So
Well, I'm watching the comments move, so I didn't.
yeah,
know.
the comments are going because the chat still goes.
All
you know.
right.
Yeah. So anyway, so while he's been doing this, so he's on part 11, and each part is at least 11 hours.
Wow.
So it's been consistent, like I said, since basically Thursday. So very impressive.
Yeah.
Kudos to Tom Grassi and those guys. So he's done a couple of big fundraisers over the years that have made actually a lot of money, but this one will be the biggest one. $1 million
That's awesome.
is a very impressive charity live stream.
That's pretty
So
awesome.
kudos to him. And I've been watching it sporadically here and there. It's very interesting. And he's come up with a lot of different ways of trying to make it. He did, you'll appreciate this, Eric. As one of the goals, he did a darkness retreat a la Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
He went to the darkness.
Somebody has to.
No.
What he did, the way it
Is
worked.
he
So I'll
putting
tell you what he
it
did.
on
Well, so I'll tell you what he did. He literally went in because he does his channel does obviously football, but he does a bunch of characters. He's got a lot of little skits and things that he does as part of the football season. So and then does watch alongs for a lot of the games and everything. But the thing is, he's got all these characters he's developed. One of them is Don Rogers, a playoff of Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah.
But then the thing is, in the darkness, he played the character Don Rogers and spoke in that character. But then he had his girlfriend, and what happened is he was basically they shut off the lights and everything, and he put a cap over his face so he can't see, so it's completely dark. So he's in the darkness retreat. But while he's in the darkness retreat, he was taking donations. His girlfriend was checking the donations, and anytime somebody donated $1,000, he would do a drawing blind of whatever it is they asked him to draw.
Huh.
And he did probably like a couple of dozen drawings
Wow.
in the dark because people were donating towards this. And then the person gets the drawing, and he would autograph it for them and whatever. But he was doing it in character as Don Rogers.
Amazing.
All right.
So it's a lot of hashtag effort is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh,
a lot of
yeah,
hashtag
it's
coming up
good
with a whole bunch of gimmicks. Every $100,000 he would donate $1,000 himself. So every $1,000 he would donate $1,000. And then obviously, but then the heavy lifting is being done mostly by the viewers. They're donating all through. So again, it's a cause. If you're interested in it, you can look into it. But I'll just throw it at you because I have been watching this. Again, Bobby, we talked about earlier tonight. I'm not watching games, but I'll sporadically throughout the day because he's been going and going.
It's
so
random.
I'll check in from time to time just to see what he's up to at that
I
time.
know. We all
And
have
it just keeps
different
going.
interests, especially now, right?
Yeah. And not because I got to wait until next week to see episode 4 of Reacher. They uploaded the first 3 episodes and I binge watched them already. But then the last 4 episodes, they're doing one per week, which is smart if you don't want everybody to watch it in one or 2 days.
Yeah.
So you got to space it out a little. But you give them the first 3 episodes as a teaser and then space out episodes 4 through 7 once per week. So at least it gets you watching for a month,
Yes.
which is smart. That's smart.
Keeps
I'll give him
going.
credit.
I liked it in the previous season when he went to the ATM and
I'll be right back.
and the woman was there taking money out.
Yeah, being kidnapped. Yeah, the one that the kid was abducted.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
The camera angles would sold it to me. The best part is the camera angle as he goes in, smashes the window, but then literally like throws the guy by his leg. It just goes and does
That's
it.
great.
So it works out. Dr. Copernicus, if you guys were president, I would bomb the Dutch. I mean, go on, sorry. And had to appoint a hobby czar, who would you appoint?
Oh, Tim.
So Eric, am I trying to help the hobby?
Well, that's the thing. No, see, I would make Tim president, hobby czar, whatever you want to call it, and I just get a thing of popcorn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you just try to watch the world burn, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd just be sitting there, nom, 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 just watching.
So Eric, I'm going to answer this in 2 ways. I'm going to answer this as AI Carlos.
Okay.
AI Carlos is a kinder, gentler program. So what I think I would do is I would let the Burrell be hobby czar.
All modern.
Trinkets for everyone. Trinkets for everyone.
No cards after 1990.
Yep, they don't exist. Now, if I was being more evil, Carlos, Geoff.
There you go.
Eric, I am going to get the marshmallows and some s'mores.
Yeah.
The burning can be felt from here. It's gonna be glorious.
Yeah.
Glorious.
It would be pretty good, but I'm going with Big Hat and just getting my popcorn and watching the show.
Man, likes your choice.
Popcorn's
Speaking of
good.
Dutch, baseball is called. Yes. So Paul did some research and found this out. So apparently in the Netherlands, baseball is called honkbal. Carlos's hatred is justified. You're damn right. Those clog-wearing Dutchmen ruining everything. Damn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, Eric. So Bobby has had the opportunity to pontificate most of the night. So other than your horrific hockey take, because it was literally the worst thing ever. Now we found out the PWHL is better than the NHL. So we learned that tonight. So obviously they need to adopt the rules because they've got vastly superior rules. We need to stop dumbing down the NHL and get on the PWHL's level.
I think so.
So now we've learned that. And by the way, that's not a joke. I like that power play rule.
Just
I
give me
actually
the
really
mask.
like that power.
Give me the mask.
I think keep the mask too, you ugly bastards. You know what? I think they should wear a mask that doesn't allow air in.
That'd be a hard game.
Take that, like a man. So anyway, so Eric, do you have any last thoughts before we take off on the longest running episodic, whatever this is?
Have I mentioned I hate name?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Two times.
Have I mentioned I hate doing the show?
No.
Okay. We want to.
You know what would make you feel better? Do you know what would make you feel better?
Not having you do the
USA
show.
versus Canada, baby.
We should have a recap for Friday.
What are they competing in?
You know what?
A few moments later.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
As we will start, so we will finish.
Bookend. Beginning and the end.
Ta-da.
Don't you feel better, Eric? I do.
I hate this show, and I don't want to do it anymore.
All right.
Sucks that your contract is in perpetuity
see you
and you
next
never
week.
get to leave. Yep. Dom, last words here. Burt Blyleven didn't even throw a pitch called the honk ball. Take this man to Hall of Fame. Facts. Name says you did several times. It's the concussions.
Yes.
So, folks, and Amanda, I would direct you to go see Amanda's podcast, but it won't be happening.
Oh.
Hopefully in another fortnight. Maybe Eric could join because she needs an Englishman. And we gotta have Eric. So, like, does that count? That's pretty close.
I would be more than happy to join her on her podcast video cast
As the Englishman.
if and whatever, however she needs me, but I am not doing it in the middle of the night.
Don't think of it as the middle of the night. Think of it as early in the morning.
I have to get
for
up.
her,
in
it's actually,
hours.
what, 11 o'clock?
I have to get up at 7 a.m. to be somewhere at 8 a.m. And I'm
maybe
already,
you should stop being selfish, and maybe you should just stay up for 24 straight hours.
no,
and
I
then
gotta
it's not
go
a
ride.
problem.
I have to go for a fat bike ride in the snow tomorrow morning.
Good for you.
Why did you take a thin bike ride in snow?
Because
it
the
won't
fat
work.
was snow.
Because it won't work in the snow.
Have a good night, Jeff. All right, folks. Pleasure chatting with you as always. Have yourself a good one. Longest running episode of whatever this is. We'll be back next week. Podcast episode will drop on Tuesday. Check out AMG. Those podcasts drop on Wednesday. And hopefully we'll get Steve's scintillating hockey analysis. And hopefully we won't get cut off this time. Maybe we'll actually get to hear it this time. Last time we didn't get to hear it, but maybe we'll hear it this time. And otherwise, more videos coming up on the channel as always. So for everybody in the chat, thank you for joining as always. We appreciate you. Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Eric betraying the country he claims to love. But he's English, so that doesn't even count. He wants to rejoin the Commonwealth that badly. Have yourselves a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.